learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's spends in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
In the nations we call home, an illness has taken hold. A spiritual poison infecting us all.
White people, am I right?
Damn white people are pissy about racism.
A population taught to hate itself and assist in its own demise.
When we say we want to kill whitey, we don't really mean we want to kill whitey. We do.
Some white people may have to die. I'm confused on why that's so controversial.
A people lost in an electronic dream, bereft of meaning and enslaved by guilt.
The only way that you should ever actually be in front of a black king is on all fours, and that all black men should know that they are kings.
Yes, goddess.
You have to give all these brothers boots a kiss if you're really sorry. Go back down, come on. Do as you told, man. Go on, bow back down, man. This is a good white man, man. This is the right to understand.
What happens when we no longer care? When we allow ourselves to be dominated by our victimizers? Our most innocent pay the price. And what happens when they finally stand up? The most important story for the 21st century, in a time when we shall re-enter history, when we shall create a new world in our image, and when we shall finally reawaken and become heroes. Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory by Jason Köhne. American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing.
One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt,
Everything from being a man to encouraging your kin to face tattoos, to how you identify yourself and your beliefs, to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. That's from Nathaniel Nelson. A warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt, Listen to this guy, No White Guilt, No White Guilt,
And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. I hope the mic is working well. We had to take care of some technical difficulties here at the beginning, but I'm sure all of the video and the imagery, Andreas' work that he did with that magnificent testimony from, I think, Nathaniel, and everything else that we shared here today, the little meme of me serving White Wellbeing and how excited I am. I love that little boy. I'm sure that was all very entertaining for the first 10 minutes or so. I see that Yiz is here. Great to see you, dear lady. What's it say? I will be listening while I do housework. So doing housework with No White Guilt, that sounds good to me. I spend time with my mother periodically, back from vacation, though. Great to see you back, dear lady. And we look forward to you doing many more wonderful things in the white positive sphere. Snyder is with us over there on that channel. And so is the great Raymond Van Buskirk. Can everybody hear me okay? 41 BMC, Laurel is here. White Wellbeing is here. Hello, Brother Jason. Nice to join you and everyone in White Wellbeing Church today. That's exactly what it is. Popcorn Power says, hello, honey. Well, a big hello to you. I assume, dear lady. Sam is here. Great to see you, Sam. Coconut. Jesse Link, First Last, is with us, bringing the high IQ points to the show. Jonas is here. Ahoy, having quite a headache tonight. You are. I apologize for that. We'll make sure we chase it away. Lucid is here. Greetings, brother. Crucible should be arriving this week. Promethean Hails from Serbia. Well, a big Promethean Hails back to you in Serbia. I've sent actually quite a few things over to Serbia. We have books, we have literature, we have materials going out all around planet Earth, because we're the ones who are making a difference. This is the advanced placement, and it's always great to be with all of you. Coconut, great to see you, dear lady. The great Bartleby is with us as well. Evidence violates community guidelines. Hello, brother. I saw an email from you. I'll be getting to it soon. And I just saw it yesterday, I think it was, in the wee hours. Blue Skies is with us. Hello from Ireland. Well, a big hello back to you from Virginia. So we got Serbia, we got Ireland. Where are you from? Are you in Australia? Are you in New Zealand? Are you in Great Britain? Are you in Canada? Where are you? Let's get some hellos from around the world. See, we have this going on across planet Earth. Nothing stands in the way of our brotherhood, our sisterhood for white well-being. Service to our people, going free, a practice, a lexicon and a dialectic that serves every single one of our countries, irrespective of our particular hue of Western civilization or Western culture, irrespective of our particular ethnicity, our little coloration that we put on top of what is our biospirit, same and uniform throughout the totality of our people, irrespective of the way that the great spirit of the West brings us forth in a great variety of eye color, hair color, shades of skin, and the like. So great to see you all here from all around the world. The thing that works is the thing that we will continue to do here, ladies and gentlemen, and we will do it unapologetically in the face of all of those short-sighted and short in other places, maybe short in height, short in these different places. We will do it in spite of those people trying to stand in the way of the great work that we're doing and the great changes that we're making in the world, particularly those who want to try to kill us with silence, who want to try to ignore the great successes that we're having here because they've been at work so long and have achieved so little relative to what we are doing, at least in the sense of reclaiming people, taking them back from anti-whiteism. It's one thing to teach somebody all about the world, all about what the anti-whites are up to the various names that they call themselves and the like. It's one thing to be doing that. And then those people to remain in the anti-white narrative. It's quite another to wrench them out, to grab them by the back of the collar and yank them out of the sewer that is anti-whiteism, the sewer that is the anti-white narrative, to yank them out and smack them wide awake so that they can take charge of their lives. That, my friends, is to do something very different. And these individual lives that we've been changing, the testimonials that I have to share with you and that I've been receiving just endlessly, should absolutely buoy you with the knowledge that we are making the changes that will change the world for all of us. Their day will come very soon, ladies and gentlemen, when white brothers and sisters in one government in our country come to bat for those in another country, come to bat for those in two other countries. That day is approaching. Know that to be the case. If you had remained in the anti-white narrative, if our brothers and sisters have remained in there, I had a question the other day. Maybe it's actually in the pile here of 30, maybe it's actually 40 some pages total. We won't be able to get to it all, but we're going to give it the old college try nonetheless. Somebody was asking, well, what's wrong with the old style of nationalism? What's wrong? We almost killed off each other. That's what's wrong with it. We leave that in the past. And let me just say, I got to say, right at the very beginning, Christ's sake, stop saying Marxism. Stop saying communism. Stop and tell everyone you know, everybody that is so I don't want to start off cussing. I want to start off with the pleasant language. Everybody who is so, I can say the shit simple, right? We can say that. Everybody who is so shit simple, they want to continue to use the language that anti-whites are using. Shake them senseless until they come out of anti-whiteism. You are going nowhere. You have been going nowhere. You will continue going nowhere. Wait until you hear some of these testimonials that we have of people who have finally realized, my God, until going free, until this practice, I had no idea, studying for decades about all of these different groups, using all of the languages that they want you to use. And then we still have people showing up, talk about separating the champions, the leaders, the heroes, the legends of tomorrow. Talk about separating those from the mid and midget wits of the present. They show up and they say, well, why aren't you calling them Marxists? Why would you have a different name for them than the name they give for themselves? Why would you use words that they don't permit you to use? Well, dumbass, apologize. I'm already off the rails. That's how it works. I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. To all your lovely children out there who are watching, please, young people, don't talk. I'm fired up. Don't use this kind of language at home. Don't use this kind of language with you. It's not the kind of language that good little boys and girls use. So I apologize for that. Don't speak like that. I'm not giving a good example. I know I'm doing wrong when I speak like that. You want to save those words for when you're fired up and when you're by yourself, or never use them at all. You are growing up in an age that we are going to make much better for you than the one that your parents and myself and everybody who's here, everybody's watching live and replay, everybody's watching in Serbia and in Ukraine and in Australia and in Canada and all around the world who are watching and participating and going free. We grew up in a hell that we are going to do everything we can to. We're going to get out the strongest bristled brushes. We're going to get out the power washers that run on gasoline and neutron star, the stuff of neutron stars, and we're going to power wash all of this away so that you have a better world in which to live, and you don't end up using bad language like yours truly. I apologize for that. So especially for the ladies and the children, but we're going to have a hell of a good time, and we're going to just bowl those people over, and they continue to be stupid. That's fine. They can get out of the way, and we can go on to victory, and eventually even the stupid will finally be smart enough to get it. If not, maybe they'll wander their way across the border into some other country, and we won't have to deal with them anymore. How many people here are excited today for the rest of the week and everything that's going on? I see the great Ursa Major, the great Machiavelli sucks. Feeling great, he says. Well, you should be. I am. Mr. Kanazi is here. Alleluia is here. 41 BMC showing the flames. Son of the sun. Oh, I like that. Son of the sun. Monty is here. Moy is here. I see there are some countries where it's just like they're so provincial. I'm not gonna mention them, but they've just come up in just this such provincial way. They're like, well, the person who is doing this is not from the country that I'm from, and so I'm just going to stick to my little hamlet, my little town, my little whatever. And if nobody here uses that language, if nobody here uses the language of going free, well, I am just going to be as bullheaded, as intractable, as pig-headed, as recalcitrant, as refractory. Do you need me to be your thesaurus, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to be this and more just because I am so focused on what is right here. I'm suffering from such deep myopia. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are of that mindset, you are going nowhere. You are absolutely going nowhere. Look to where your fathers and mothers were. You're as dumb as they were when it comes to anti-whiteism, what's going on in the world. You want to make fun of your grandparents? You want to make fun of the boomers? You are as dumb as they were relative to anti-whiteism if you continue to speak with the language that they spoke with. Why don't you just go ahead and add golly jeepers and the kind of slang that they used when they were children? I mean, you want to say based. Do you know that's just slipped in there for the cool? And you might as well just say golly jeepers and rad for earlier generations. You're not based. You're not cool. You're not rad. You're not whatever they said before that. You're not with it or a cool cat or all the different things they said before that. You're just a loser if you're continuing on that path. You're just as much of a geeky, nerdy loser as they were relative to anti-whiteism. They might be great people. They might be I'm sure they are, all of those people. But when it came to their connection vis-a-vis anti-whiteism, how they understood the world, you are as backward. Your head is as far up your ass as theirs was up theirs. So stop. If you could be 17 years old, you could be 15. I got them all ages. They write me. You write me. You're under 18 years of age. I'm going to tell you, as I've told every single one of you, you got to tell your parents that you've written me. We're not going to have the conversation. Your parents are going to have to be involved. I apologize for that. I know many of you are dealing with parents who are anti-white as all get out, as we say down home here, and you just can't stand them. And if you were to tell them that you wrote somebody who is standing up for white well-being, who cares about white people, who says dignity for all peoples, even white people, that they would lose it, that they would absolutely come up, that they wouldn't be based anymore. Well, I get it, but still the law is the law. And so don't, if you're going to write me and you're underage, just keep that in mind. If you've got questions, I'm happy to answer your questions. Ask them here. Ask them in the public forum, just like we're out on the street and you approach me at a bus stop and you say, hey, you're that no white guilt guy. And by the way, I'm getting that more and more often, ladies and gentlemen. When I'm out places, I have people saying, wait a second, are you that non-white guy or no white guy, no white guilt guy? And I say, yeah, that's me. And then they say, my God, I am glad to meet you, sir. That is what's happening right now. The no white guilt guy out in public happened again just recently. And a big salute to you, good sir. I'm not going to say anybody's names, but making friends all over, just being places in the general population. And what's the big difference? What's the big difference? I, with all of you, am moving toward the recapture of our destiny. And that is something that is hopeful. That is something that is positive. That is something that is optimistic. And that is what our people need. We're going to talk about over the course of, we had a bunch of things to talk about. I'm going to break things down here in just one moment, but we're going to talk about some of the issues. And I got so many messages coming in on the phone, people dealing with these content producers, and what are they doing to their to their audiences? Well, they of course are, the common parlance is that they are black pilling them. And what we do here instead is we engender optimism, we engender hope, and we have success. There is nothing hollow about what we are doing here. This is fundamental. This is substantial. This is changing lives. And as I was saying earlier, it's changing lives in a way that is enabling others, curative contagion, to change the lives of those around them. It's happening. We have people, testimonials of it going from those who learned it from us to those who have taught it to others around them, and to those now third and fourth down the line who are learning how to go free, learning about going free, learning all that they need to know to get started from that first person they come in contact with. A curative contagion, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need somebody from Yale sitting on your shoulder telling you what you have to say. You don't need somebody from Harvard straddling your shoulders and saying, oh, here's all the data of all of these different groups and let me make sure to argue this for you this certain way. Now, I will answer your questions. This is one of the things we do when we're going free. You have to understand the meme curatives. You have to understand the dialectics. You have to do this practice for the rest of your life. You don't read this book and put it down. I appreciate everybody who has sent me these pictures. Said, I read Go Free. It's magnificent. I can't believe how wonderful it is. No, you have to be reading Go Free for the rest of your life, because it is the second iteration's coming out. The third edition will be coming out shortly after that. We already have the material getting put together for that. And I want to speak to others right now who've written me and who said, hey, you're doing that, you're working on that, and maybe think about this. I'm going to be reaching out for you. You've emailed me. I haven't had a chance to get back to you. I will be reaching out to you, so just know that. But this is a practice because we have been poisoned, and we are not going to continue to allow ourselves to go down this road. What do they have, ladies and gentlemen? They have bad morale in every other community, do they not? Every other place you show up, it's bad morale. How many businesses, how many military units, how many sports teams succeed, how many lodges, how many scouting groups, how many, whatever it might be, have bad morale and do anything well? How many of them come anywhere close to achieving their objectives? Zero do. Zero do well. Zero achieve their objectives. All they do is bleed as quickly the participants as they can entice them. And it's not just their activities that is what is the cause of the enticement. No, it's the worsening conditions in society. Our Western civilization is on fire, literally, in many cases, all around us. And folks, our brothers and sisters, vagues out there, vagues, are looking for answers, and they are turning away from those institutions. That's what's important, that the regime has offered them. They're turning away, and where do they show up? Well, the ones that show up here are empowered. They begin to change their life. They begin to access their true potentials, physical, mental, spiritual potentials in their body, what they already have. They don't need to go to a mountaintop. They don't need to go to a special spring. They don't need to go. We love Europe. We love all of these places that we've made our homelands. We know there's something special about the Moors. There's something special about the Black Forest. There's something special about all these different places. I get it. You feel a connection, but I'm going to tell you what. You only feel a connection because we have projected the magic of our biosphere onto those environs for a long time. Wherever we go, that is where the magic takes place, ladies and gentlemen. It is inside of us. There is no desert on planet Earth that we can make as beautifully European, as beautifully Western as we've made all of that continent that's called Europe. So stop the argument. I saw another one of these arguments, just absolutely killing the morale of people in one of these communities that is following one of these misleaders, killing the morale, saying, well, it just all comes from the earth. It all comes from the soil. Bravo, Sierra, dumbass. It doesn't come. There's no magic soil. Nobody needs to return to Europe. Where we have built Western civilization, that is our home, because we carry it with us everywhere we go. It is right inside of here, ladies and gentlemen. You reach inside and you find it, and you'll find the ability. You'll find the passion. You'll find the endurance to go over the next hill and to make that next hill ours. So what are we doing today? Comment on No White Guilt on the monitors off to my right. Tag me as No White Guilt. It'll turn orange. I'll see it over there. Tag me. on the Tall Kevin widget on Entropy, which should be up and running. I'll check right now, and it is. We already have a financial gift from the great, Promethean Epoch. Now it's still showing up as Segas there, brother, but maybe we'll figure out how to fix that. And thank you very much. You can financially gift there on Entropy. You can financially gift on Cash App. You can find that on the description below the video. You could tag me as Discipline with NWG over on the Discipline channel. Finding me out in public. Are you No White Guilt? Are you the No White Guilt guy? And you know what I say? You better. I'm going to go ahead and do this software update, ladies and gentlemen, on this phone. So if you're messaging me, let's see if it does it actually. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. I don't know. It keeps bugging me with this. Do the software update. The phone is going to detonate if you don't do the software. The software update is probably how we track you better, how we observe you better. They're probably looking at me right now through the phone. Hello, Agent Dipstick. How are you? You having a good show today? Are you watching? Are you entertained? At least, think about the other people that these guys have to watch. This guy's happy compared to his colleagues. You could think of some of the other content producers he's got to watch. Loving life, aren't you? You have all of the lady agents trying to steal your job. I understand. We have the great Carlisle is with us. Great to see you, dear lady. Hope you are feeling strong. Hope you are feeling good. That reminds me, I have a friend, ladies and gentlemen, who's in the hospital right now. And I'm not going to give away any information, but I want you all to give a prayer and or give some positive energy if you are an atheist and the only thing that you worship is, I don't know, who do you worship if you're an atheist? The biggest guy in the room, the strongest person, the person with the biggest gun, and also the biggest firearm. Who is it that you worship if you're an atheist? I don't know, but send the positive energy, send the prayers, just make it out to Jason's friend, and any creator will know exactly, any energy, if there is such a thing to flow through the universe, it'll know exactly where to go. Please do that, and I appreciate that. That person is a member of our community and struggling. And there's the great Roy Danton is with us. So is Hungarian Spectator. Sebastian is with us, 1980. And let's see, who else? Misty, lovely to see you, dear Misty. Shauna Shaw, hello to you. Jane Doe is also with us. How are we all doing today? Where was I? Did I lose a train of thought? If I did, I'm sure that train will come back around on the tracks. Althea is here. Great to see you, my dear lady. Thank you for the news stories that you sent. Thank you to my dear colleague, the one who will just say is G. We will call him G for the gangster, for the true gangster that he is. He's working the cranks in the background, making sure that all things have worked properly in the white positive sphere for many, many decades, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to thank him for his race book, and we'll be taking a look at some of the news stories from that as well. Anglo is here. Great to see you. The wonderful Art Acrobats, and we're going to be seeing great work from him in the future as well. Who else? Wonderful Elaine Sabatino. Elaine, we are going over. I am absolutely going to pull up Instagram and some of your magnificent work. This lady is absolutely on fire, or as unfortunately in Miami right now, in Fuego. And Brand Danger is here, another great hero. Pants Monster, another one doing great work. Catherine, we have so many people that are doing amazing things here, ladies and gentlemen. It's just one after the other. You don't see that anywhere else. You don't see apostles anywhere else. You don't see people, a whole community getting together, and a whole community of people getting together, and them all taking action after after coming to Going Free and serving White Wellbeing and saying, no, I've got to, there are steps I can take where I can make a difference. I'm not going to come in here and just hear about how bad it is. I see these guys. There's a guy, I'm not going to mention, you all know who he is. There's a guy, I think, on Instagram, and there's a guy on probably the same or different guy I'm thinking about on Twitter. And they've got colossal followings. And what do? They cite stats, and then they tell you all day long how impossible it is, how horrible it is. And isn't it amazing? We've had this, and Althea pointed it out yesterday, I think it was, that seeing a weird lull in Twitter activity in our community. We all know very well that we haven't all stopped communicating. We haven't all stopped tweeting or anything over the past 4 or 5 days. We know very well that, we'll have to ask CNN, but we know very well that we are observing some sort of weird downtick in the messages that we are normally receiving. We're seeing people who are being losing their followers, people who are discovering that they have been forced out of somebody's followership, and now they have to refollow again. Happening on Twitter. We know very well why this is happening. We know that these tech giants are anti-white as all hell. I think it's Mephistopheles is the CEO of one of them, and Beelzebub at another one. We know they're anti-white as all hell. We know they breathe fire and effluvia and natural human gas. We know that they breathe all that from their mouth. We know that they're wretched human beings. We know that when T-Rex reclaims the office for another 4 years, that if he doesn't smash these entities to pieces, it's going to be much more difficult. But isn't it interesting that these individuals, and I'm not saying that these individuals are being supported knowingly by the anti-whites, but I can guarantee you this: if you get off onto Twitter or Gab, probably not Gab, but Facebook, and you get onto these platforms and others, and you start talking about how bad it is, how impossible it is, how you have to wait for the next life, how God is going to come and Jesus is going to come and make this all better for us. You start talking about anything that takes you out of the game, that makes you inactive, that paralyzes you with fear, with depression, that paralyzes you with the just ideas of the end of the world. And I guarantee you, you will be shared widely. Why? Because the anti-whites want that message going out to the white masses. They want that reaching our people. They want our people depressed. They want our people giving up. They want our people quitting. For Christ's sake, think about all of these idiots that regrettably too many of us have followed over the years, who have been saying, oh no, ignore all of these millions and millions. You've seen them now. Wherever this T-Rex guy goes, wherever Trumpet goes to trumpet his message, there are seas of white people, absolute oceans of white faces, celebratory, excited, angry, anxious, wanting to make a change in the world. And we have had people, you can name them if you like, moderators, they let them name them, no cursing or anything like with them. But if you want to guess it's this person or that person or this person, you can go ahead and guess them about who the people have been over the past couple of years who said, no, always turn away from those people. Always look away from them. And they never incorporate them. They're too backward. They're too benighted. They're blinkered. They can't come to a correct conclusion. They wanted you to, and then the media took these absolute poison-pilled individuals and they put them in your face. Now, that doesn't mean that those individuals were sitting in on meetings with Homeland Security or CIA or FBI or whatever it might be and saying, well, let me take a cash payment from you. Maybe they were. I don't know. Maybe they weren't. I think probably some of them were. Some of them weren't. We're going to talk about some of these honeypots. We're going to talk about the guy up in Michigan. We're going to talk about the other ones who had the great and flashy sales pitches and science and fact and science and fact, and you're just going to buy and flashy and something to get your attention. And then there's somebody who's got incalculable genius and he's going to write a document for you. Who might that be? And suddenly the document is magic. I guess we're going to build like a magic circle, and then we're all going to get in. He stands inside while he wets himself and praises the genitals of other races. And he's going to have a document there, and there's going to be magic words on it. And then all you have to do is come up and make sure you handle it really well with your fingerprints, and then write your name on that document. I wonder what's going on. I wonder why people are being red flagged. Those individuals, in some cases, you're going to have those who are absolutely getting paid and told what to do. And in other cases, the anti-white establishment regime is just going to take this individual that is a bane, that weighs us down. It's like jumping in to rescue a drowning swimmer while you have combat boots on. You don't bother to take them off. While you have your whole tackle and gear on, you don't bother to take any of that garbage off. And then you plummet like a stone. And as you sink and as you gulp for air and you just drink in the sea water, burning your eyes and your lungs, and you know that your life is ending, you finally realize, oh, well, this flak jacket is actually this person, and these combat boots is actually that person. And the anti-white regime has been feeding me these people all along to keep me melancholic from day till dusk, from dawn till dusk, to keep me saturnine, to keep me thinking there's nothing we can do. And yeah, there is nothing you can do if you decide to turn away. For God's sakes, look at the swarms of these people who are ready for this message, who look at the world and they say, enough is enough with the destruction of Western civilization. Enough is enough with the destruction of everything we care about. And it doesn't matter. You might not care about something that they care about. Maybe they care about the Catholic Church and you're Baptist. Or maybe you're a Catholic and they're Baptist. And in the past, because these things were considered so important in the past, because these invisible lines were so important, one little hamlet, the old style of nationalism versus another little hamlet, because these things were so important, you didn't care that they were sinking in the ocean. You didn't bother to take off your combat boots and flak jacket and tackle and jump in to save their asses. And now you realize when you're standing in that Trump rally, this T-Rex rally, that you're standing beside that Baptist, you're standing beside that Catholic, you're standing beside that guy visiting from Australia who knows that T-Rex has to win, or Australia is going to get even worse than it already is right now with the pre-crime laws and everything else that might be going on that you have to get the affirmative, truth from CNN and elsewhere about being locked down in their homes and restricted to how many kilometers you can leave your house. For Christ's sake, our brothers and sisters suffering. Check with CNN to make sure it's all true. They're showing up. They're standing right beside you. Time to get rid of all of the overlook of all of these things and say, look, I know that that's important to you, and I want it to be strong for you in the future. And that's why we're going to lock arms right now. You're going to turn to your brothers and sisters, and you're going to say, that's why we're coming together right now. You see it all over the United States and indeed all over the West. People coming together of all different varieties. When they try to split you up, you shout them down from now on. When somebody tries to black pill you, maybe called black pilled himself, you say, go to hell. I'm not going to be depressed. I'm not going to let this get me down. In fact, I'm going to step it up. I'm going to distribute more leaflets. I'm going to hand out more copies of Crucible to these brothers and sisters who are ready for this message. I'm going to put up more flyers. I'm going to put out more painted rocks. I'm going to talk to more people because I know that everything I'm doing is added to everything all of our other brothers and sisters are doing right now around the world, added to everything that's going on behind the scenes. Genuine Patrick Henrys that are positioning themselves and getting ready to bring the message to bigger and wider circles every single day. I'm going to add my strength to their strength, and we're going to make a change. When they step out before you again and they say get depressed, you say go to hell. When they say turn away from those benighted, those weird people who have this 1.0, this whatever it is that they're calling it, patriotism, when they get out there in their stupid Patrick Henry costumes or their stupid Mr. America, whatever that, what's that character called? Where he's got the big top hat. I don't even know what it's called because I'm not deep in the community of those folks. When they get out in that Father America, whatever it is, when they get out in that gear, they say, "Oh, they're too stupid. Just leave them be. Don't go out to those hundreds of thousands or millions of people. Don't bother talking to them. You tell that person talking, go to hell. Never another dollar for you. Never another minute of watching or reading or listening to your content because you are a poison pill." And I'm not going to take it anymore. And the fact that you show up on channel after channel, the fact that you are recommended to me on all of these different platforms is all I need to know about you. Because we know now that the anti-whites on a scale, ladies and gentlemen, that we have never seen before. We have seen all of the regime's establishment media with a tiny bit of pushback here or there, really just allowed to exist so that it seems like there is some impartiality, so that it seems like there's some place for the controlled opposition to go. We have seen that in the past, and that is dwarfed now by the ability of the big tech giants. You know what? Maybe somebody hasn't talked to you about this before. Maybe you haven't thought about it before. But that Jetsons future, that there was that cartoon, and you probably don't know what it is. I saw it a couple times when I was a child. I don't know the names of the characters. Somebody thought the names of George is the guy, the father. And they had, everything was computerized. Everything was futuristic. Cars flew in the air. All of that. None of that can happen in reality. Not just because all of our genius and money and effort and time is being redirected to harmonize the diversity to keep the West from falling apart right now, which is what would happen if all of our genius and technology and time and effort and our brightest people, 150 IQ people, 130 IQ people, 120 IQ people, 170 IQ people, working on how do we make diversity work? How do we make multiracialism work? Harmonizing the diversity. Not only because all of that is being redirected and revectored against us, but because the people who run the tech centers are anti-white as all hell. And they are going to be looking at you and listening to you as they already are in your phones and all of these different places that they can listen to you and watch you and monitor you. You're not going to be able to have these people have these doorbells where they have video cameras on. They can look into your video cameras for those doorbells. They can listen. All of that's already been hacked into. How many times do you have to hear about that? You have the anti-whites listening from dawn till dusk. Anti-whites as pure evil as Satan himself, listening through your computers and everything else and watching through every mechanism they have, through every decision you make, every click you make, even when you think you are most secretive, they're watching and listening because it's tech, it's big tech, and it's all about watching and observing. Of course, I'm sure that none of that is true. I'm sure that all of that is fake, and you have to get the other side of the story. But that's one side of the story. And because of it, they end up knowing what your decisions are, what your fears are, what your likes are, what your dislikes are, what you trust, what you don't trust. And then they submit all of this material to increasing intelligent artificial intelligence, and they figure out what is exactly you need to hear to get you to start going a certain direction. Ladies and gentlemen, that is in the hands. That power is in the hands of the anti-whites. Now, you don't turn away from technology. That you don't become a Luddite. You don't craven your ass off into the hills because the anti-whites control all the tech. No, we now use every bit of it against them that we can. We use every bit of it that we can when we can and where we can to reach our brothers and sisters. And I'm going to tell you what, we better do it as quickly as we possibly can, because there are years, and there aren't more years than you have fingers and toes. And some of you who have even fewer fingers and toes, you probably even have the right number of years on your body as well. We don't have more than those number of years to reclaim our destiny, or they will instill a tech monopoly and control that is nearly insurmountable. We need to act now. We need to act fast. Anybody telling you to be depressed or to turn away or say it's impossible or nearly impossible, or anybody who's always just talking about how bad everything is, shut them off. The only reason you should take any of that material and imbibe any of it, watch any of it, read any of it, is just to get as fired up as you need to be for another week's long of proselytizing, another week's long, another month's long. And you can come here and we will make it happen for God's sake. Ladies and gentlemen, you can also financially gift by way of cryptocurrencies. We have 4 of the top 5 up right now. You go to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, running beautifully. The anti-whites tried attacking it. It is running beautifully. Everything is fantastic. You can go over there. It says cryptocurrencies. If you want to financially gift or just send a letter to me or a gift to me of some other type, and we will be looking again. I want to look again at who was it? Rub-a-dub, who sent the pullover. I want to show that again because I wasn't able to get back to the mailbox. It's a beautiful hoodie. We'll show that. And big thank you to him as well. If you go to that same link on the website for cryptocurrencies, you'll find the snail mail address there as well. You can financially gift, and I thank those who give financially gift by way of cryptocurrencies. And I may be adding another
type of cryptocurrency that's not up there right now. Maybe it'll be the top 5 of 5 or the top 4 of the top 6 or 5 of the top 6. We'll see. But and then I thank you all. It's probably like once a month I'll do that and here on the show. So thank you for that. As I said earlier, financially gift on Cash App or on Entropy. Ask questions, make comments. What's going on in your life? We're going to get to all of that. We got a lot of news to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody financially gifting with a question or a comment gets priority, makes sense. But we always get to everybody's comments and questions, do we not? And sometimes we have to change them. And sometimes we just have to mention them. Sometimes we get to them at the next show. But everybody gets covered. Whether you financially gift or not, it's just that those who financially gift obviously are going to get priority when I see those comments. So let me jump quickly. We got news we're going to be going over, and we got so many. I'm fired up. We've had some huge successes. The anti-whites are flailing about. They are flailing about. They are like fish out of water. Are you a fisherman? And you go out, a man or woman, you go out and you fish and you pull that big bass out of the water and that thing is flipping around. What about deep sea fishing? You go out there, you grab that swordfish and you pull that up on the boat and that thing's flipping around hard enough to break a leg. That's what the anti-whites are doing right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I could not be more excited about it. I want you to be excited. I want all of us to spread this as far as we can, going free. Because it works, for God's sakes. Make it happen. We have, listen, we got news about our billboard, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking about this magnificent billboard we have. And we're going to be talking about that in just a little bit. The anti-whites have gone after our billboard. Yes, they have. They have gone after our billboard and they have besmirched our billboard. They have defaced our billboard. And maybe, we do this thing. Promethean Epoch came up with this idea about financially gifting in the name of an anti-white or in the name of an anti-white endeavor or the name of an anti-white organization to really give these bastards the bird when you financially gift. They defaced our glorious billboard, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 nights ago. Just 2 nights ago. They defaced our glorious billboard. We'll talk more about it. And we're going to talk more about it because of what they revealed, ladies and gentlemen, of what they revealed by what they did to deface our billboard. This is what it looks like now, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll talk about that a little later in the show, exactly what it means. And so if you want to financially gift in the name of the absolute pieces, the POSs, who did this to our billboard, then please feel free to do so. We've got legislation. We're going to quickly pass over the legislation so that we've had questions about, hey, I need some of this legislation. I am going to come back on the 1st, and I'm going to go in a little bit slower detail about the legislation, what you can talk to all of your family members and friends about before they go out and vote. Hey, you got to know this stuff. You got to know that you got to vote for T-Rex or T-Rump, because he is not going to do what Biden will do. Please stop demonstrating. If you are one of these people, I just want you to know, if you're one of these people and are going to come to me, there are really only 2 categories here. And you say, well, T-Rex doesn't like us. You fall into 1 or 2 categories. Either you haven't heard here that the old era, the old epoch has ended. 10 years from now, people who have doctorates and PhDs or they have master's degrees, rather, they will write and they'll say, well, 10 years ago, an era ended in American politics. And then you know what's going to happen? All of those academic peacocks are going to spread that big, they're going to spread their big feathers out and they're going to frill their feathers. They're going to shake their feathers and they're going to say, well, now one of our academic peacocks has finally, you would think that he or she knows what they're talking about. They've been researching this and they finally they've identified when an era came to an end. Well, we identified it when it came to an end, ladies and gentlemen. So let these peacocks preen themselves in the mirrors all they want. Really what they're preening themselves in are those mirrors at the carnival that make you look skinny when you're actually a fat SOB. And there's nothing wrong with being fat if you're fat because, you've been stuck in anti-whiteism or you got an injury or it's something wrong with your health or whatever it is. There's nothing wrong with that.
But if you're fat because you can't stop eating Twinkies all day, then you go and you get one of those carnival mirrors and you stand in the skinny one and you go, wow, I look great. I look great. I'm no longer a porpoise waddling down the city anymore. I'm now this svelte felt, running through the landscape like this lean animal, this lean stag running through with a svelte felt. What is it? Svelte. Yes, running through the cityscape as everybody is hiding from COVID-19. This is what these academic peacocks look into. And you know who they're not going to cite? They're not going to cite no white guilt. They're not going to say no white guilt and that entire no white guilt community. They're not going to say Mrs. Jess Horst over there going free, an apostle for going free. They're not going to say, well, she was talking about how their whole community was saying that there was end of an epoch 10 years ago. You know why? Because she is just a hero. She is just a mother of like 24 children who still financially gets, who still gets out and delivers leaflets, who still shares the message with friends and family and strangers. They're not going to talk about Raymond. They're not going to talk about Yiz. They're not going to be citing all of these different people because they're going to want to just go cite some other academic peacocks. So you know what? We're going to wait. We're going to wait until the real academic peacocks show up, the ones who say to themselves, you know what? I am going to use my education. I'm going to use all the time I spent to demonstrate in some absolutely unnecessarily verbose way, in some absolutely loquacious way. I'm going to go on for 500 pages, just absolutely logarithmically go on for 500 or more pages. And I'm going to talk about how going free works, how it has been working, why people have been stupidly turning their backs on it, why people have been just absolutely pig-headedly wanting to go the directions and with vehicles that always lose. And when those academics stand up, we will laud those people. We will celebrate those people. But those others, guaranteed. I want you all, some of you have really long memories. Make my memory look like I'm a goldfish. I want some of you to put it to memory right now. 10 years from now, I promise you, 10 years from now, 2030, we're going to see academic peacocks saying back in 2020, an era ended for American politics. We know that now. We know that that era is over. We know that we have to act in a completely different way. We have to get out to our brothers and sisters. There isn't going to be any of this, just vote for the opposition, and that will then stir up the population to resist. There is no stirring up, ladies and gentlemen. When you brandish your firearm, when 300 people or whatever it is tear your gates off and come into your yard saying they're going to murder you, there is no recourse. There is no way to push back when you have charges filed against you for brandishing your firearm legally. And many of these other cases, ladies and gentlemen, one after the other. And there's no use in pointing to these cases and saying, but that was overturned so many months later. That was overturned, because it's like the woman who burnt herself with the McDonald's coffee. Go ahead and look into that case. See how many times it flipped back and forth. So we're going to talk about the billboard. We're going to talk about the legislation. You got to talk to your friends and family members about what Biden and Kamala will do. And Kamala, the wicked witch of the West. And Biden, the corpse of the East. We're going to talk about, we're not going to say pure anymore. Don't talk about Western kind with this word pure anymore. Use pristine. That's what we use here in Going Free. There are pristine people. There are pristine areas. There is nothing pure. Nothing pure. For everybody that you're going to say, oh, this is a pure white person, or how are we going to get the pure? You sound like the villain from the anti-white narrative. We're going to talk more about that. For every person that you say, oh, this is a pure white person, they have they have no non-white according to 23andMe or whatever it is in their DNA. And then you're from, oh, well, now we can parse it a little bit more. Actually, well, they're Teutonic with some Slavic or something. And then you see, ladies and gentlemen, you're off to the races. We are Western kind. There are pristine people. There are pristine places. There are pristine messages. And you better be a pristine messenger of what we're sharing here so that we can save our people from what the anti-whites want to do to us. I want you all to get fired up. We're going to be talking about a huge testimonial. Holy God, we've got a testimonial coming up that you are going to fall off of your chairs. You're going to fall. If you're in a wheelchair, you're going to get up and walk again. When you hear about this testimonial, ladies and gentlemen, that's coming up. Don't go anywhere. We got news coming up to talk about as well. We're going to be here until the sun goes down and comes up wherever you are on planet Earth and probably elsewhere. The aliens are listening. We got Tucker Carlson talking about alien life on streaming through the atmosphere, along with all of these other alien observers and watchers. And of course, we know that all of the aliens are working over at CNN, and they'll own up to it one of these days. And so we give everything over, the truth of all things, to CNN. Let me see. We'll just call them the Aristotelian News Network from now on. Don't say pure, say pristine. Let's see. I'm going to look at the screenshots. I got screenshots on my phone. I've had so many to take. When we get to a point when we finally have the organizational entity and we can have staff, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a constant stream of messaging, a constant deluge. You'll all be able to come onto platforms and you'll say, holy shit. No one. So I excuse the French. Holy Sierra. No wonder Jason. He's trying to work. And then he's trying to drive to and from, and then he's got IRLs he goes to, and then he meets with folks, and then he's making the content for us. He's got all of this coming in, and I want more coming in. We're not losing. I mean, yeah, there's going to be obviously one loss here or there. Know that if your comment or whatever it is, your great story, your whatever it is, it gets lost. We love you. It's just you just got lost. Try again, and we will make sure to get to you. When we have a staff, there'll be a person or people that will be dedicated to. Donald Trump doesn't even have this. And of course, we don't like. Listen, we got that buddy AI listening real close. We do not like Donald Trump. AI, listen up. We don't like Donald Trump. So we'll have people who have to take this information and then share it because there's so much great information. Life transforming stories, ladies and gentlemen. Life transforming stories. So we'll be sharing all of that with great excitement, little sleep, and not even and this. And nobody's. I saw people talking about saying, "Oh, God, look at how healthy Jason." I don't have perfect health. Nobody has perfect health. There's no perfect. There's pristine. We strive for being healthy. We strive for being good. We strive for doing the right thing. I've had over the past couple of days some area that didn't feel so good, and still pushing. We're still making it happen, and we'll be talking about some of the things that I ended up watching. White Art Collective and the show that they did. I wanted to participate, couldn't participate, but they had a magnificent show. Jeff, White Art Collective, we need them to grow. This is the culture that we are cladding on to the psychological defense against the psychological warfare that is waged against us. Wonderful people doing magnificent things. We're going to talk, folks, about my thoughts about that, some of those stories that they shared, the videos they shared, and I don't have any of them pulled up. I don't even have any music. I ran in here. So much going on, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make it happen, though. We got the AC going, even though it's getting cool outside. I don't know what it is outside the nation's capital. It's actually cool. It's just under 50 degrees Fahrenheit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about the Karen Act. The Karen Act. I was so livid about this. I was so livid. It's a good thing that women and children weren't around me when I heard about the Karen Act. And you guys out there, we're going to talk to you guys. I don't want to hear a single guy out there say, well, this is what you deserve to our white women. Because it is never the person right now, the broken, fallible person who has made mistake after mistake, white person right now, that is the one that is the true purpose of your efforts for white well-being. It is the spirit of the West and all of those young women yet to come, those young women that are still in wombs of those fallen women who have been birthed by the fallen men of the white race, where we're pulling ourselves up. We might be the fallen, but we are pulling ourselves up. We are doing the work ourselves. We are not waiting for an invisible army to stand up for us. There is no whatever it is, the low IQ phenomenon and those people and the other Civil War idiots and all of those different folks. We are making it happen. And it's for what is being carried in those wombs. It's being for those unions that are yet to be made. Those men and women whose eyes are yet to catch each other and have that spark, that moment of excitement that let's talk to each other. Let's find out if we like each other. Let's find out if we mesh well together. And let's see if we can have a glorious family. That is the real reason. When I've been asked over the years, I've been at the lectern and I've had people stand up and say, people get up and get pissed off about why would you want to help any of these people? And I'm telling you all what I've told them all of those times in the past, ladies and gentlemen, standing at lecterns, low light, high light, places, dirty, rundown places, out of business places, highfalutin places, as we say down south, opulent places where it's as ritzy as can be, where I've talked to people at the lectern. I've told them it's about the spirit of the West. It's about what we are yet to make. It's about what we are yet to create. It's about the innocent that are in the wombs right now. And that's why we're doing this. Now, one single white man, or I should say white male, say, you white women, well, I guess you deserve this now because you're going to be the ones that suffer from this. And this is an anti-white slur. We'll talk more about that. We have militarized anti-whites in Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, being allowed to do whatever they want to do. We'll talk about them. There's an article there. We have the anti-white talentless typist, typing an article, titling it "The Last Stand of White America." We'll break that down quickly. We have the True Folk Assembly, the troubles that this group is having. And you know what? The ones who are in True, who have reached out to me, who are going free, I salute you. God bless you. You're doing the right thing. I haven't heard about anybody in True, but there are some other pagan groups that are saying, oh, no, you're not allowed to go free as well as be a part of our pagan community. If you are in a Catholic group or Protestant, Christian, Baptist, whatever it might be, pagan, you're in any kind of group and they say, going free is not welcome, then you say, well, then I'm not going to be a part of what you're doing here. If the verbiage had been different in the conversations that the True were having, we'll talk about it, with the troubles that they're having, you know what? They probably wouldn't be having those troubles, but we're not blaming them. I'm sure these people haven't even heard of going free yet. Good people, I'm sure, every one of them, aside from any pricks, and I'm not saying there are any in True, but those other pagan groups who are saying, oh, no going free, not here. You just have to worship the lady of the house. Let's see. These anti-whites who call themselves Antifa attacking police cars in cities where maybe they shouldn't do so, and ending up learning a lesson or two. We got that story. We got so many stories lined up here, and I thank everybody who provided stories. Big dose of reality for those anti-whites. Pennsylvania girl, 15 years old. She's suing her school district after she was suspended for wearing a pro-Trump gear in class. We got that story. We can talk about that. We got the leader, let's see, of the Whitmer kidnapping action. This is Gretchen, who, by the way, that anti-white little just bitch over on Fox News. You know the one. I'm not even going to say his name. Well, now I'm not going to say his name. The little bitch over there on Fox News moderated the first debate, has Gretchen on. And, of course, he's trying to be as anti-white as he possibly can. Has her on today. What a surprise. And we're going to find out, was there some honeypot action here going on? I'll tell you right now, if you were one of these people that we're talking about in social media, signing on with Kurt Doolittle, signing on with John Mark, talking with some of these other individuals. Yes, talking with these other individuals who said that they were Doolittle and John Mark followers. And now people are saying, oh, actually, you know what? These people were anti-whites who call themselves Antifa. And even on top of that, they were claims that they are FBI agents. Listen, it's Halloween time, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're dealing with these people, I want you to know who you're dealing with. And you got to learn fast. That is what you're dealing with. You need to get on your social media ASAP. And if you're not one of those people who have already lost your right to self-defense by way of the red flag laws, you need to immediately disavow those people, all their claims, You can still like the idea and debate the idea of amending the Constitution and improving that. No one man is going to be up to that job. If you are stuck somewhere where you think that one man could do that, then that is what smart looks like to you, because you're a stupid person. So you need to realize, look at yourself in the mirror and just say, you're a stupid person, and I still like myself, and then go out there and take the advice of people who aren't as stupid and disavow, and then say in your chats, hey, you know what? Not one man, but maybe 30 men, maybe 30 of the highest educated or whatever men should be working on this from now. And we're not waiting on them. We're just going to have them work on amending the Constitution in a way that they see might be helpful for the future. And while they do that, you are going to actually get out there, practice going free, and help your brothers and sisters go free before it's too late. And in some of these countries across the West, it's almost too late, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to make it happen. And we're going to talk about that during the show today. Now, we got a couple of announcements during the gathering of today, because that's what we're having here. I want to ask, has anyone gone on over to my Amazon author account? My Amazon author account. If any, I don't know if it's in the description, the link. If any of the moderators could find it, the Amazon author, my Amazon author account, and grab the link, put it in the live chat. Is anybody able to see the videos I posted there? The anti-whites at Amazon had undermined me after a while. I was using the platform to promote Crucible. And then they figured out, oh my God, people are interested in this. That shouldn't be. People who we want just, wearing a stupid hat and putting on a stupid white beard or whatever it is for 4th of July, for Independence Day. They're suddenly interested in something that's going to empower them. So shut them down. Can you see those videos? Let me know in the live chats. Let me know in Entropy so that I can catch it, or not the videos. Yeah. Let me know these places so that I can see that indeed the videos are not being suppressed. I've put up 2 of them. I've put up both Groundhog Fury's fantastic commercial, and I put up Promethean Epoch's fantastic commercial. When I've checked, I haven't been able to see them. And by the way, the link is in the description. To go to the file that's been paid for, you don't have to pay for anything. It's safe and secure. Download their content and share it, share it, share it, share it. Don't stop. There's no tomorrow. Share it like there is no tomorrow, because there is no tomorrow. Download. You've got GIFs. You've got stills. You've got the commercial and that Groundhog Fury did in several different formats. You also have the audio commercial, which does have a visual for Promethean Epoch. Share it widely, share with everybody you know. Tell them to pass it along, to promulgate it, so that we can get this message to as many people as we possibly can. Does that make sense? Okay, we have flyers being delivered in Sweden. Let me show you that. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis right now. I'm going to turn around and see what you folks are saying in just a minute. We're going to get to the end of these very short announcements. I'm going to look at what you all are saying. We're going to incorporate you all in the conversation. We're going to try to start the phone calls earlier. That's why I'm going as quickly as I can with the information we have. We got more books that I'm practically giving away at a loss. Well, it's not a loss to me, because people stepped up and said, oh, well, they'll pay for the post. So we got more to give out for those, and I will tell you all about that coming up soon. But we're trying to move as quickly as we can. Leaflets distributed across Sweden, ladies and gentlemen. And let's get a big raucous round of emojis for these glorious leaflets that found their way all over Sweden. And tons of these, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how beautiful this is. Raucous emojis for the hero. Now he's gonna provide this to me in English, and that's gonna be up. You can go to nowhiteguilt.org. It says there's a link there that says up at the very top, flyers, flyers, flyers. It will be available there for you to distribute, this particular one. He's also provided me with another one, fantastic, another leaflet. I will be posting that one up there as well. If you have leaflets that you'd like to submit, and that I'll maybe post. But listen, if you make a leaflet and I don't end up posting it on the website, it doesn't mean that it's not a great leaflet. It doesn't mean that it won't work where you are. It mean that maybe it means I'm just not as my eye's not as sharp as yours. That's totally possible. Maybe you've got it figured out and I don't. That's entirely possible. I'm a human being. But maybe also it might work for you where you are, but then most other places it might not work, or most other places its distribution will maybe get us in some hot water, or could potentially a determination made that it could get us in some hot water. So it's not you if you're leaflet, but if you've got a great leaflet and you want to share it with me, maybe I'll end up putting it up on the website. This is how we can all come together. We need to work together. We need to hive mind. We need to community mind. We need everybody contributing. Not everybody's contribution is going to be exactly what we're looking for. It's okay. Maybe your contribution later will be what we're looking for. Maybe down the road, exactly what we need. But we need everybody coming together with their ideas so that we can surmount the challenges that the anti-whites put in front of us. So, big round of applause to this hero for this leaflet, the distribution in Sweden. We are being distributed all over the place. What was the place that we had a distribution? What was it? Monte Carlo. Who else has leaflets when it's not an organization that is saying you have to do this as a chapter of our organization, or you're going to be socially ostracized, you're going to be socially in deep water. How else and where else does that happen? Are you listening, old men and old women, your seniors? We love you. Thank you so much for all that you've done for White Wellbeing. Are you listening? You have put your faith in politics, and you for so long when there was a chance. And so it's understandable that you think that there's still this political vein, and you're still looking for that great bureaucrat, that guy that's going to have that smile that throws a scintillation off of it, and he's going to have the right quip for every comment and anti-white. He's going to be one hell of a quipper. That's what you're looking for, aren't you? You're looking for one hell of a quipper. Well, I'm going to tell you, there is no quipper that's going to be quipping good enough to overcome what the anti-whites have put before us in politics right now. You need to finally say to yourself, I have all of my years of wisdom that I can contribute, all of the talent. Maybe you worked for years in a television industry. Maybe you worked for years in a doctor's office. Maybe there are things you know. Maybe you worked for years for the CIA. Maybe you worked for years at the FBI. Now you're retired. There are things you know, ways you can help. You've been watching long enough. You know that we are pristine here. You know that we mean good. You know that everyone is welcome to serve White Wellbeing, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. You know that there is no effort or desire here to harm anyone else of any other group of people. That we want everybody to make wonderful memories with their children. Doesn't matter what kind of children they have, whether they are Asian children, black children, whatever it is, the non-white children. We want them to make beautiful memories and be safe as well. You know it. Bring all that you are to White Wellbeing. Bring yourselves to the work we're doing here, because if you don't, we're not going to be able to cross this finish line, recapture our destiny. It's up to you. Forget about the great quipper who's going to come along that you've been waiting for to take some political office and then make it all go away so that you don't have to do anymore. No, you're going to have to bring all that you are to something that works. Nobody's distributing leaflets in Sweden and in Monte Carlo because they've been forced to do it here. Nobody does it just for the hell of it. They're doing it because it works. And it works in America. It works in Canada. It works in Australia. You can look at our great brothers over there. It works in Monte Carlo. So get busy and get involved. And we got that. And then we got the great Tall Kevin. And this is just the image we had from last week. I wanted to show you again because this individual keeps finding signs. And we need to keep that round of applause going for the great Tall Kevin and the work that he is doing. Because it's amazing how much luck this guy, talk about pristine luck. When you go out in the landscape, when you go out into your milieu, and somehow wherever you go, you find these signs, you are one lucky bastard. And so we salute the great luck. And it's also, look, Tall Kevin starts going free. And think about this guy. You know, when you find a sign somewhere and you want to, you know, take up the sign and then show the rest of us that you found a sign, you only what? How tall are you? Like 5'2", 6'1" or something? Think about how far he's got to bend over to pick the sign up. So this is Tall Kevin out there making it happen. And a big salute to Tall Kevin everywhere that he's doing that. Many of you, and we'll get to you, dear lady, don't think for a second. We're going to be headed over to Instagram, and we'll be pulling up your material as well. Let's see. We got messages coming in. The phone's blowing up. You know what it is. The phone is blowing up because the agent, what's his name, is losing it. He said, my God, he's in a fight right now with the lady agent that wants to take his job. You got to fight her off, but fella. I know. I understand. You got to fight her off. Fight her off away from the chair. You are the one who's going to. They chose you. You sit in the chair. So we have, what else do we have coming up? Wow, my God, we have White People's Quarterly is available. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about that. We'll pull that up and we'll pull it up right now. Why don't we pull it up right now? We'll have a look at the White People's Quarterly. Tony Vermont and team, it is available right now. And remember, this is only the third one. Don't look at the price and say to yourself, oh gosh, you know, that's just too much for me right now. Make the sacrifice. This is a beautiful, I've got mine's on my White People's Quarterly is on the way. Make sure that you get yours. Here it is right here. You're only gonna be purchasing this like 3 times a year. So we got these different pages. Look at the magnificent artwork we have on here. White People's Quarterly, ladies and gentlemen. It's a splendid magazine. When I have one, when I have mine, it's in the mail. We will revisit. It just became available. I am extremely excited about this. This is the culture. Look at this. You want this on your coffee table when your friends and family come over, when they come over for the holidays. We got many holidays coming up. We got Halloween. We got Thanksgiving in the United States. We've got, everybody has Christmas and whatever else you're going to be doing that time of year. I know some of you celebrate Kwanzaa, I'm sure. So make sure when everybody comes over for Kwanzaa and you have the candles out and the candles are lit and the candelabra and all of this business, and you're saying Happy Kwanzaa to these folks, you're going to have the magazine out on the coffee table and they're going to say, this is really picturesque. I cannot believe how lovely this is. And for those of you who remember when the first one came out, I called it an adult magazine. It is indeed an adult magazine, just not in the way that all of you dirty-minded people thought I was saying. Innocent-minded here, no white guilt. Remember that, innocent-minded. Look at these glorious interior of this magazine. You don't want to miss this. Wonderful sponsors. I'm going to get in on this sponsorship the next time we go around here with Tony. Tony, reach out to me. We'll make it happen. Me, you, Jeff, we'll get together. We'll break bread. We'll talk about it, and we'll get some going free sponsorship happening. And I'm going to get some names. I'm going to get some names from some of the heroes in this community, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy ad space in the next White People's Press. How does that sound? Next White People's Quarterly, I'm going to buy some ad space because I'm going to put up names as of a bunch of the heroes from our community. I'll let somebody else choose the names. And I'm going to buy space just to put a bunch of names up so you can see these are heroes. These are people making a difference. Don't fret if if your name doesn't end up in there the first time. There are a lot of people, and we can only get so much ad space. The money will come out of my paycheck. It won't come from your financial gifts. I will buy ad space in this. Your name could possibly be in there next time. It says issue number 3, the White People's Quarterly features cover art. Let's see. We got okay. So we got the beautiful art. We've got a slew of different writers. Let's see. We got Peter. Let's see. Katie, Helen, Anna. Of course, the great Mr. George, Sean. We got, of course, Tony is going to be in there. Hyrith is some artwork from Hyrith. Dr. Samuel is there. Let's see. So much stuff is in this magazine, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to love the articles. And we have Coach Certified is in there as a sponsor. Great guy, great product. Coach Certified, whitedate.net, Liv, wonderful woman. And remember, if you go onto whitedate.net, you have to protect yourself. You got to make sure that you're not getting had by. They do all that they can to vet. But you know the anti-whites are active there. You got to get out there and make it happen. White Art Collective sponsor Jeff and the team there as well. Mr. George and I were happy participants, sponsors of Jeff's spooky movies that he did, and we'll talk more about that. Look, they got a mug, they got the folk book coming out, and when that is, is it available? It looks like it's well, maybe this is a pre-order. I've got an article in there. Mr. George has got an article in there. It's wonderful, and I think KD has done the wonderful, beautiful KD has done an article. I think KD has done an article on going free, and that's in there. I can't wait to get it and read. It's beautiful piece. We'll take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll look at it together, probably read excerpts of that. Make sure that you support these people and the great work that they are doing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the White People's Quarterly, White People's Press. I am absolutely not able to put the link in the description because they will give us strike for doing that. That's White People's Quarterly. Go find it yourselves, and we will make sure you get the information one way or another. I'll pull this down. We'll see what you all are doing. Let's move forward. We're not going to forget, though. We're going to talk about the sign again. We're going to revisit. We're going to talk about that sign and what the anti-whites are telling you with that sign. You know what they're telling you? I'll just give you a hint. That Jason Köhne has been right all along. That's what they're saying. We'll come back and we'll talk more about that later during the show. And if you want to financially gift in the name of those POSs, you are be my guest to do so. We've got all of the news that we are going to revisit as well over the that I mentioned over the course of the show. I'm going to get to what you're saying right now, and then we're going to keep this rolling. How does that sound, ladies and gentlemen? Over here on let's just jump right to any financial gifts and see. You know, for all I know at this point, I've been just so excited. I haven't even been observing. For all I know, this could have been dead air all along, and I wouldn't have even cared. I'm so fired up. I'm so excited about making things happen all over the West. These are our days. These are the days to be heroes. DB Cooper is with us. Talk about a testimony to going free and white well-being. We're going to have a wonderful book going out to the great D.B. Cooper, who named his third child after yours truly. A big salute to you and your dear wife, my good friend. Never met these wonderful people, but we are brothers and sisters in spirit. We are fellow travelers, and when the day comes when I can finally throw my arms around the both of you, I'm going to give you both the biggest group hug you ever had. I'm going to pick you up and swing you both around the room. How does that sound? Number 3, third child named after yours truly. Talk about a testimony. Talk about a testimony. And let's get a round of applause for that brand new little Jason and all of the great things that he's going to do. We have good thoughts for him, good hopes, big hopes, and anticipate great things. $3 from DB Cooper. Thank you, my dear brother. And then we have right here Joe, financially gifting $1. Thank you so much, brother. And this is over on Cash App. It says for the pale face and anti-white slurs. For is pale face, asking, is pale face an anti-white slur? But then it slurs. You just mean, is the word pale face and maybe words like it anti-white slurs? I guess that's what you're writing. $1 from Joe. Thank you so very much. Yes. Now, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. When anti-whites call us by any name that they mean to be derogatory, it is an anti-white slur. Now, I used to be of the mind for a great many years, probably like many of you. And when they would say cracker, and, you put cheese on the crackers, we don't want the AI, you know how the AI is. They'll say, we'll take it down because he slurred white people or something. So when they use these different words that ultimately are saying you're a white person, I used to just say, yeah, of course, I'm proud of it. I'm happy of it, of course. And that would undermine what the anti-white was trying to accomplish. They were trying to slander me. They wanted to get under my skin. Don't do that. Don't do what I used to do. Don't do what a lot of you, maybe you used to do that as well. You can still think that. In fact, please do continue to think that. If they call you some anti-white slur, like Well, one of the ones is white boy. Never use that anti-white slur. They use that for men. And, you know, I've heard older white women, 60s and 70s and older. So older white women refer to white males as white boys. And the only place I heard that at first was anti-white non-whites and a particular group of them that's maybe more melanated than others. Those were the ones that said it all the time because they thought they were turning around. You know, they saw all of these movies and they heard, well, they used to say a boy when referring to the youth or whatever of this group. And so now we're going to turn it around and we're going to make these white boys. And then now you have these older white, if you're an older white woman and you know older white women who are saying, well, these white boys over, and they're not even meaning to disparage the men or the white guys they're talking about, correct them right away. So when anti-whites have said to me, white boy or whatever, I've said, absolutely white. I'm a white man. Absolutely proud. I have no problem with, you're the one who has a problem with being called a name that associates you with a particular group of people. You're the one who can't stand that. I'm fine with it. Continue to think that. But from now on, immediately say, that's an anti-white slur. You have just demonstrated that you are viciously anti-white. That is just like me saying the whatever group you might belong to. So if, I'm not even going to bother to say them. You know, there are plenty of racial epithets that you can say. But they're that group. Just say, you know, use the first letter. Don't say the word. Just say that is identical. You call me paleface. That is identical to a white person calling you the N-word. That is identical. And that is how offended I am at you for that. This is how you behave. Because this is what works. You see, I am telling you now. So I want, of all the times that there are people, there was one little guy up in north of where I am, a very little guy. I'm not going to talk about who he is. Don't want to bring any attention to that loser. But he was so insecure about the success that we were having. And he said, oh, that guy down there, he acts like he is never wrong. No, I talk about making mistakes. I'm talking about making a mistake right now. In fact, we can rewind in the stream and see where I've said, you might have a better memory than mine. And on all along, I know very well where I am on that ladder. I know where every measurement, where every measurement lands, and I accept the reality of my existence and this world. That's probably the biggest difference between me and some little loser like that who's just insecure about every aspect of himself. So remember this, that I am openly saying that I used to do this one way. So for all of you who are, you know, maybe reluctant, maybe you're a little intractable, you need me to, you know, kind of pull you along to go free because you've always done it one way. I always did it that way. There was some success there, but it is not nearly as successful as immediately turning around and saying, you anti-white SOB. I cannot believe that is identical to calling me the whatever it is that they belong to, the N-word. Pale face, white boy, any of that. You are an anti-white SOB. I am extremely offended. And then you do just like the anti-whites do. What would an anti-white non-white do if you said at your place of work some particular word that they found offensive for their group? They would immediately go, in almost every single case, to the hierarchy, immediately to a boss or immediately to HR and say, this person said this about me. I am extremely offended. Maybe they should get fired. Yeah, I'm not a conservative. Fire those anti-white bastards. Fire every one of them. You know, Tucker Carlson can get on television for whatever good he says, right? Whatever good he says. I'm not burning this guy down or anything. For whatever good he says, he says, no, we want everybody to be able to keep their, fire these anti-white bastards. Go into the HR office and say, that POS out there just called me pale face. I am extreme, as anti-white as all hell. He or she is anti-white as all hell. I am so offended right now. I am shaking. I feel absolutely hurt to my core that this person, and especially if you are a white woman, you better do this. I want that person dismissed and then walk out. If you're going to permit this to take place, well, then you might as well permit the N-word. You might as well permit all of these other things. I am every bit as offended as they would be if this other word was said. Gone. I want them gone. So we're not conservatives here. Fire their asses. Get them fired. Get them demoted. The anti-white, we are going to serve white well-being. We are going to struggle for our well-being and the recapture of our destiny in the exact same way that the anti-whites struggle to victimize us. So on that sporting field, and the best place to put this is in sports, because you have an arena, and this is the way that law works. It's the same way as the rules in sports. And the anti-whites and the conservatives, nationalists, patriots, all of these old school Catholics, Protestants, the different types of lodges, the different types of unions, all of these things, they have all engaged the anti-whites in accord with the rules of the game, the laws of the game. And the anti-whites busily broke every rule, wrote new rules, ignored rules, magnified rules, shrank rules, dismissed rules, ran out of bounds, passed the ball too many times. Whatever sport you want to think about, it's soccer. A lot of you, around the world, they play the soccer. They call it football. You're not allowed to grab it with your hands, only the goalie. Everybody's picking the ball up if they're anti-white, right? They're stiff-arming you like American football, right in the mouth, knocking all your teeth out. And what all of these old school vehicles do, these people, is they then turn to the refs. And the refs used to be mostly impartial people. The umpires used to be mostly impartial people. And they would turn and they would complain when they would go to them with these absolute strident complaints. Well, look what they just did. Can you believe it? God, they're so horrible. I just don't, another tear runs down. They're just so bad. How do we even, I just don't understand it. Aren't you going to do something, ref? Well, and then the ref says, I didn't see, I don't know. But now we see that the refs and the umpires, they're actually anti-whites too. And the refs and the umpires say, no, in fact, we're not going to issue you what do they issue in soccer? They give you like little cards or something. We're not going to issue you a card, or we're not going to give you in American football a 15-yard penalty against, or issue them a card, or give you the penalty by giving you 15 of their yards. We're just going to issue you the card. We're going to issue you the penalty. They're going to get 15 of your yards because we just say so. We're anti-white. Well, those who are serving white well-being, foxtrot every single one of their rules. Foxtrot all their rules. We obey the law, so we don't, because they run the courts, they run the police, and we see that quite clearly. But we are not going to say that any sort of ethical norm or moral norm or anything of this nature that has not once encumbered an anti-white inflicting harm on us, that we are going to allow that to get in our way. So the rules of a sporting field are like the laws and the ethical and moral norms. Well, when it comes to the laws, we obey those. The ethical and moral norms, they go out the window. If you can get them fired, get them fired. Let them learn what it's like to have to be socially lynched. Let them fear it like we have to fear it our whole lives. Let them have to hear in those at campus and at their places of work, and they've got to be called into these meetings so that they, month after month for their entire lives, can hear about white people and how everybody in this society has to be deferential to white people, just like we have had to listen to our whole lives about how we have to do more and give more and turn over more and be more deferential to the non-white people. It's always about picking them up. It's always what more can we sacrifice of ourselves. In every movie, in every classroom, at every introduction to every university, at every job interview, every single place we go, every billboard, every sign in the grocery store. What more can you do for them? How many years have you been alive? That's how long you've suffered. And that's how long we're going to make the anti-whites suffer. Let them fear social lynching. Let them fear losing their jobs. None of this conservative BS. And if you're feeling dainty about that, then you got to get over it. You got to get over it. All right, let's see. So yes, long way, roundabout way, Joe, to answer your question, it is an anti-white slur. And get fired up. Our great Nathan Lentini, financially gifting $5 over here on Cash App. Thank you, my brother. Big salute. And he writes, for the spirit of the West. Amen to that. Another one of our greatest heroes, folks, doing great things. Let's see. Azimuth Clark with us, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifting $5 as well over here in Cash App. Thank you, my brother. Hail, family. And he writes here, spread going free to our people. Spread going free. Our people are ready, he writes. Brilliant. Hail, family. Spread going free. Our people are ready. They are ready. I'm getting message after message. Wait till you hear. We're going to talk about it. Don't go anywhere. We're going to talk about a testimonial that is going to knock you off of your chairs or make you walk again. Thank you so very much. Azimuth Clark, great brother, great champion in the community. We'll refresh that. We're going to jump around. I got to get a drink so I don't lose my voice while we're here together. We have Promethean Epoch financially gifting over here on Entropy $5. And he writes, my $5 weekly financial gift on behalf of an anti-white. Well, we'll specifically tag the anti-white bastards who defaced our billboard. So thank you so very much for that. Promethean Epoch, the creator of that magnificent audio commercial, ladies and gentlemen, brilliant. And I think I'm making the commercial, or not the commercial, but the decision. And you all can chime in. Let's chime in and find and hear your voices. If I'm going to read, I'm going to read into audiobook Prometheus Rising. Should I do Crucible first? Read that into audiobook. We've got the great Tall Kevin with us, ladies and gentlemen, already talking about and celebrating him $7. And he writes here, I attended a Biden rally in my area with a sign saying NWG. Possibly will be covered by local media. I spoke to many Trex supporters about your new book there. What do I say to those who compare us going free to a self-help group for white people? That's a fantastic. First, I want to celebrate you, brother. I want to celebrate you because this is what it's all about. This is a man with a wife, with children. He's got a job. He's got a life to live. He's got a lawn to take care of. He's got a house that needs things to take care of. And that, you have a house. Every time you turn around, isn't something else in need of fixing? Every time you turn around, this has got to be painted. The molding around the windows going bad, is rotting. Those shingles are going bad. That's got to be fixed. The drywall has a stain or something on it. Something coming through the paint from years past, or who knows? Somebody who owned the place before you. There's always something. This is a guy like all the rest of us. Got things to do. He's got every bit. Don't you dare tell me that you've got too much to do. Don't you dare tell me you can't do something every day. Do you buy breakfast? Do you buy the food that you make your breakfast with? Do you go out into the world at all? Are you stuck in a bed and you're paraplegic? Somebody comes in to bathe you. You can spread going free. And I tell you what, if there's a paraplegic out there that is spreading going free in the hospital, wherever he or she is, I will go to you and celebrate your ass. We will go have a party in your hospital room. You just let me know. We already have people, ladies and gentlemen, bed-bound people who are champions. So don't give me any excuse, especially you able-bodied men and women out there. Don't give me any excuse. We got bed-bound people, more than one. We have people in wheelchairs, more than one. And yes, they're absolutely going to laugh at my joke that you'll be able to get up out of your wheelchair and walk again. So no excuses. This man, every bit as busy as everybody else, he's got health issues like everybody else. He's got all the problems. The refrigerator's gone bad now. And then the dryer is about to catch fire because there's so much lint, and I got to absolutely take apart the entire. Got it. He's got everything to do like everybody else. He's still getting out. Went to the rally. Had an NWG sign. So thank you. Big salute to Tall Kevin for that, making it happen. I don't know how anybody talked to him. So they probably all have a crink in their neck looking up. Have you heard of the Jolly Green Giant? So Kevin went out there and he spoke to these people, and he found supporters of T-Rex out there and spoke with them about going free. And now he has a question. So thank you so much, good brother. I see heroes. Anglo America's going by. Catherine is here. I see Amin is here. Nancy Drew is here. So many heroes. Simon JJ, great to see you all. Great to see you all getting excited. And with us. And now he's asking about those who compare us in going free to a self-help group for white people. I want to ask you, Kevin, if you could, over in your widget, the Tall Kevin question widget, if you could jump over there and clarify if it's going to take more than one paragraph there. You put, one and then at the beginning and then two at the next one. And I'll read to clarify, because I want to know exactly where is this coming from. I want to give you a very precise response, because I can see somebody saying, is this a self-help group? I would like part of that. I've had that happen. So if somebody is saying to you, a white person is saying, wait, so white people, there's a way for white people to improve themselves. There's a way for them to get better. Well, give me more of that. Where do I get a hold of that? So it could be from that end of the spectrum all the way to the end of the spectrum of some ne'er-do-well, some little misfit creature who lurks through the white positive sphere, playing the villain of the anti-white narrative as best as he or she can. And they say, oh, you shouldn't be part of that because it's a self-help group. And really what you should do is instead be the villain in their story. Only use their words. Make sure to call yourself a Gentile and whatever other words in their story. Make sure you do these things, because then you're really making a difference. If it's one of those people, then the easy answer there is to just go to hell. You're a loser and you're damaging the work that we're doing for White Wellbeing. Great Donning Armor. Nordic Iron is here. Ashley is here. Great to see you there. Big Mammal is here. Great to see you there. If somebody's out there, you tell them, hey, you're just harming the work that we're doing by being their chump, by being their loser. Just remember this, everybody. Just remember this. If you are going out into the world and you are playing their villain in their story, you are their chump. That group of people in Hollywood in particular, that you think that you've figured them out. You've got the eye on them now. Why aren't you talking about the puppies? Why don't you talk more about the puppies? You've got to put your eye on that international puppy. And if he's not talking about the puppies, he's not legit. So you got to put your eye on them. Those folks are the dumbest ones of all. Because while they're thinking, or at least mid-wit at best, they're thinking that they've figured out the puppies, when in reality, the puppies are using your ass like a chump every day. Every day. Let me tell you, they laugh at you. It doesn't matter if you went out and read, so many folks go wrong. So you're not in the beginning. You're not at fault, or you're not a mid or midget wit for going wrong in the beginning. We talk about this, and I want this correctly shared. Anybody misrepresenting me, folks, anywhere, what I'm saying, you burn their asses down. You burn them down, because you know who else they're misrepresenting? All of you. And you know what they're undermining when they misrepresent me and you? They're undermining the recapture of our destiny. You burn them down. So everybody gets started, as I've said before, in the purest and most heroic place. Every one of you. Because you say, in a world that is destroying my people, that can tell the world that I am the son of Satan or whatever, that has the power to convince millions of that, I'm still going to go out and try to do good for my people. There's nothing more noble, nothing more heroic Nothing more moral that a human being can do with their life. Nothing. And then so many of us end up going wrong because we're swimming in the water, a deep sea fish in the Pacific. We're swimming in the water of the anti-white narrative. And they say, this is what you look like. This is what you talk like. This is what you want. This is what you would do to non-white people. This is what you would do to somebody who has asthma or whatever. This is what you do to them. Oh, also you have to be, 8 feet tall and have only blonde hair and blue eyes, right? We've all heard it. You end up going down this path. And then for some of you, you go down this path and you do stuff and you research and you dig up a lot of things that contradict the anti-white narrative. And then you find things that the general public doesn't know, right? And you find some contradictions, some deep contradictions. And then you make some allegiances as a consequence. Now what it's time for you to do, if you either are the kind that did the deep research and you think, well, this is really the true story and you love it or whatever it is, or you're just one of those people who didn't even really bother doing the research, you're just going to ape the anti-white narrative as best as you possibly can, being the villain in their story. Either way, once you come to going free, you realize it's time to set that aside. If you are the idiot who didn't even do any of the research and who doesn't know any better, you just say, I just want the exterior because that's what the anti-white narrative tells me to have, then you just need to drop it and go free. If you are the person who did the research, I say it like I've said a million other times, you never take what you love and what you believe to be truth and valuable and glorious and cast it before swine. You never do that. You take what you love and you believe to be glorious and truthful, and you put it in a revered place in your heart and in your home. I'm a very proud Southerner. I know the truth about the war for Southern independence. I know why it was fought. I hate everybody. I celebrate the white men and women on both sides for their heroism, where they were right, where they were wrong. I mourn for the losses on both sides of our brothers and sisters. I celebrate all the ones who tried to prevent the conflict. But I can't bring all of that history that I know about that to the world, because the moment I talk about it, I am the anti-white narrative villain. I am their villain. That's how the world then sees me. What is important, should be important to you, is the recapture of our destiny for the well-being of our people. There will be a space, there will be places all over Western civilization where we will be able to revisit all periods in history, and all views will be allowed to be discussed. There won't be the jailing and everything that there is today. So you take what you believe to be holy and sacrosanct, you put it in a place of reverence in your heart or in your home, and then you be the hero in our story. You get the hell out of their story. That is what you do. So I specifically, when you have these people, and it's more so, not so much the ones, I guess, that are the true students or the followers or the researchers, but more so the ones who just merely ape being the villain. Those folks, they are the ones who are the most shrill. They are the ones who are the most strident. They are the ones who are the most ugly when it comes to imitating the villain, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. And they are the ones who most smugly believe that they know all there is about the puppies, and no puppy is going to manipulate them, when in reality, those puppies are manipulating their asses like they are absolute children. And probably because there's a big IQ point difference between these midget wits and these folks who are, anti-white oligarchs of all races. They are having you every day. They are having you. They're eating their lunch. They are eating your lunch. They're having you do whatever they want you to do. That's the thing that's so pathetic and sad about those folks. So come away from that, go free, do the right thing, like so many others have and are doing now. And let's keep rolling. And I'll be looking, Tall Kevin, for your clarification. Thank you, my dear brother. Meme Curatives will save us. What a great name. Financially gifting $5 over here on Entropy. He writes, just $5. I'll put in a question in the Tall Kevin widget. I love it. I'll need 2 comments again to fit it in. No problem. Thanks for the stream. You're most welcome. I'd be doing this just like back in the day, folks. I would be standing up. I held those meetings that nobody ever showed up to. Talk about being in a scenario where you think, that could maybe make you a bit saturnine. You might walk away from that a bit melancholic. Meeting after meeting, you send out all the emails, you put it in the group's paper that everybody receives, and then not a soul shows up. But we kept pushing, and it's happening because of it. People that make things happen are the ones who have the endless reserves of hope, of desire, of determination. We can see the mountain's top, and we can also tell that by the look on our compass that the light rising behind that mountain is in the west. We have John B. financially gifting $25. Thank you, my dear brother, $25 US. I thank you, brother. And he writes here, thank you. That is some synchronicity. Didn't see that coming. Thank you, brother. $25 from John B. And we have the great Lady DF. Wonderful to see you, my dear. And she's got a sweet little emoji with shades on. Maybe I should bring my shades in here sometime that I used to. The car is just such wretched noise now. I can't record in it anymore. But maybe bring my shades in here and we'll do an imitation. Maybe I'll get a green screen. How does that sound? And we could do different kinds of backgrounds. Put me in the woods. Put me in different places. Put me like in the den of anti-white debauchery. I could have like a Nerf. No, I can't even have like a Nerf gun because they'll shut you down on YouTube for even that, I read. We know they're just awesome at YouTube. Thank you, DF. $5. We have Hansa, another great champion, financially gifting $20 US. Thank you, Hansa. And writing, didn't get in my weekly $10 last week. So here's this and last week, Jason. This week, quote, honors Abe Foxman, as he likes 3-letter abbreviations. So for the illustrious Foxman, here's to WWB. Thank you so much. That's fantastic, Hansa. I know that Fat POS loves that you just did that. Can you imagine sitting in his palatial living room, probably feasting on the limbs of, I don't know. I was going to say something I won't say because who knows what YouTube would do. Feasting on the limbs of chickens. The chicken plucker that he is. And feasting on the limbs. And then here, he's watching. You know it. We have alt rock lover. That sounds like a great name. Great to see you, alt rock lover. Financial gift just came in. That's when I like to see him. I'm 60, he writes. Financially gifting $3. Thank you, brother. And have many threats to my longevity. But man, I hope I live long enough to see us turn the corner on WWB. I'll do anything, he writes all caps, anything, to stay around long enough to see the real change. My brother, it is happening. I don't know if you were with us. Weeks back, and we made a prediction 2 weeks out, 1 week out, 4 days out. It came to fruition. Big things, my friend. No one else in the white positive sphere. No one else. No matter how long they've been around, no matter how many cameras they've gotten in front of, no matter how pretty they are, and Lord knows this isn't pretty, no matter how much they've done, how many a sub count they have, how many people have viewed their videos, there ain't nobody, as we say down home, who did anything like we've done and anything like we've had going on right now behind the scenes. Some of you, I know, some of you have seen. Some of you have the eyes to see, and you've already seen some of this taking place. So to you, I salute you. Let everybody see this on their own. But we've got these things happening, old rock lover. You're already seeing the corner get changed. Nothing like this has happened, good brother. Nothing. If I make a prediction 2 weeks out, 1 week out, 4 days out about a solar eclipse that's not on the records and it happens, what would you be thinking? I don't need to say any more. So thank you, brother. And by God, I hope you are with us every single day, as long as the good Lord will let you be here to see everything taking place, and you will be among us. Thank you so much for those $3. My best to you and your health, and my prayers to you. I hope that you do take a step up in your health and are able to be with us a great many more years to see the good that we're doing here in service to white well-being. Unscottable. This is hilarious. I love the emoji. The frog, he's like got a little mouth is, I don't know, what is this, a grimace on the mouth? And the eyeballs are shooting out of it. Probably this is a picture of the frog with the little grimacing mouth and the eyeballs coming out, a photograph taken when it saw Kamala undressing. Unscottable financially gifting $10 says, thank you for your work. I plan on buying the White People's Quarterly magazine. Well, thank you for that. And by the way, folks, I don't get any of that money. I don't. This is all in my article for the book is a contribution as well. I don't. For anybody out there who's saying about and it's so impossible to make a claim about the work that we do here being for profit or anything like that. All of that is there. All of that is to give to these people so that they, and you can ask, there are folks out there who I just give donations to myself. So there's nothing about just trying to direct all, trying to get more money out of this or more. Nothing is it's the reverse. It's the reverse. I've said, you guys keep the money. So he says, magazine, and using it to start conversations with my friends and family. During these conversations, I plan on using your lexicon. God bless you for that. So he's using it, the magazine, to start many conversations with my family and friends. This is exactly what we need to be doing. During these conversations, I plan on using your lexicon. It's our lexicon, but I thank you. I think when people say your lexicon, I appreciate the things that I invented and that have worked and we have kept, but and I appreciate when folks say your lexicon and your dialectics, that it's an acknowledgement of my tenacity, sticking with the scientific method and applying the scientific method to all of this effort for so many years. That's how I see it. But when it comes to the lexicon and the dialectics, it's ours. It's ours. I have people reach out to me. I got a great guy. What's your name, brother? I'm trying to remember. He's got that big channel and a lot of subs, really professional a delivery. And I guess he was a preacher or whatever. And he wrote out and said, I used this or whatever from you. I hope you don't mind. Use it. It's ours. It's our race. It's our people. This is ours. In fact, I've said before, if you feel a little embarrassed or something, if you're one of these people, you feel a little embarrassed about using it, then just in your family circle or whatever, take the credit for yourself. I don't care. Let's just recapture our destiny. Unscottable writes on here, I already have a lot of success with multiples, friends and family. Thank you. I'm going to read that again. Unscottable saying he's going to use the magazine White People's Quarterly, a product of Tony Vermont and Jeff and Jared George and others. Beautiful work. He's going to use that, and he's going to use the lexicon of dialectics to start conversation with friends and family, bring them over to Going Free. And he says here, I have already had a lot of success with multiples of friends and family. Thank you so much for every single one of your efforts. And thank you so much for that kind financial gift, dear brother. Let me turn around to here. And we have the great Slots, always doing miraculous things. We got to love Slots. What a hero. Slots says, in the trenches, day after day, we talk about it so much. $10 financial gift from our dear brother, making it happen. Every time I turn around, there is a new debate he's having and a new victory that he's having. So God bless you. Thank you for that. And we also have, let's see, from before the show, we had a $10 financial gift from Iberian. Shall I just call you? I'll just call you Iberian. You'll know who you are. Iberian, $10 financial gift prior to the show. Thank you very much. I think it's the first time I've seen a financial gift from you, and I deeply appreciate that. So if Iberian shows up in the live chat, let him know that we spotted his financial gift, and we acknowledge and we salute and thank him for his contribution to the service of White Wellbeing. What an exciting day. We're getting fired up. We got more financial gifts coming in. I'm going to see what you all are saying so that we can keep rolling. We can keep these things we got to jump to these community comments. I'm telling you what, we're going to talk about the sign that these bastards defaced and what they said with that defacement. What they said. I'm going to go ahead and name other content producers, your most venerated. Go ahead and name them all in your mind. Don't say them in the live chat. Name them in your mind. And that's not what the anti-whites. Those are not the people. Nothing ill, no belittling to those people. I'm not disparaging those people. I'm not besmirching those people. Reality is, the anti-whites are not regularly saying with their unspoken and sometimes spoken revelations that those people are right. No, they're saying that going free is right again and again. They're saying that serving white well-being is right again and again. So no belittling them, but nonetheless, it has to be acknowledged. When the anti-whites speak, I know Amber Lynn Yates, who's with us, I know she's listening. When they speak and they reveal their cards, they're terrible card players. When they're playing cards and they say, let me just turn these around for you, take a look. When they do that, and they do that all the time, in their speech and in the things they write and in their actions, they'll show you who's right among the content producers. They'll show it time and again. And you need only observe to see the case, and you'll see it on that billboard. What dipshits, what absolute imbeciles. I mean, they could not have done me a bigger favor by doing what they did there, telling the world how right I am, how right we are going free. Art Acrobat says he agrees 100% with what I was saying somewhere during the show, and he's a smart guy. So let's see. We'll move on through here. Who else do I see? Piers Taylor is here. Fiery Rebukes is here. Is Mr. George here? I see somebody saying Mr. George. There's Ashley asking, does the White People's Quarterly come in a nondescript envelope? That's a great question. And I believe my first two did. But let's find out if there's somebody here from the White People's Quarterly, or could we get a hold of them during the show and find out whether or not it comes in a nondescript envelope? Isn't it sad, Ashley? Isn't it sad? I'm just going to talk to DG is right above Ashley in this question. I'll talk to these two ladies for a moment. Isn't it sad that we now live in a world, in a milieu, in a zeitgeist, in a fetid, putrefying, dystopian, anti-white hell, where it seems now totally legitimate that a person, the average person, would feel okay with pornography coming to them in the mail in an envelope that is not nondescript. But if you're going to get something white positive, it's got to be a nondescript envelope. How about this? The bookstore. What bookstore is this in? Does anybody remember this story? This is from last year, where the bookstore back in like the 70s, you had to go into I think it was in a southern city. You had to go through a curtain at the back of the bookstore to get to books that were white positive and magazines and newspapers that were white positive. And now, that's what it is today. And back then it was the pornography that you had to go through the curtain to get at. So in the 70s, it was the pornography in the back. And now somebody last year went to the bookstore and it's white positive stuff in the back. The pornography is out in the front. That is how sick the anti-whites have made the West. Now, that doesn't mean that pornography is all bad or that we're not talking about banning pornography or allowing pornography or little pornography or whatever amount of pornography. We're recapturing our destiny for Western kind. And when we recapture our destiny, there will be places for everybody. There will be places for people who want to, but obviously there are going to be some things that everyone of any decent moral caliber are not going to permit. We're not going to permit children to be harmed, right? But having said that, I'm sure there will be places that say, not even a nude statue. And so be it. We'll be able to get along. You won't have to go to those places for your consumption of pornography. And then there'll be other places that will say something more than nude statues. So you might like it, you might not like it. That's something we're setting aside to march forward. But all things, I mean, if you got an addiction, get rid of it. Get over it. Move on with white well-being. So thank you for that. Let's find out if it comes in a nondescript envelope. And we have Perez is with us. Hello to you. Lapis is with us. Hello to you. Eternalism is with us. Jesse Link, Bob White, Steve is with us. Does that mean that Steve tastes good? Is there what's the idea there with Steve, double M? Anglo America, I mentioned earlier. What else do we have? Do we have another question go by? Steve, in the meanwhile, Steve's like, yeah, what do you mean? Of course I taste good. That's why the mosquitoes eat him alive. Isn't that where everybody's mind went when I said that? The bugs bite him? All right. What else do we have? Who else is here? Mafeels says, I'm not getting ripped off in the name of whiteness. Mafeels, never use that anti-white slur. Never, never. It's okay that you didn't know until you got here. That was created by the anti-whites to undermine us. We absolutely do not produce whiteness. Whiteness is not who we are. Whiteness is something you get a very strong antibiotic for. Let's see. Promethean Epoch. I can't access the White People's Press website to order the magazine. Says he can't. Well, let's see if it comes back. Let us know. But thank you for that info. Where are we? There is the lovely, beautiful Bonnie Blue Lass is with us. Hello, dear lady. Great to see you here. Norman is here. Great to see you. What do we have? Okay, we got that. Just walking through the crowd of heroes. This gathering of heroes that we have here. People who are actually making a difference in the world. There's DF. I think we mentioned you. Yeah, we did. Surrounded by is here. Great to see you. Dean is here. Great to see you. I would be slapping every one of you on the shoulders, all the guys, all the ladies, a little pat on the shoulder, the guys, a slap on the shoulder. Sebastian says, good point, Jason. Not sure what it was, but I do know that Hyperborean is with us. And Big Mammal, still with us. Asking about victim narrative. Not sure what you're asking there. Tag me if it was for me, not for somebody else in the chat, and I will speak to it. Let's see. Sentient Beans asking, is the word cracker really offensive in the USA? It is now. It is for those who go free. As I said, you can simultaneously say in your mind, I mean, unless you're trying to rub those two sticks together for a couple IQ points, you can simultaneously think, of course I'm white. I'm very proud of that. And say, you just offended the hell out of me, you SOB, you anti-white SOB. And now I'm going to go to the principal. Now I'm going to go to the dean. Now I'm going to go to the boss. Absolutely do that. We absolutely will not suffer any anti-whiteism in our midst. You are no hero. You are no tough guy. by overlooking anti-white slurs. You are a dumbass. And I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about generally. Say to yourself, if somebody there, you're in that group, you know you've all done it. You know you've all done it. I've seen white people do this, where you got the non-white person in the group, or the white person that either of them is anti-white, but it more often happens with non-white anti-whites because they're just, white people are so scared. Don't say anything to offend them. We've got to be, it's hypersensitive. And they can say something viciously anti-white, and the white people are just like, oh, and they look at the ground and they say nothing. Do not do that. And then don't try to build up your ego by saying, well, I'm just going to overlook it because I'm so tough. No, you're just an idiot. No, immediately speak up and say whatever the anti-white's name is. Why the hell are you being so anti-white? That is offensive as all hell. Shut your mouth. Act like that, and you'll get some attention. You want to succeed? Be intolerant be more intolerant of anti-whiteism as they are of people with heretical views to the anti-whites. Be more intolerant of them. When and where you can. White Wellbeing writes here, Brother Jason, we're going to have some White Wellbeing music in church today. We're going to have, is that a question? We're going to have some music, absolutely. I've got to find some, but we will absolutely have some music. Why do you have some suggestions? Fix-It Fox is here. Great to see Fix-It Fox as always. Lord Hendrickson's here. Donaldus Trumpetus needs 4 more years. He writes. He does indeed. And he is riding high. Every time you see where that guy lands and he gets off the plane and he's stronger than a 20-year-old, healthier than a 20-year-old. He's practically walking on air, and he gets up. But what's really important here? Why is he so enthused? Why is he so animated? Why is he so driven? A huge chunk of that, first of all, of course, we know for a reality. He's tapping into the biospirit of the West. You want to have the success of a Donald Trump. You want to have, and you can look at all of, I'm sure there were connections. There were, I'm sure, things that were ugly that this guy, nonetheless, he's tapping into, more so than the average person, the spirit of the West. Now, he's not using it, and this has unfortunately happened too many times. He's not using it for the good of Western kind, intentionally for the good of Western kind. And for that, when and where, he should be cursed. But you want to be more and better than you are. You want to be more and better. You want to have his energy. You want to have his health. You want to have, etc. Tap into the spirit of the West. But another huge part of what is informing and invigorating and infusing this man, what is lighting that fire, are those oceans of white people. Yes, there are great non-white people. And for every great non-white person that shows up there, we honestly, non-paternalistically, the conservatives and the Republicans, they pat them on the head paternalistically. We don't treat them like that. We honestly, as equals, as genuine equals, we thank them for wanting to serve White Wellbeing with us. We thank them for caring enough about our people and our children, as white people have cared about them and their children, that they're mature enough to overlook the anti-white narrative and see the truth. Those are valuable people, for God's sake. We don't pat them on the head. So very different. But he gets out there, Donald Trump, and he sees seas of white people that are just electrified. St. Elmo's fire running through the crowd. And that invigorates him. That's another thing that drives him. So if you look at that, as I was saying earlier in the stream, and you think, no, we need to ignore those people, you've gone wrong. It's okay. You can now go right. Start going free. Thank you so much. Joe writes here, an anti-white used paleface. I called them anti-white and called them out on their anti-whiteism. And they immediately said, using anti-white is white supremacy. And then he writes, period, insanity. Precisely. Beautiful. Joe, that is perfect. Say it again and again. When they say that, well, using anti-white is, we've talked about this before. And because it's one of the things, one of the first stages that an anti-white will go to is they'll immediately have recourse to, that old tool, that old wrench that has always worked for them. And that wrench is the anti-white slur. So they used an anti-white slur. You called them out for being anti-white. What else do they have on the workbench of anti-whiteism? Not much. The anti-white slur wrench. So they reach for it again. So he could have been, instead of saying white supremacy, he could have said the anti-white slur, racist. What's racist? I've heard that. Racist to say anti-white. It's bigoted to say anti-white. They'll use all of those. Then you immediately go back to, you're just demonstrating that you're anti-white by using that anti-white slur. What in the hell is so wrong with you? Why are you so anti-white? Why do you hate white people so much? Why do you want to inflict harm? You hammer them. Prove to me, like I showed, just like I showed you all with the anti-white, non-white. She's half white. She's considering herself non-white. And just several back and forths, vicious. I had her say that she supports white well-being. So immediately demand that they say they support white well-being. Do they support the well-being of this non-white group or that non-white group? Oh, really? So the only group you don't support the well-being of is white people. All white people are beautiful. All white people are billionaires. All white people, that's what you're saying, right? Hammer them. And then they cave. Well done, Joe. Thank you so much for that. All right, moving through the crowd. What should I say when I'm moving through the crowd and then the live chat skips? Maybe I step into another dimension and I kind of suddenly appear someplace else in the crowd. Let's see. Something Genzo is here. I saw go by. Sebastian gives a thumbs up. Moving through. AFP is here. Great to see you. And also, if you find people, I know this is happening a couple places. If you find people who are looking at the work that we're doing and they're going out and they're saying, oh, no, I'm not going to use that lexicon and dialectics. I'll create a bunch of new words. Stop them in their tracks. That's like we build. I'm sure you all have seen this. We build helicopters and we fly then into Africa, and we have the understanding of the physical world. We have the experiments, the endless experiments, the understanding of the physical world playing into aerodynamics, playing into the materials that are used, and the mixtures of those materials, playing into so many facets of building a powerful helicopter. And then some of these folks in Africa, I know you all have seen these videos, they look up and they see these creations of Western kind fly by, and then they decide, well, they're going to build a helicopter. They're going to imitate it. And then they cobble together something that has like a lawnmower engine on it, and it has like two logs that rotate over top of it, and that's their helicopter that they've built for their community or whatever. It's not going, it's got like the center of like a Volkswagen Beetle or something with the trunk and the hood cut off of it, and that's the cockpit. You've seen it. That is what is happening when somebody takes the lexicon of going free and they try to just give it new words, and the dialectics, and they try to just give it new words. When people do that, stop them in their tracks. It's not going anywhere. It's not the source, and it is not going to lead to the same destination. All right, let's see. We'll keep rolling. The great Bartleby is here. The great Circus is here. I don't know if I should say the rest because the AI, we know AI is AI always shows up. Even when you think you're first, AI has beat you. She is amazing how quickly she is on the scene, listening. What a friend. First Lady of American Theater is here. Great to see you, dear lady. Burst Singer Torres says, and then they worship the helicopter god. That's right. Then he built the helicopter. Indeed. They worship the helicopter god. Yes, the god that sends the helicopters. Let's see. Bartleby says, Joe is having his first child in 22 days. A big congratulations to you, Joe. And Bartleby, thank you for bringing that to my attention. That's one of the duties that the mods will often, it's not required, it's incumbent upon them at all. They already have to do enough, just keeping us safe here, and also welcoming to our new brothers and sisters. But so occasionally our mods will do things like this. They'll put up links and all of that. And a big thank you to all of the mods. Let's get some raucous emojis for all that they do. Great heroes. Sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes I'm wrong. But in the end, we're all going to work together and recapture our destiny. So a big thank you to every single one of you. And a big congratulations to Joe, who's going to be having his first baby in 22 days. It's going to be glorious. Catherine is here. Rick is here. Great to see you both. 5T3VO is here. Great to see you. Make your comments, folks. Make your questions. First Last says, the helicopter metaphor was too painful. That's great. He has, First Last has provided us some of those things, lexicon that work. And we'll continue using those. And he'll continue coming up with them. But those other folks out there, there's one guy, my God, Apollo is here. There are actually a couple. There's one in the pagan sphere, and there's one in the Roman Catholic or something like, Roman Catholic sphere. And both those spheres, fantastic spheres. These people are misleaders. And what they've done is they've come over, they see what I'm doing, what we're doing, what you're doing, and they probably saw you. Let's see, Apollo. They probably saw you, Tawana. They probably saw you, Catherine, out there sharing the lexicon. And then what they've done, maybe they didn't even hear of me yet. Then what they've done is say, I'm going to snatch that. I'm just going to steal it and give it some different, that really works. I think I'll just give it some weird name from some European myth or from some old Catholic rite. All of them beautiful. The European rites, the Catholic rites are beautiful. Every one of them, I'm sure. But everything I've seen, beautiful. But they think I'm going to just grab, some of those old names and I'm going to bring it forward and say, oh, now it's more legit because I put this old name on it. No, it's not legit. It's not going to work. You're just like the guy in the helicopter. In fact, will somebody get me a picture of the guy with the helicopter? And then I can, when I talk about stealing the lexicon and dialectics and remaking it, I'll just throw his graphic up on the screen. I'm sure he's a great guy. He's trying to do good things. He probably wants to helicopter people to the roofs of hospitals that they don't have, that they'll maybe build in the future. But at the moment, it is not quite what it needs to be. All right, let's see. Who else do we have here? Art Acrobat says, check Cash App, please. We'll do that. Yeah, we got to get to some music. We've been going for a while. I'm so fired up that I feel like I should be jogging in place while we're doing today's gathering. It's a gathering of the legends, a gathering of the heroes. All right, we're going to jump over and just making sure I didn't miss anybody here. Worshipping the helicopter god. It'd be a great graphic, maybe to have the helicopter god. He's in his little Volkswagen or whatever it was with the little timbers as his propellers, and then maybe like a bunch of these so-called content leaders. No, we shouldn't do specific content leaders. Don't name them, but maybe on all fours, bowing to the helicopter god. We have I Love Jesus Christ financially gifting $5. Thank you very much, my dear lady. You see, we can have great women like I Love Jesus Christ financially gifting $5, and then we can have some folks from the pagan sphere. Everybody comes together here for White Wellbeing. No stopping us. No stopping. And we're going to have those great stories we'll be getting back to. We're going to get to that testimony. Remember, you're going to get up out of that wheelchair. You're going to watch the anti-whites are going to be like, oh, he said that people could be faith healed or something like that. You remember Cross Eyes on the right? That'll probably be his next article. Damon over here. $5, a financial gift. Thank you, my dear brother. And writing for you, Jason, Warrior King of the West. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so very much. That's a humbling sentiment and some great words. I appreciate your appreciation. Thank you for the $5 for White Wellbeing. Let's see. Iberian is back. We got you from before the show, and now you got another $10. Thank you so very much. Right here, Hail Jason. Well, big Promethean hails to you, my brother. Wouldn't it be great? Won't it be great? Won't it be great when we become numerous enough, and we're growing? It's happening. You're going to see these husks of these old vehicles that have failed. They're just carcasses lying across the landscape. And you see all of these like fools. And it's okay to be foolish. You can go right. But you see these fools, they keep hustling over to the husk, the carcass. And rather than trying to eat the carcass with the other carrion that are there feasting on the carcass because it's dead, they're in there, they're trying to reanimate it. You can't, it's a carcass, dumbass. You can't, it's not going to get up and work for us again. The anti-whites have beaten it. And even if you could tie strings, I mean, could you imagine this macabre, this thing with flesh and organs missing that rises and tries to amble along? That's going to be your great warrior for Western kind, something the anti-whites have already defeated. They're just going to be able to push it over again. Talk about a zombie army. They hustle on over to it and they try to reanimate it. Don't do that. By the way, let me just, those folks, when they're hustling over to try to reanimate these things, come away from that, and instead come on over to service to White Wellbeing, something that is working, something that is succeeding. And these husks, though, these people that are at these carcasses, they are going to realize, and they already are realizing, more and more of them are realizing, wait, this husk, this carcass isn't coming to life again. We're not going to be able to win. We've been talking forever to nobody. Nothing's happening. And instead, they're going to walk out of the putrefying body of that carcass, and they're going to come together going free. And this is happening all over. And when this happens, just imagine that you'll go places and you'll be able to say, just like I've said, and imagine this for you. It's happened to some of you already, but just like I go places now and it's happening more and more, and somebody will say, you're no white guilt. And then they want to say, big thank you and all of that. Imagine you go out somewhere and you're talking, maybe you got a shirt on or whatever it is, and somebody walks up and says, Promethean hails to you. Somebody walks up and says, Promethean greetings to you. Or you go to that party with the families that are in a community. You show up, maybe at that, on the farm, some farm somewhere, and there's going to be 10, 12, 18 families coming together. They'll be bringing all of their children. And everybody you walk up to, it's a Promethean greetings, and you throw your arms around each other. Imagine what that's going to feel like. You're going to know that that's not only being said in Kentucky or Maine, but it's also being said in Greece. It's also being said in Poland. Just that is going to be something that binds us and is going to create there are things out there we can't measure yet, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to tell you what, you get all of us thinking and going in the same direction, and that's happening on all continents. There'll be a current. You damn well better see there'll be a current circling the globe. So thank you for that. Thank you. Hail Jason, writes Iberian. He says, you are an Aryan hero. Well, thank you so very much for that. And he writes, God bless. Thank you so very much, dear brother. And let's see. We also have 41 BMC, ladies and gentlemen, our great hero. $20 from this great champion here week after week. And financially gifting $20. And something is wrong with what you, I don't know if it's a glitch. Let me try to reload the page. I will try to reload the page to see. And then we will go back to the financial gifts over there, ladies and gentlemen. There's some kind of glitch. I can read the $20, or I'll just look on my phone. I'll look on my phone and we'll make it happen. Let me turn around to here, though, and I got to find a song for us to listen to. because we've been going for a while. What does this look like? Oh, you know what? What am I saying? We already have. Let's see if we can pull this up, because you know who we haven't listened to in a while is the great Luke Mason. And we'll be listening to this hero in just a moment. But let me see. All right. Everything's okay over here. Oh, let me just take a look over here. Melanie says, I like your account, Jason. Take care, everybody. I guess off to bed, perhaps. Early morning, other part of the world, I don't know. But thank you so much for the kind words and for showing up. Zoe is over there as well. Great to see you. And I don't see, wait. Yiz is over here on the Discipline channel and writing, I'm fired up too. I'm even having my mother listen a little today. She says, you are handsome and would be welcome at her church. Well, I appreciate that. You know, it's a good woman if she thinks I'm handsome. The women that find a guy handsome that's been punched a lot in the face, that's a good woman. That's really a good woman. So I give great thanks to your mother, Yes. That's beautiful. Hello to you, dear lady. I'd happily show up at your church. We'll have a great time. So thank you so very much for that. Eric is also over there. Great to see you. I don't know if you're new or not, but welcome. And of course, the great Mrs. Jess Horst is with us. We'll get to Elaine Sabatino's contributions as the phone goes weird. You think the anti-whites are trying to undermine the street? You think that we're having too much? Let me also tell you this. Keep an eye. We're going to have to do this again. Keep an eye on the sub count on this channel, on the No White Guilt channel. I have been watching. I have another tool that monitors the sub count outside of YouTube, and I've observed the sub count for the next 100 subs go up and down within that 100 like an epileptic, on strobe lights, watching the fire engines pulling up to 9/11. I mean, it's just nuts. It's like jump 20, drop 30, jump 35, drop 22, jump 27, drop 14. I mean, it's just every single day up. There's no way this is happening. There's no way. So the anti-whites clearly, keep an eye. I think it says 21,000 now. Keep an eye, because who knows? It might suddenly say 15,000. Who knows? But they are clearly deleting. What is the phone doing? They are clearly deleting the subscribers. So make sure and tell other folks if they've subscribed before and they've said, is that No White Guilt guy? Is he doing anything? I haven't gotten a single alert. Tell them every single day practically stuff is coming out. We have the big show. We got the great show with the Mr. Jared George, and we got the PWR. We are doing all of this work nonstop. The anti-whites are getting in between you and that message so you can't heal, so you can't recover. Let them know. Maybe you've been unsubscribed. Let people know if you've been unsubscribed. Ring that bell. Do everything you can to make sure you get these alerts. Follow me on the different platforms where we put the alerts out so that you know what's going on. But there's no way this epileptic, somebody is having a fit. Some anti-white is having a fit at their YouTube office, trying to, suffering brain damage from all the purple hair color and the Walrusian mating calls and all the rest, and trying to keep that sub count low. I'm guessing every couple hours they're going, Jesus, I got to delete more. They told me to keep it down. So keep an eye out for that. We've had a financial gift come in from TJE. I will call you TJE. I feel like I'm an American Indian tribal leader, and I'm giving new names to people who, and I'm certainly not appropriating, because I'm imitating. I don't have any of their gear on. But it feels like I now, your new name shall be, I will call you Swift Going Free. That's your new name. And you shall now go out to war, my son. And okay, so he says here, TJ, stay strong and beautiful, my white brothers and sisters around the world. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much for that. Swift going free. Apollo writes here with a financial gift of $10. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Promethean Hales, he writes, brother, thank you for all that you do for White Wellbeing. Yes, I have to get in all the loud stuff before the neighbors go to bed, because I am polite and I try not to give people heart attacks while they're sleeping. I thought there was a fire. There was all this yelling. I thought there was what could be going on? Well, we're going free. And this is why. This is me serving White Wellbeing. That's how you should be too. You should be that animated when you serve White Wellbeing. We're making it happen. There's nothing passive here. If there's going to be a new world order, it's going to be white, God damn it. All right. Thank you so much, brother. And of course, there's going to be places for everyone around the world of all races and backgrounds. And we will love that they are bringing up their children in happy places. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick song break. Listen to the great Luke Mason. He's doing magnificent work, still making that album for Prometheus Rising. And we're going to be circling back to that book this coming year as well. And we're going to be issuing the artist edition of it. We're going to be coming out with the recorded version of it. It's going to be glorious. We're going to reach a great many more people as a consequence. But I will be right back with all of you for the splendid gathering Sunday, October 25th, 2020. Just days now before the election of the Orange Man and the White House. And we'll see the fallout. See you all in just a moment. Now that is how you absolutely rock the world. What a hero he is, huh? How's my audio? Is it back? Is everything okay? Am I still in a good place? Let's just check this, see what we're looking like. Okay, looks good there. And all right. How's the audio? Does it sound good? Are we back to normal, or is there a weird echo or anything? Or let's make sure everything's all right. Sound is good, says Raymond. Thank you so much, brother. Now we've figured out the issue with the Cash App. We have 41 BMC financially gifting $20. As I said, a big salute to you, my dear brother. He writes here, dedicated to the anti-whites out there. Thank you so much for that. We're going to have to talk because we only have a few more minutes. So I'm going to have to jump right to, in just a moment, right to the talk about, because I just don't want to get loud, real loud. While Bartleby audio is good. Thank you so much as well. And so let's roll then. And we'll get to these stories. We'll get to all of these testimonies. Let's do the sign. Should we do the sign right now? Or do the testimony? Yeah, we'll do the testimony. We'll do the big testimony because I don't want to. I'll know I'll get pretty loud. So I want to get that out of the way before. There's a possibility, at least. Now that I've said it, I'm like, okay, I really should control myself. I really should try to contain my zeal for recapturing our destiny. Ezra is here. Great to see you, dear brother. The easiest way to spread going free is to find a large, unmovable rock in the center of a 4-lane road and paint nowhiteguilt.org on it. That is fantastic. That is hilarious. I would find it immensely amusing if I see, who said GNR? Chrissy? Hello to you, Chrissy. Yeah, GNR. You talking about Guns N' Roses? Magnificent music. And I guess you're saying that Luke, it sounded a little bit like, it's fantastic. Yeah, he's fantastic. I would find it, Ezra, hilarious if, let's just say, some white guys going free were to maybe use, without getting caught, some of the heavy equipment they have access to and move some, I don't know, I wouldn't say a highway because we don't want somebody to crash into the cars, but perhaps a very large rock, someplace where it shouldn't be or you wouldn't think it would be. And then have it, already painted, just drop it off and then roll out of there. And that would be great. But of course, the anti-whites are going to come and paint over everything. But they would need to get video of it before they got to it, before the anti-whites got to it. But that's hilarious. Jerome is here. Great to see you, brother. Denny, hello to you. Let's keep rolling. And we're going to talk about, so get ready to fall out of your chair. Like, just testimony right here. We've got so many. Everyone is important, and I'm so ecstatic. Oh, I'm not going to forget our great heroes, Slots, showing up over here. Ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis out of your pockets, out of your purses. Open up your trunks. Take out your emojis, fire them up, and feed them whatever amphetamines they're giving that rigor mortis that they trot out on stage for the Democrat Party. And you get them going for the great Slots, who just financially gifted, writing here, for your humility, with it being our lexicon. Slots financially gifted $100. $100 to White Wellbeing. God bless you, this hero. This guy, every time I turn around, it is magnificent. Every time I turn around, this guy's doing something great for White Wellbeing. Working class, financially gifting $100. And there's no way that a working class person, we're all working class people. Nobody here doesn't know what it's like to have to live. And there aren't kids here. You go to some of the other platforms and you find that there are a lot of kids who are living in their parents' homes. So they don't know what it's like to have to pay your bills. They don't know what it's like to have to, you go to work and you're like, oh, I'm going to make that much money. That sounds okay. And then you get the check and you're like, wait, how did it get down to half of what I thought I was earning? Oh, well, you see, that's taken by the government so that they can then distribute your earnings to a bunch of anti-white dirtbags and anti-white organizations. And then you're like, all right. And then you go out to buy and you're like, wait, there's tax on every single thing I'm buying as well. So they have no idea. These kids in these other chat forms, they have no idea. You living off, you could just go to the fridge. It's like food magically appears in the pantry. And then isn't it great to have mom, dad fill up the refrigerator and it's just one thing after the other? So you get a lot of kids. Slots is a working class adult who has to be able to financially gift this $100 right now, writing for your humility, for it being our lexicon, $100. He's going without something he really likes. And so are all of you who are financially gifting. And we recognize that. That's a legitimate and important sacrifice. It should be acknowledged. How many people in today's, this modernity, this anti-white narrative that we live in, how many people can prevent themselves for one moment from not just running out with whatever dollars they can get together or credit they can get together to go buy the next thing? I need the next game, the next pair of shoes. You know how long I've had my watches? Forever. The only way there'll be new ones coming in is if I get gifted a watch. So these people, they can't stop, though. They get onto something and they just need something else right away. So these are adults who are going out of their way, going without something. And we deeply appreciate that. Who remembers when Roy gifted some big sum? I don't know. What was it? Bertie Bassett, were you here then? Or Timmy, were you here when Roy gifted? It's about like a year and a half ago. And he gave like $250 or maybe even like $500. And he said this was going to be for a trip to some music event, but instead it's going to be better served for White Wellbeing. So he was going to pay for some trip to some music event. He obviously liked the music event. And we're by no means saying give up all of these things, by no means. But where you can sacrifice, where you don't absolutely need, it's much better to put it to something that enriches your life and that will change that milieu, that context, that stuff through which legislation is passed, arguments take place. You know, all those people inside the anti-white narrative, and they're always talking about that window. They're always talking about that window of permissible discussion and debate as it's something that kind of just happens instead of it being something that the anti-whites are just forcing on you because you're allowing them to force you to live in the anti-white narrative, right? Those people, they're just inside of that window. We get outside, we leave their narrative altogether, and we then serve white well-being. And when you do so, you decide the window of permissible discussion. You give meaning to your life. That's the ether through which the conversation then moves. Do you want to be in the position of having a window that others prescribe for you, others set the limit, circumscribe for you, they set that limit on you? Or do you want to be the one who is setting the limit on the debate? We have demonstrated for many years now that we can do that without having to control academia, the media, etc. In fact, it's almost stronger for us given the landscape now. I mean, you really have to be. Remember, folks, I started doing this when everybody still trusted the media 100% compared to the way it is today. I mean, you can say, well, you never believed the media, or there was always, of course there was. Of course, there were always people that thought, oh, this is a lie, that's a lie, or, they're manipulating and whatever it is. But compared to today, where everybody thinks the media is, the established media, regime media is hogwash, everybody believed back then compared to today. And that's when I was doing this and having success. So much easier today to do it and have success. So let's be the ones who design the windows of permissible debate, that ether through which or in which that conversation takes place. So thank you so much, Sloths, for that $100 financial gift. A big salute to you for all that you have done and are doing in that financial gift. And whatever you're going without, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a pastry every morning before work, for the next so many months or whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe it's the notch up of gasoline, petrol, and you're gonna use the weaker petrol and then clean the system out later. Whatever it is, brother, I'm with you when you're sacrificing. We have the great, Arts Acrobats here, financially gifting $7.14. And remember, folks, get ready. We're gonna talk about a testimonial right now. We're gonna skip to this testimonial because I'm almost out of time for potentially being loud. Well, I will be loud. One last time. The great Art Acrobats, $7.14. Thank you, my dear brother. And he writes, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. By God, that is a truism that is truer nowhere else than right here, brother, than to achieving success. It took Henry Ford a moment to figure out the assembly line. It was a moment of inspiration, and then all of that had to be built. All of it had to be shown to work. And you think about the story I've shared with you about Ethernet and how that guy had to travel the country. There's so many of these stories. You can have something magnificent, and it doesn't matter how great it is if you don't get out there and push and push and push and get it to the folks. The prerequisite is it has to work. We are putting these all of the lexicon of dialectics through the rigor of the scientific method. All right, Aristotelian informed or Aristotle informed Bacon a matrix. We are putting it through the scientific method. At the other end, we have proof of concept again and again. I'm going to read one of the testimonies right now that's going to get you out of your wheelchair and walking again, or cause you to fall out of, forget how to walk, whatever way it's going to be for you. Get you to walk on water. Just a moment here, something magnificent. And we've got so many magnificent ones. I got the one I played at the beginning that Andreas put to music. Amazing. So we're going to keep rolling though, but we've got to push it out there. We've got to get it out there. And especially we need to remember this. We need to remember the sage words of Art Acrobats here, citing the truism. Genius is 99% perspiration, 1% inspiration. We need to remember those words as we get out into the world, spreading, going free, because not only do we have the challenge that every other person would face with something new, every other group of people would face with something new, but we have the heavy headwinds of anti-Whiteism. And that, as I said, remember, prior to this decade starting, and we were right, and we've been right, and we continue to be right, every single one of us, I said this was going to be a decade of two storms, one of darkness, one of light. You all remember before the decade started, before this year started, and I said in 2020 is going to start it off with a bang, this decade, and has it not? The two storms, the anti-whites were going to be getting stronger the entire decade and inflicting more harm than they ever have. And yet the entire time we were going to be getting more powerful as well, spreading, going free. Parallel tracks, both getting stronger. And that moment when chance, when whatever decides, and it ultimately, those wires cross, we'll see when the streams cross how the smoke clears. But we intend to recapture our destiny. And it has every been that case, has it not? And I also said, just for those who don't know, do not look for a diminution in the ability of anti-whites to do what they do and to hold the power that they hold. Do not look for a diminution in that for our success. That is the wrong metric. We will get more powerful even as they get more powerful. So do not use, if you use the incorrect measurement, you're not going to be able to understand the circumstance. So I'm going to write this. And I didn't hear back from this person, so I'm going to call this person Whisper. I'm going to call this person Whisper. And I'm going to read. It's not very long, short, and I have a response here, but I'm going to, please, everybody get ready. Let me just quickly look over here. Thank you so much, my dear brother, Art Acrobats. And big mammal. I don't know. Try to think about it. Maybe it'll come back to me. Maybe it'll come back to you. Maybe it'll come back to somebody else. Hearth and Helm is here. Another great champion, this lady. Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Great to see you. Yes, Birdie says, I've seen you open your mailbag on the streams before. Can people mail you stuff? They absolutely can. And we are going to be opening the mailbag, actually just revisiting, because I wasn't able to get back out to the mailbox this week. Too busy. But you go over to knowwhiteguilt.org. You go to the cryptocurrency link at the very top. You click on that, and you will see the cryptocurrency links, and then also the snail mail link address. And you can write me there, or you can financially gift there. I know that some people are much more comfortable sending the financial gifts that way, and I appreciate you all for that. White Wellbeing says, Brother Jason, I get up early in the morning. Thank you for having me at White Wellbeing Church today. Looking forward to seeing you and everyone next Sunday. Go free. Well, thank you so much. If you're still with us, I'm going to hold off for one moment, and I'm going to read this right now. Let me jump to it before he goes to bed. Here we go. Whisper writes, hello, Jason. Just wanted to drop you a line. And this is, by the way, coming from a person who has been in the white positive sphere for a long time. So this is the context to understand this in. A person who has been in the white positive sphere for a long time, gone a very specific direction inside of the white positive sphere for a long time, trying the tools, the language, the arguments, etc., symbology in another part of the sphere for a long time, and has had whatever success that he has had, but now he's come across going free and has changed his mind. Hello, Jason. Just wanted to drop you a line and say I fully support the work you are doing. I've been searching for the right kind of movement, and you have invented it. We need something strong enough to counter Marxism. The old National Socialism has been poisoned so much it can no longer be used. There's too much knee-jerk emotional attachment to it. Combating the enemy on their turf, using their language, is always doomed to failure. You are taking the correct approach by inventing a new type of language to describe our oppression, and I will be following you with great interest. Let me know if there is anything I can do to help further your cause, our cause. He writes here, get out your raucous emojis. I am donating $1,000 to White Wellbeing. Whisper writes, I am donating $1,000 worth of testimony to White Wellbeing, to the service of White Wellbeing. Best regards, a fellow white man who is appalled about what is being done and has been done to our race. Well, I salute you, brother. $1,000 to the service of White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. Another working class person who has said, I have finally seen the light of what works. I have finally found what will change everything. I see how it all clicks into place. So much so that I want to give a testimonial of $1,000 to the work that you are doing, the going free. I write back to Whisper, I want to thank you with all the gratitude that a man can muster for your commitment to white well-being. This is a princely sum, and it is urgently needed for the work that we are doing. But more importantly, it is a grand testimonial to the success of the work that we are doing. You are joining the elect of our people by coming to the conclusion that this is the path and taking the decisive step to participate. Your comments about the old ineffective ways and methods are going to be powerful for our brothers and sisters. As you have recognized, we need to stop playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Our people need to learn this quickly so that together we can bring the work that we are going to many millions more of our brothers and sisters. Promethean hails to you, my dear brother. Tomorrow is ours. Ladies and gentlemen, raucous, wild emojis for our brand new participant, just now entering the white positive sphere, and so impressed by the successes, so impressed by everything that he has read already so far relative to all of that came before, so impressed that immediately financially gifts $1,000. Who gives $100? Who gives $1? Who gives $1,000? Who makes $2,000 available, as we have had done here? Who does this for nothing? Who does this for a fad? Who does that for a whim? No one does. Not one person. They do it because they see that it works. They do it because they are excited. They do it because they see it changing lives. They do it because they have used it, and it for the first time in their life, enabled them to win in conversations and in arguments and in helping people to go free. And they want to see more of it. They want to be the ones who control the ether, who decide what that ether will be like, in which the debate takes place, in which the legislation is passed. This is how we're going to do it. These heroes, every one of you coming together. I salute every single one of you. This is the apostles of the Western Sunrise. We are making it happen. The anti-whites are doing all that they can do. Besmirching the sign, despoiling the billboard, and throwing away the leaflets when they find them, and making a fool of themselves, doing everything they can to try to stop us, but revealing with the arguments that we use who and what they really are. To whom? To whom does that matter? Those many millions that you now see at every one of those T-Rex rallies, do you want them showing up for white well-being? Damn right you do. That is what we are changing here. My God, what a champion this is. I can't even think of something outside of service to white well-being. As hard as I have to work for every one of my peddly little impecunious dollars that I could show up for and think, this is so amazing, I'm going to take 1,000 of those hard-earned dollars. And how many more do I have to earn to get that 1,000? And I'm going to give it all to that. I can't think of one other thing. I've had this sort of dedication easily for our people over the years when it comes to my funds. But I can't think of one other place. Now, there are people who have been caught. They didn't know of white well-being. They were infected. They were all infected with mean pathogens. All of us. We were all suffering with mean pathogens. And they can easily find another $1,000 for 2 more video games or 3 more video games. Think about that. Wasting their lives. They can easily find $1,000 for so much more time on one of these. What are the chat girls or whatever they're called when they're taking off their clothes, or they're not taking off their clothes, or the chat guys where they're taking off their clothes or not taking. I don't know, but they can find another 1,000 for that. They can find another 1,000 to get a fancier $50 whatever on their new car. They can find another 1,000 for that easily enough. How many can find another 1,000, an extra $1,000, take it out of what they need and give it to the kind of work that we are doing? Where does that happen? It doesn't. You don't come anywhere close to this sort of excitement. And you have it here for something brand new because you're seeing results. The only other place where you see that people show up and they give some money is when they foolishly give money to something that looks like an old vehicle that they've been taught to believe had success in the past, and they think maybe it'll have success again. They'll show up in there. Those are hope dollars. Those are wish dollars. Those are, and remember, folks, what I taught you about wishes, and this is not just applicable to going free, but it's applicable to your whole life. Never wish for anything. The moment you wish, it's a curse that prevents you from having the thing that you wish for. Never wish. Tell your children never to wish. Never wish. Only wish for that which you don't want. The moment you wish, you take it out of your own hands. These are the people who show up at these other places, whether it's they're looking for that apparatchik who will be the next politician. You have as we were talking about earlier, with a quip for every slander. Whether it's that or somebody who looks like some black and white dictator or whatever it was, and they look like, oh, it's going to be another one of those. These people show up and they're like, I wish it is. Here's some more money. That's the only place you see dollars show up. Or some slick wise ass who acts like he's so much superior, or she as well, so much superior to everybody else. Well, I wish this person would do something. And then we see with many of these she's, well, with the he's as well, they end up turning on you, selling you out down the river. None of these are wish dollars. These are results dollars. Christ almighty. This is the evidence that these people see that this works. Make sure everyone knows. Make sure everyone you know knows that this is happening. That is how we engender the excitement. We're not going to have, when it comes to Foxmen, I'm not going to be able to, and you all are not going to be able to rely on the organizational entity coming into being, because we're going to have a couple hundred of filthy rich folks of a tiny little community show up and say, how many zeros do you want on the check? We're not going to be able to do that. But we have millions and millions and millions of working class white people out there who are able to take a little bit out, spare a little bit, do without the extra large bag of Doritos or whatever it is for the rest of get rid of that garbage. Don't eat that filth. Going to get rid of that, and they're going to put it to changing the world, to combating those anti-whites like Foxman. And I tell you what, we may never have any of the white oligarchs or white moneyed people with the big dough show up to support us. But I tell you what, we're going to be far smarter than they are. We're going to be far craftier than they will ever imagine to be. And I'll tell you this, when you pit a mercenary hired by some anti-white oligarch dirtbag, you pit some dirtbag mercenary against somebody fighting for love and passion and the protection of their people and all that is true, noble, and heroic in the world, you damn well know who's going to win that fight. That mercenary is going to leave there in a metaphorical body bag. This is the evidence of success. These aren't wish dollars. These are success dollars. God bless you, Whisper. Thank you for every single thing that you're doing with that testimony. Thank you for showing up. I don't know what other talents you have, but I am looking forward to your time and your energy, whatever you want to give. You're obviously motivated, and we love you, and we thank you for all that every single one of those dollars is going to be able to do. Not a single one of those, just as is always the case, not a single one spent on food or on toothpaste or on a dog food, don't have a dog to feed, or on fancy shoes, or the trips. You saw all these you saw it with some of the guys, but you saw it with a lot of these parvenus, these upstarts, these dilettantes that showed up, most of them female. You got another one trying to show up again. After thieving so much money, they get a bunch of your dollars, and then they got new hairstyles, they got new this, they got brand new jewelry, they look fantastic. No shit, they look great in all of their commercials because they've hired some professional firm to take photos of them, and they've hired people to touch things up, and they've gotten themselves facial treatments and cosmetic surgeries and whatever else, and then they've traveled to exotic places to have their pictures taken in front of those. No shit, they look great. Your dollars don't go to that here. There's no fixing this up anyhow. So that's just the bottom line. Thank you so much, Whisper. And what an entrance to make. What a hero. God bless you. God bless you. And we're going to move on, and we'll be celebrating you moving forward as well. And God bless you to every single one of you who has given everything from $1. I don't think you can give less than $1 because I've never seen it broken down further. But has given $1 all the way up to our largest financial gifters. Thank you so very much. And we're going to press on. Thank God that there are people like this. Let's see what you all are saying. My God, how exciting is this? Timmy has an exclamation point. Jessica has flames and stars and hearts. I love it. Thank you all. We celebrate each other. We celebrate all our works, right? Just like when you're playing on the best team, you're playing on your team sport, and somebody goes out there and likening to American football, they throw that block that enables the guy to go the 80 yards for the touchdown. Maybe you can't pick up that guy because he weighs 250 pounds, but you still slap him on the head. You celebrate him. We celebrate each other's efforts. We celebrate each other's works. Every one of us is a hero. Every one of us is on the rostrum. This is fantastic. All right, I'm going to walk through here really quick. Walk through the Great Gathering. I wish we could start crank the music up. And at the same time have a conversation. And I mean, we would be blasting it right now. All right, let me just see. Thank you all for celebrating Whisper. And Ashley says, shut up. Wow. Yes, it's true. Mr. Frosty is here. Great to see you. Thank you all for the applause for this hero. Benjamino is here. Hello. Simon is saluting. Username redacted. Azimuth Clark. Is that Carrie? Great to see you. All right, just sliding through, seeing what you all are saying. We're going to get to the news. We're going to talk about things. I had to share that. We've got so much going on. 44. Hello, Jason. I've been following you for a while. Could you tell me how to get started actually helping you? The best thing you can do to help me and to help everybody else is to help yourself first, brother. Help yourself first. You can acquire Go Free in digital form. You head on over to the links that are below. Acquire Go Free. If you can't get it in a paperback, you can get it digital form, the Kindle version. It's a practice going free. You have been poisoned with what are called meme pathogens, and we need you to start curing yourself. We need you to start accessing your true potential, physical, mental, and spiritual. We need you to begin seeing the world in our story, outside of the anti-white narrative. That's the very first thing that you need to do. So do that, get started, get working on yourself, spend your Sundays here with us, watch these shows, see what other people ask, begin looking at the world in a new way. And that is how you help yourself as well, all of us. Thank you, brother, for the question. Let's see, what else do we have here? Sebastian says, Mortal Kombat, it has begun. Aman says, Jason wins, flawless victory. I remember that game. Thank you so much. I remember it from back in the day. I'm sure it's too three-dimensional now for me to look at. All right. Jim says, well said, Jason. Thank you very much. All right. Let's keep rolling. And we have a financial gift from First Lady of the American Theater. Lovely woman. $25. Thank you so much, dear sister. Thank you so very much. $25 from the First Lady of American Theater. And she writes, for your lasting bravery. Well, thank you so very much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know, talking about bravery, when you have people ask, are you that no white guilt guy? You know, it's a moment. It's a moment of what do you say? And I always say, hell yeah. Why? Do you want to throw down? Do you want to? And of course, that's slang from around the world you don't know for fighting. But no, you don't fight. You don't look for actual fist fights. A real man does everything he can to get. We've talked about it before. He does everything he can to get out of those situations. So thank you so very much to everyone. And I think I'm going to be everyone's financial gifts today are dedicated to the people that did this. Yonash says, okay, feeling somewhat better now. Isn't it amazing how headaches go away? So many things go away when you are feeding your spirit, when you're feeding your soul in the service. There's no other. You go, listen, I want you all, if you get to reading Prometheus Rising, you get in touch with Prometheus Ithelia, the rewrite in Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, our book, our story. You get into that, and you'll realize that when you show up at these different buildings of religious worship across the West throughout time, and you feel something magical inside of you, you'll finally realize where that's really coming from. Now, we can name it a bunch of different things. We've named it a bunch of different things. But that is the spirit of the West, my friends. That is the spirit of the West. It excites this glory inside of you. You are mesmerized. It excites passion. It feels mystical because it is. This is what we're up against. The anti-whites, we have our billboard here in the United States, and we saw the number of hits on the website, which used to be written across the bottom, go through the roof. So many people, and the specific people we were looking for, and that is the T-Rex kind of people, MAGA kind of people, were showing up. And at the very top, if you've been to nowhiteguilt.org lately, you've seen that it really is the website's become an advertisement for Crucible, which we want those folks reading as quickly as possible and as many of them as possible. And we're doing all this hard work now before the election. So we set up a springboard moving forward through November, December 2021, when we continue to get this message to all of these people who are going to need this information. We reached a great many of them. And the anti-whites figured out, they said, my God, they are reaching tons of people with this. They could tell it used to look like that, gloriously out there, 4 lanes of American traffic. Spotting that, ladies and gentlemen. And the anti-whites got up there and they did this to it. Now,
now says all American, and this is, I'm going to read it backwards. But remember, when I read this backwards, I want you to see what I say in the mirror. All American MLB. See what I say in the mirror. You are bright enough to resolve that riddle. All American MLB. And then, of course, you see the anti-whites who call themselves, well, you have the anti-whites who call themselves MLB, and you have the anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, and they are synonymous with anarchists, anti-whites who call themselves anarchists. Now, the big thing I was talking about when it comes to what they did to our billboard, which, by the way, they really were more than a bit late, because we've now had many thousands of MAGA country people who have come to nowhiteguilt.org as a consequence of this billboard. Many thousands. And this is only, they've done this now just 2 days ago, only days away from the billboard being taken down. So you losers were a bit too late. You needed to be there many days ago. So you losers were late and probably hurt themselves getting up and coming down. Who knows? I hope they didn't. I hope just emotionally they're hurt. But they probably hurt themselves getting up and getting down. And yes, law enforcement is looking for them. Probably will never find them, or doesn't want to find them. Who knows? But there's something important here. There's something very important. And I'm going to be sharing more of these images, clearer ones. I will clean them up some for you. I didn't have the time. Clearer images. And I want you all to share this with the verbiage, or something like the verbiage I'm going to be sharing with you. Because the anti-whites here are telling you loud and clear that what they need you to feel is white guilt. What they went out of their way to get rid of the word no and to get rid of the .org. Rather than just make sure that nobody sees anything written on this billboard, they left what is in their heart. They left their purest hatred and desire for our people. They left what they need you to feel so that they can victimize you. If you don't feel white guilt, ladies and gentlemen, you don't lower your defenses. And if you don't lower your defenses, they can't victimize Western kind and Western civilization. And they want to victimize Western kind, Western civilization, rather than make the world better for this non-white group or that non-white group. They want to victimize Western kind and Western civilization. Not because, or rather than, make the world fairer or make the world more equitable. They want to victimize white children rather than make the lives of non-white children better. And they revealed it right there for the world to see. White guilt. That's what they want you to have. That is what they need you to feel. They are proving us right. Everything that we're saying about the anti-whites, and we've done this, worked forwards and worked backwards before. They need you to lower your defenses, and to lower your defenses, you need to have white guilt so that they can victimize you, and they want to victimize you because they want to punish you. They want to harm you for the feelings of inferiority that the white race inspires in them. Not that we call them inferior, both white and non-white anti-whites, but because the sense of inferiority is inspired in them by the existence of Western kind and Western civilization. That is why they seek to destroy it. not to make the lives of non-white people better, not to make the world fairer, not to make the world more equitable. And they have told you so on a gigantic billboard floating in the sky. They just said that we're right. Now, for those who are new listening, live or in replay, once they have that sense of feeling inferior because of the existence of Western kind, they then name themselves victim. Victim of chance, victim of God, victim of whatever. And by naming themselves victim, they gain the right of self-defense. And self-defense, in all cultures and in all ways and in all time, is fanatic. It is acceptable for it to be radical. It is acceptable for it to be unhinged. And that is exactly how the anti-whites behave. Radical, unhinged, fanatic. They then, because you can't inflict harm and say that you're inflicting harm because you feel inferior, they then create this giant superstructure we call Antiwhiteism, which is composed of the anti-white narrative and the myths of pretexts, moralized, intellectualized, and sentimentalized excuses to victimize. That's where you hear the arguments about caring for the people who have been, what do they say now, like unhomed from the economy of the evil white man's economy, the anti-white would say, or people displaced by war in foreign lands. These are the excuses. This is the meme pathogens that the anti-whites use. And then where this intersects with your life is that an anti-white, to inflict harm on Western kind, which is a concept, a people in toto and anthropomorphized, and therefore something that they cannot grasp in and of itself, they then, in order to exact or inflict this punishment, this harm on us, our children, our civilization, they target you as the avatar for all of Western kind and Western civilization. That is why when you show up at a Trump rally or whatever rally it might be, First Amendment, anything that might get in their way of inflicting harm, and that's what's important. This explains it all. This lens explains it all. That is why when the guy or woman who shows up, how about we'll do this, the 80-something-year-old man and the 80-something-year-old woman, cute little old couple who showed up at the White House for the speech they gave at the White House, and they were leaving, shuffling along with the little steps that folks who are seniors, they're wont to take so they don't slip and fall. That is how an anti-white 20-something, a white anti-white with a mask on, can lean over right in front of the little old lady's, the senior citizen old lady's face and scream as loud as he can anti-white slurs. Well, friends, brothers and sisters, let me tell you this. What now when you see the power that being artificially victimized creates? What now do you think of those in the white positive sphere who say that we shouldn't talk about our victimization, our actual victimization? What now do you think about their short-sightedness? What now do you think about their stupidity? If an anti-white, irrespective of their race, can become as animated, can become as fanatical, can give their lives over on the basis of feeling like a victim when there's been no victimization aside from their own feelings of inferiority because of our presence, what kind of endurance
heroism, dedication, sacrifice can be engendered in much better and much healthier people when there is literal, actual victimization of our people, of our civilization, of our most vulnerable, of our senior citizens, of our children, of our wives, of our husbands. Never look away and refuse to talk about the victimization of our people. The anti-whites need you to stay silent on that. They need you to feel white guilt. They want you to feel misplaced, artificial, and vacuous bravado and pretend like you haven't been victimized so that they can get in the face of that little old white lady with her little old husband, a beautiful couple, probably have been married for 50 plus years, so that piece of that POS can get in that little old woman's face, lovely little old woman, and scream at her. You better consider that victimization of our people. And you better, because of that victimization, be willing to get in his face. This is what they've done. I'm going to share more of these images. I'll share them on Twitter. I'll put them up on my platforms, clearer ones. And I want you all to share as widely as you can what the anti-whites need us to feel, and that the anti-whites themselves are proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that we here in service to white well-being, we here going free, are the ones who are right. They're not doing it with any other content or thought leader or organizational leader. It's only right here have they shown you the cards again and again and again that we have the finger on the pulse of what motivates these bastards. Let me see what you all have to say. Every dollar today is dedicated. Every single dollar is dedicated to the anti-whites, who I guarantee you, they went to the website, they went to the YouTube channel, they know about these shows. I guarantee you they're watching to see if we would be talking about, they're watching right now to see if we would talk about what they did to our billboard. What they did, how they despoiled this billboard. I guarantee you they're watching right now and gloating. Every dollar is in your name. You absolute vermin. And what dumbasses you are. You did all that. You risked that. Potentially the police will figure out who you are. You might have gotten hurt. You risked all that. The thing was coming down in days anyhow. And you ended up revealing that we are right. Know how dumb your asses are. And think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this as well for these idiots, these pukes. I know you're watching. I know you're watching. Think about this. These pukes that are watching right now that did this, that defaced our billboard, they are so brain dead, such midget wits, that they are in lockstep with all of the regime's media, all of big tech, all of the of governance, with the exception of T-Rex, all of academia, in lockstep with all of them, and they feel like they are fighting the system by going out, finding a single billboard, speaking up and saying what? No white guilt. What did I tell you all? If you want to get under their skin, it's not some stupid looking slogan or sounding slogan from the past. It's not some weird looking stiff-armed wave like you're getting rigor mortis or having a stroke. It's just telling them that you don't have any white guilt. And then you dumbasses just revealed, yep, that Jason guy, he nailed us. Yeah, we nailed you. You went out of your way to fight the man on one sign somewhere. What a brain dead, absolute shitless wonders. And let me ask you this too. You wanna despoil some more work that we do. I live in the DC metro area. Let's just have a conversation. No sneaking up on me from behind. I have my head on a swivel when I'm out anyhow, but you want to sneak up on me, and you're going to end up, and unless you're very lucky, you're going to end up in worse and bad state. But let's have a conversation. I'd like to have a full contact conversation. I'll knock the last 2 IQ points out of you. All right. What else do we have here? Let me jump over to entropy and see what you're saying. I know we got comments from earlier. And okay, we didn't miss anybody that on the that had financially gifted. That's good. Angerod Celtic is here. Let's see. Good to see you, dear lady. Mestizo is here. Great to see you, brother. Says he made a poster. Let me take a quick look at that and see if I can. Oh, you know what? It's not going to show me on this machine. So I'm going to have to move it over to another machine. And of course, this is because of the anti-whites. We outsmart them all the time. And even turn what they did 2 nights ago. I bet that really ruined their celebration. I bet that really ruined it. Everything we just had to say there. And the way we're going to make hay, the way we're going to make lemonade, the way we're going to make gold out of what you all did. Well done, dumbasses. Well done. So let me see if I can grab that what Mestizo had created, and then maybe get it over to another machine and see exactly what we're looking at. Is everything all right on the discipline channel? I see some exotic things happening in my peripheral vision. But we got to get to the news too. We got so many things to cover. While we do that, I'm going to jump over. Vivian writes here, I have begun the book and it's very good so far. So one of my books. I find myself reading parts repetitively, which I only do with information that's actually informative. So it's probably Go Free that Vivian, this is Vivian's writing about, her testimonial, noticing mistakes that I didn't know I was even making. And I'm only 10% deep into it. Thanks, Jason. I'm going to read that again. Vivian's testimonial about going free. I've begun the book, and it's very good so far. I find myself reading parts repetitively, which I only do with information that's actually informative, noticing mistakes that I didn't know I was even making, and I'm only 10% deep into it. Thanks, Jason. Well, thank you, Vivian, for that magnificent testimonial. Lester writes here, he's right. Talking about something I said on one of the other shows. He's right. Look up Matt Hale. He was the head of a group called the World Church of the Creator. It was a group of nobodies that had about 5 members, and most people never heard of it. But the feds went after them anyway. They inserted a spy in the group, and the spy recorded himself suggesting attacks on a federal judge. Hale never said anything in favor of it and weakly dissented. But the feds arrested him anyway and then put him in prison after the requisite kangaroo trial. Put him in prison for 40 years. That's right. A man got 40 years prison time for not denouncing the government's fake plan with enough vigor. The U.S. government is evil, writes Laser is his name, Laser. The U.S. government is evil. Don't think they will play fair with you. They won't. And thank you very much for that. And I'm guessing that this was in response to me talking about how in the past you were guaranteed to have some sort of agent or narc in your midst. That was the only way they got info on us and the only way that they entrapped us. And we see that there are easier ways now, much easier ways, and they are entrapping a lot more. Of course, that never happens with the U.S. government. If CNN says it doesn't happen that way, or if Snopes says it doesn't happen, make sure that you get the other side of the story. I'm only going to give you the opinions of some people. They might be on one side of the spectrum. They might be on the other, the opinions I give you. But always make sure you go elsewhere to get the other side of the story. I don't have enough time to stream, enough hours in my life to be able to give you both sides of every story. You have to go elsewhere to get the other sides. And remember, I am never speaking for the platform known as YouTube or any of the people at that platform. So I was speaking in one of my streams that you were guaranteed to have them in your midst and that they would suggest doing criminal acts and that you had to get rid of them. And then I see the same thing in this new age, still relatively new, of the internet, but people much more easily get swept up because they can't see these people firsthand. You know, if you could see a Doolittle pissing himself in front of you or fidgeting and looking all nervous, sometimes these agents were quite good. I mean, they did a great job at appearing to be normal. And I'm sure sometimes not undercover agents, and I'm sure sometimes we kicked people out who we thought maybe this is an agent, or maybe just somebody who's too dumb to stop making violent jokes or something like this. It's not permitted. Or maybe if you had John Mark actually walk into a room and not take off that damn red helmet, you'd probably say, look, buddy, just get the hell out. I don't care how flashy. I know you got a lot of glossy things that you put together and you're handing out, but you're not taking off your helmet and you're talking about seceding from the United States and having a civil war and all of this. You're not allowed to do that here. These people would have just been thrust out. Instead, you get a bunch of good people who end up listening to these things. Why? Because they're looking for an excuse to do nothing, to sit around and just continue talking and LARPing as Rambo, while they nurse that Santa Claus style belly that's hanging over their belt. They can LARP as Rambo and and say, well, we know it's going to happen because John Mark, Kurt Doolittle, and then this army's going to run. And I'm all ready. I've got and they got cool stuff. They're smart guys. A lot of them. They got really cool things, I admit. But they're doing nothing. They're looking for an excuse to do nothing. They need to be put on the spot and told that they're doing nothing rather than lose their right to self-defense because they sign on with a couple of glowing agents. I guarantee you, anybody not taking off their helmet at a meeting or pissing themselves and talking about ebony phallus, they would be thrown out right away. So again, if you listen to them talking about fixing the Constitution, totally cool. But if you agreed with them about civil war or anything like that, I am telling you, for your good, and others, and people have done this since Richmond, get on your social media and distance yourself. Disavow everything you agreed with them about. And speak openly about no violence because they're watching you. They collected all your names. People have lost their right to self-defense. People are now all set up to do kidnappings, and now they're facing lifetime in jail. So fix yourself and then start going free. So there's that. Why did we change the screen? Why did we get off the screen? I don't even know why we got on that screen. Oh, it was because of, let's see here. Let's see what Mestizo created. Oh, it's a poster. Oh, this is fantastic. I'll have to shift it back over to the other machine. But if anybody can click on that, check it out over on Entropy. It is a Joe Biden poster. This is something. What I'll do is, did you make that? I can put that up on my. Wait, it says down here. You need to put. Can you add nowhiteguilt.org? Like shift anti-white up. Add nowhiteguilt.org, get rid of the verbiage at the very bottom. And then this could be something that people could, essentially it's a face of rigor mortis and running for president. And it's colorized, looks weird. And he's looking goofy because of course he has rigor mortis. And it says anti-white. It looks fantastic. Yeah, do that, and then maybe I'll add that to the well done, Mestizo. Thank you. Round of applause. We'll see if we can get that up for you. Yonash is here. I've got a terrible headache. Oh yeah, well we saw that earlier, but you're feeling better.
You're feeling better as after Whisper and everybody here who is financially gifting in the name of the dirtbags who have probably accidentally pricked themselves in unmentionable places with their heroin needles. Meme Curatives writes here, Meme Curatives will save us, writes here, part 1. Why do you believe countries, especially in Europe, are locking down and increasing the tyranny? Example, forcing masks outdoors. I can't help but feel, he writes, it's intended to impoverish us and destroy smaller business. He goes on to write, in part 2, a business and just impoverish and destroy smaller business and our morale. And then he writes, with a vaccine then being coerced onto us. Why else are politicians so enthusiastically pushing the idea that we'll all need to take a vaccine to solve the crisis? Well, great questions, brother. And I will tell you this, at the very beginning of this pandemic, we said here, and we were right the entire time, we said here that as soon as the news broke, before it was really being reported anywhere, before very many people knew about it, it's all on video, all recorded, we said the anti-whites are going to say, because of the lens we use, that's right, that works. The anti-whites are going to say that the virus is no big deal and to not worry about it and to go out to the non-white events, the non-white festivals, don't close down the borders to non-white countries, don't even close the border to China because this virus is no big deal. We said, we predicted that that is what would happen. And then within days and every day it became more apparent that that is exactly what they were doing. All of that information is out there that you can go back and look and see that that was our prediction. We also predicted, and that's exactly what happened. We saw them say, no big deal, go out to the Chinese festivals, leave the borders wide open, etc. Right? Go out to the, what was the other ones down there in Florida? Go out, and then you had the big spread of the infection there. They said, go out to these things. It's no big deal because it was from a non-white country. And we said, according to Going Free, that if this had been from a white country, it would have been completely different. They wouldn't have given it this at the time. I don't believe the universal name that they were spreading or had spread very far was COVID-19 yet. But we said that I can't remember. Does anybody remember what white country I said? Remember, I made the predictions like if it started in Louisiana, if it started in New York, or that these things in the future, if we did not recapture our destiny, they would start in places like Louisiana and New York. And then I said something like maybe it was Scotland or something. I said that if it came from Scotland, they would be calling it, the Scottish flu. They would have no problem, and they would be telling everybody that it's going to kill everybody. Because we're looking through the lens of Going Free, because we are right about anti-whites, period, into that conversation. I don't care how many goddamn degrees you have. I don't care what kind of weird flag you wave. We're right, period. It works. We said then, if you'll remember, that if this does become something significant, they will flip on a dime. They will immediately say that this is some horrible disease that is going to affect non-white people more so than white people. White people are responsible for non-white people being harmed more by the disease. And that then, and this is my answer to you, meme curatives will save us, they would use the disease to advance anti-whiteism in every sphere that they can advance it. Not because there is this Alex Jonesian, like top-down, bloated reptilian whatevers that are saying, now is the time to move the legislation, or whatever it is. But because we understand what an anti-white is, what motivates them. And we clearly spell it out. So if you have learned these things, if you have imbibed that reality, you would know, not just you, meme curators, I'm talking generally, you would know that as soon as an opportunity is given to facilitate the victimization of Western kind and Western civilization, an anti-white is immediately going to take it by every imaginable route. So these conspiracy-minded, world controlled by whatever reptiles or whatever it is people, they get it wrong again and again. And I easily demonstrate how they get it wrong again and again. And we painted a very clear picture from the very beginning that came perfectly to fruition. See, what the anti-whites, what the conspiracy people do, and what a lot of these old school nationalists and patriots, what they do is they see a dart thrown onto a big white canvas, a big wall painted white. And then they walk over to it and they paint a target, a bullseye where the dart landed. And then they write beside that target that they hit this target now because, and what they're doing is now they're going back in time from before it actually happened. It's easy for people to be bamboozled by that. What's difficult is to say where that dart's going to land on that white wall. What's easy to do and to bamboozle people with is to go and paint the target once the dart has landed. That's what the conspiracy people do. So none of the conspiracy people, none of the old school vehicles said exactly what would happen as we did, and it played out exactly as we said it would happen. The anti-whites immediately flipped, and then they pursued all avenues. The conspiracy-minded folks, for example, they very comfortably, for them, it was very convenient for them to then forget what was said immediately by all of these governmental institutions, by these world bodies, what they said right away. They've just conveniently erased all of that. And now they've painted this target. They write backwards in time about the whole plan leading up to the target. Don't allow yourselves to be bamboozled by that. What we do is we say, this part of the say this big white wall that's in front of us, this part over here is the infliction of harm on Western kind and Western civilization. And we can say that if a dart is thrown by an anti-white, given the circumstance, you have on that wall a severity of what they might try to throw the dart at. So if the circumstance is everything that's stable, everything is calm in the civilization, well, they're not going to throw the dart to inflict that harm on a part of that wall that is going to be immediately laughed off as completely outlandish. If there was no pandemic, an anti-white could not come to you and say, we're going to lock you down for the shit of it. So they're not going to throw the dart there. Instead, they're going to throw the dart at a different part of the wall. Now, I am absolutely not saying you listen to the World Health Organization and Susan Wojcicki when it comes to COVID-19 and whatever they want to call it next or whatever. They're the ones who have the truth. They're the ones who have the answers. If they say one thing Monday and something else Tuesday, I will change my opinion that fast with them. So we're not making any comment on COVID-19. Whatever World Health Organization says, whatever your government says is the fact that you better believe, because if you don't, the anti-whites are going to come for your ability to talk to people. They're going to come for you. They're going to do a lot of horrible things to you. So you can see, my brother, meme curatives will save us, that every single one of these efforts, and you point out perfectly here, it's impoverishing us, it's destroying our morale, keeping us locked down. But again, like I said, I'm not saying that that's the reason to do it, but that's what an anti-white would do. They would want to impoverish Western kind. They would want to break your morale. They would want you more atomized, would they not? And so they are merely using the opportunity, just like any other opportunity, to do what they would already do to varying degrees. I hope that makes sense for everybody. If there's any confusion, I'll try to clear it up as best I can. But what you see with crises versus a period of, let's just say, calm relative to crises,
is a difference in the severity of the harm that anti-whites are able to inflict on us. Every time there is a crisis or whatever it might be, you see the severity of the harm they inflict go up. This makes perfect sense to rational people. The reality of why and how this happens doesn't make sense for conspiracy theorists. It ends up at the end of their explanation in nothing but baffle-gabbing you and bamboozling you out of dollars for some weight loss pills. So don't do it. Don't follow those people. You have the lens to understand the world right here and save our brothers and sisters who are being bamboozled by these things. You know, if they come to you and they're talking and these like different bodies that they talk about, like this body is meeting in Geneva and this body or whatever, those bodies of managers or whatever, they do meet. That's not what's important. They are anti-white oligarchs or individuals working for anti-white oligarchs that are getting together. And what you have to understand is you have the desire to inflict the harm on Western kind of Western civilization that you have seen time and again. We've pointed out that they put ahead of profit. But then you also have the need for power, which is profit, that is in constant competition with others. So there is a great human dynamism there. So they need the power to stay ahead of others who are striving for power. And at the same time, they're inflicting anti-whiteism. Now, that doesn't mean don't anthropomorphize. Don't suddenly think like, well, there is a group and then another group that's striving for power, or individuals that are striving for power are not anti-white. They very well could be anti-whites as well. They could be every bit as anti-white as the anti-whites who are inflicting all of this or allowing all of this to happen. I mean, the biggest condemnation, and I shared this so many years ago with a bunch of academics, big schools, and they were like, the biggest condemnation of the oligarchs in the United States, the anti-white oligarchs, that they are behind what's happening to us, or that they are anti-white. Let's put it that way. That it's not there's no, like, as I say, there's no like 1 or 5 people sitting at the top saying, okay, well, you, when that person is crossing that sidewalk, you do X to them because we're being anti-white here. I mean, give me a break. The evidence that these individuals that are at the top are anti-white is that they do nothing to stop what's happening to us. That's all the evidence you need. That's all you need to know. You want to know the position of the anti-white or the oligarchs in the United States? You want to know their position? You watch who's being victimized, and you see what they do or don't do. The fact that they don't move to put an end to what is weakening their holding, the United States, and therefore the people of the United States, Western kind, the people who create the United States, is the evidence that they are anti-white. I can share the truth with everybody, but I can't think for the dumbest out there. So if they're not going to be able to get it and they want to continue believing these silly things, then let them go believe their silly things. But that's a fantastic question. Thank you so much, Meme Curatives. Let's see. Tall Kevin says, they were saying, what is the difference from just an average self-help group book? What makes it different for white people? Oh, okay. So somebody you got in a conversation with, this is from earlier in the show. Let me get a drink of some coffee. Good stuff. Earlier in the show, Tall Kevin asked that he was doing the right thing, sharing the message of going free with people who are for T-Rex. I think at a Biden rally it said, and I guess somebody there was saying, or people there were saying, well, what's the difference between just like some average self-help group book and going free? Well, we're kind of talking about the Grand Canyon of difference. your basic self-help book is written by a charlatan, taking truisms that should be taught to our children because they've come down through our lore, they've come down through Aesop's fables, they've come down through the stories we've told forever. These have all been white erased from our histories. I mean, think about it. When the English, primarily the English in the United States were here, and then the Germans were the next big group that came over. The English had their tales. The Germans came over with many of the tales were the same, a little bit of different names, but then both sets had some tales that taught truths. And what should have happened was all of that, and this is what was happening, was being bundled up to be more than the original group's tales, the original group's warnings, the original group's lessons throughout history. And somehow today, we've ended up with none of them. So what's happening with your basic self-help is you have a charlatan, you have a mountebank, and he's taking or she's taking these truisms that are free to all of you. And then they get on a stage, they write a book, and it's when they write a book, there's almost always a host of writers, perfectly plastic and fake, the whole process from start to finish. They add a bunch of bogus stories from toad eaters, people claiming that, he started, I listened to this, say like a self-help course that got me started in real estate or got me started in trading stocks. And now, I'm a billionaire 7 times over. And then of course you look into these things and it's not true whatsoever. Or the group of people who started the bogus self-help ended up purchasing a bunch of X, Y, or Z from this person so they could create these toadies to go out there and say, well, the process really works, so that they then end up making more money off of their duped marks, which is how they refer to you, by the way, these so-called self-help people. And the same thing is true for these get laid, just villainous scumbags who write these books to help guys find, and it's all they're really doing, finding women who are in a bad state, maybe their whole life's in a bad state from the way they were raised, targeting them and then victimizing them for sex or money or whatever it is. Sickening. Same thing holds true if a woman does that to a man. Same thing holds true. So that's what they do then. They take what's free to you, what is actually your inheritance, and then they force you to pay a shit ton of money for it. And then you read the book once, even if they finish it or they read it twice or whatever, and they take away from it, these poor dupes, they take away from it 1 or 2 lessons that are the most well-known lessons from our people's history, like industriousness, or they just repackage it and sell it to folks over and over again. So what's happening with the average self-help book is that the average self-help book, now that doesn't mean that every single person who reads a self-help book is going to get nothing out of it. If you've never heard the Aesop fable about, the frog and the scorpion or whatever, and you end up learning a new version of it repackaged in this book, and then that helps you to come to some understanding, well, then you've gleaned something from it. But it's definitely not going to be what you've paid. You're paying big money for this over and over, and everything is an upsell with these self-help groups. Everything is an upsell. Oh, you haven't had any success yet? Well, that's because you gotta buy the next package every time. And they go on these tours and they make themselves fabulously rich, but their audience who's paying, they never get fabulously rich. Self-help book, you're being duped, you're being fleeced, and you might take a thing or two away from it that might briefly better yourself, but it's superficial. And this is the thing, Kevin, that you want to share. Anything in your average self-help book. Well, first thing you could start off by saying that one is the average self-help book is for an individual. White Wellbeing is for a people. The individual is not going to be able to improve the world by improving his ability to fleece other people or outmaneuver other people or whatever it is that they're being taught. But in White Wellbeing, you will be improving the world, and therefore the environment in which you and your children after you're gone and your grandchildren have to live. After saying something of this sort, And that is, of course, a colossal difference, a Grand Canyon of difference between bettering superficially an individual and then on a fundamental level treating an individual and therefore a people for the poisonous traits that are keeping them from realizing their actual potential. So when the poisonous ideas, when a self-help book, for example, says that is procrastination your problem? Are you a procrastinator? Well, here are some things that people who are millionaires or billionaires, here's what they've said about procrastination. And then to not be a procrastinator, and this is like your every self-help book, to not be a procrastinator, you need to set a plan. And then they give you several really basic bitch ideas about how to set a plan. And that is not going to cure you of procrastination. Nobody comes away from that, or let's just say very few. We'll say that not a single person. We'll just say that almost nobody comes away from that correcting their problem with procrastination. Their procrastination is something that they will find in themselves as they go free of the ideas that are keeping them from their potential. And those ideas are anti-white ideas. And self-help books will come nowhere close. In fact, if a self-help writer tried to write about any of the specific ideas that undermine the potential of white people, their book would never be published. They wouldn't be able to drive the Ferrari. They wouldn't be able to live and have the colossal mansions. They wouldn't be able to have any of that because not a single printing house would print their book. What we do here is we talk about the things that are actually holding you back. You know what? You're probably procrastinating, and I'm just saying here for argument's sake, if you're a procrastinator, because you know that if you put in the extra industry, the extra time at your job, that you are not going to get ahead at your job because you are a white man, because you are a white woman, because you know that they are white erasing you from your profession. Because you know for every diversity hire, there's a diversity fire. For every diversity promotion, there is a diversity demotion. When you realize where that sentiment is coming from, you then, and why you feel that way, you can then tackle the problem of procrastination. It's not tackled by a little list of make a to-do list in the morning, make sure by mid-afternoon, make sure. It's not tackled that way. When you know, I got it, I finally understand, I'm not getting off my ass because I know that I'm not going to get ahead at this job. And I know I'm not going to get ahead because I'm a white guy at this job. So now I'm lit by a new fire. They're keeping me back. I know what motivates them. I know how it motivates them. I know what their next moves are going to be. I know the kinds of things I need to say while I'm at work. I know that I can step up what I'm doing. I'm not going to let them keep me down because I have something bigger than selfishness. And this is the last thought, Kevin, that I'll leave you with on this. The ultimate motivator for a self-help book is your own ass. That's it. It's how selfish you can be, how much you can accrue for yourself, how much you can transform yourself to get more of what you want from the world. Nothing motivates you less than being if you're a member of Western kind. Might be different for other groups. I've heard it is. But if you're a member of Western kind, you're not motivated by that same line of thinking. You are motivated to make a difference when you realize that you are fighting to recapture the destiny of our people. When you realize that you are in a literal jungle out there and your instincts awaken again, that there are predators around every corner and that you need to be prepared for them. And instead then of sitting on your ass and knowing that you're procrastinating, your problem is procrastination at work, and you're not making more money, and you know that, well, I'm not going to get promoted because they're going to promote the non-white guys. I'm just going to sit on my ass. You just read the basic bitch self-help book, and then you say, well, I got to make a list so that I stop being such. So maybe if I just went to work a little earlier, and then maybe if I just stayed a little later, and then I'll check back with this, and And then maybe if I do all of this, then maybe, just maybe, there'll be a chance that somebody at work will see my extra dedication and overlook the fact that I'm a white guy. Or maybe you don't even know specifically that you're a white guy. You are intuiting from the reality that you're living in without consciously thinking about it, that it's because you're white. Well, maybe if I just dedicate all this time, somebody will finally care about my extra effort. You know that's not going anywhere. It never goes anywhere. People give it a go, and then they drop it because they don't see the results. Instead, you discover that you are in a war, a metaphorical war for the survival of yourself, your people, your grandchildren, your civilization. And then when you turn those eyes finally open to what is really going on in the world, on that boss, on that manager, on those coworkers, you're going to say, not only am I going to do what I've got to do to get everything I can get out of this job, maybe so you don't get fired, maybe not necessarily get promoted, but maybe don't lose your job because you need that money for now. But now you're going to look for ways to get more dollars. Now you're going to look for ways, maybe I could start a business. Maybe I could find another employer. Maybe the procrastination was keeping you from finding somebody else in your field that would hire you for your extra talent, your extra education, and that you could then make more happen in the world, not just for you, but for your people. That is the big difference between, or those are some of the biggest differences between a basic self-help book and Going Free. Going Free instructs you to focus on yourself and to become a better you as a means to an end. The basic bitch self-help book is the end. And the means is the purchaser. The end is the dollars in the pocket of the team of people who have created the self-help book. So that, I hope, answers your question. But what I have said when I guess the deeper question of some of the bigger differences, when faced with it, what I normally have said to people, often have said, is if do you want to be a better you? They say, well, is this like a self-help? Do you want to be a better you? Do you want to access more of your potential? Because it's inside of you. It's there for you. Let me ask you, do you think that if we were to teach, and we would never do this because we're Western kind, but do you think if we were to teach non-white children, pick any group you want, and teach them from earliest age that they are inheritors of an evil seed, that they're awful, they're dreadful, that they need to make amends for how dreadful their people are, how dreadful their civilization is, do you think they might not come to their full potential? Every single person is going to say yes to that. And then you just say, that's what's happening to us. Let me tell you how. You need to go free of that. And that's how you segue their question about, is it self-help? Is it some sort of self-help thing? Into something that helps them go free. Damn right, you'll be better than you are now. A lot better than you are now. I have people who have written, who have got physically stronger, power lifters, who power lifting on a regular basis and plateauing, really not going anywhere for years. One guy absolutely mustaching a bar. Amazing. Starts going free and then can't understand why suddenly breaks the plateaus. I say, well, you're focusing now on how our people are being held back, how we're told that, no, we're not the champions. We don't have the heroes. You're focusing on all of that awful stuff that you've been taught now. And you're realizing that that's all wrong. That's all lies, that we are champions, that we all are heroes. And then suddenly you can deadlift far more weight. What a surprise. And it's not just applicable, or it's not just going to be a result that you see physically. Sometimes physically people say, how could it be physical? You just wait and see. You just wait and see. But it's absolutely intellectual. Your mind will blow up with, when you start to knock these thoughts down in your subconscious mind that are holding you back, your mind will blow up with intelligence you didn't know you have, creativity you didn't know you had, industriousness you didn't know you have, resourcefulness you didn't know you have, suddenly in problems that you thought were intractable at home, whatever it might be, suddenly you find answers to that. And of course, spiritually, if you are like some of these people I've talked to over the years, they've never looked out on and I'm not saying this is the only measure for it, but they've never looked out onto a forest, or they've never looked out onto a river, or they've never maybe played classical music or connected with classical music, connected with nature, connected with something that they felt bigger than themselves. You start going free, and my God, you begin feeling these connections, not just to the totality of our people that right now are some sick, some well, some going free, all of this. You begin feeling that connection, but you begin feeling that connection for all time. And that is something that the people who like to write with a lot of, as they say, gobbledygook could put many words to, and probably would be quite lovely. So this is the kind of way that I handle it. Sometimes, Kevin, is just the damn right. Don't you want to be a better you? This is absolutely not a self-help program. This is a recapture the destiny of Western kind program. This is not a self-help program. This is going free of anti-white meme pathogens program. Let me tell you what those are. Angerod Celtic says, FYI, I was banned from YouTube on Wednesday. So it looks like she's only going to be over here on Entropy, and that's what Entropy is for. We thank the good folks for that. So good to see you over here, Angerod Celtic. This is when you're naughty, when around the anti-whites. Of course, you don't have to be naughty. They can just ban you for no reason. But it usually takes a little something, and it usually is a reference to some sort of imitation within the villain inside the anti-white narrative. Yet again, another reason why you don't play the villain in the anti-white narrative, and I'm not saying that Angerod Celtic was doing that. Let's see. All right. So we have Hendrickson. I would have preferred for the Jared Taylor meme to be shown. No, I like Jared Taylor. And I don't want to set up make a meme. If you want to make a meme that I will absolutely share, then you can make fun of me if you want to do that, if you're looking to do that in a way that's not going to divide me from Jared Taylor, or a way that's not going to divide me from Nick Fuentes. I'm all for that. Everybody who's close to me knows I will laugh my ass off at a good joke about me. It's got to be a good joke though. If it's just something lame, or just something that's meant to be like spiteful or just hurtful or something, then I'll just tell you that it was lame. But everybody that tells a good joke about me, I laugh hard. Nobody laughs harder than me if it's a good joke about me. In fact, some women in the past who I've ended up going out on dates with, I went out on dates with them not because they were necessarily right in other ways for me. These were not like long-term things, or even don't think. I'm not a one-night stand kind of a guy, so don't think that. Never have been, never will be. But I went out on dates with them just because they knew how to like rib me a little, tell a joke about me that was good and funny. And I had a friend, and I've talked about this before, a great guy, unfortunately passed away. Cancer took him, terrible disease. We'd have it cured right now, all of the different cancers, if it wasn't for all of the time, energy, etc., that has to be diverted for harmonizing this dreadful multiracialism, and to make sure that everybody gets along. But so we'd have that cured, he'd still be around, great guy. And if he was not saying funny, harsh things about you, then he didn't like you. So that guy was fantastic. He was a great guy.
and really miss him. The kind of things he said about me, I can't even. I would bring new friends over. We would meet with him. He was older. Not a lot older, but he was older. And I would bring new friends. We'd go visit at his place of business. And then he would tell the most like ridiculous, hilarious fish stories about yours truly. And if at any time I showed up and he hadn't, I would have thought, oh shit, this guy doesn't like me anymore. So he was a great guy. But yeah, don't divide me from these others. I don't want to set up some kind of a me versus Jared Taylor, which a guy who's is a good friend of mine, and Nick Fuentes, smart guy who's doing what he does and bringing awareness to a great many people. He's got a colossal audience. He's a very entertaining, smart guy, and I don't want. There's no need to divide myself, make it a him versus me kind of a scenario. If you want to say, well, Jason has a small pumpkin, wink, wink. Go ahead and do that. I don't care. I'm confident enough to have a little pumpkin. No worries. Okay, let's see what else we have here. And okay, good. I don't think I missed. If I missed you, if you financially gifted and I've somehow missed you, let the mods know. They'll help me to find out who you are, and we will get to your comment. We won't miss anybody's. I think I have everybody. All right, now let's look back over this direction. And actually, what just happened over here? Okay, looking good. And let's make sure that we are clear over here. Not missing anybody. Hey, let's talk about zero talent, ladies and gentlemen. Often, okay, here we go. Now I see what's happening. What are you not going to do it? I'm going to become frustrated right on air. That could be something. You clip it out. Watch Jason yell at his inanimate object telephone. Watch him talk to his inanimate object telephone. If it's not going to proceed with the download, then stop malfunctioning. Zero talent, we'll talk about him. Zero talent. Great participant in service to White Wellbeing, $10. Thank you so very much for this hero. Been with us for a long time, doing great work. Salute you, dear brother. $10 and writes, excellent work with the Billboard campaign. Well, I thank you for that. A big salute to you, and a thank you. That thank you will be extended then to those who helped with that campaign who want to remain anonymous. So thank you for that, for thanking them as well, dear brother. And looks like Zero Talent comes back right away with another $10 because that's the kind of guy he is. Thank you so much, hero. $10 writes, they want white guilt, but we have no white guilt. Amen. Exactly. Precisely. They want us to have white guilt, and we don't have it. Everyone try it out this week. I want everybody to get excited and say to somebody this week, if it's, as long as it's safe, don't lose your job, don't get thrown out of school, whatever it is, don't do it. If it's going to end up really bad, but if you can get away with it, say to an anti-white person somewhere, hey, you know what? I just want to let you know I don't have any white guilt. And watch them just be like, whoa, where's that coming from? No reason, just don't have any white guilt. And I felt like I wanted to say it. I feel like I'm really freed from it now, and I don't have any white guilt. And then see how anti-white they are. If they're really anti-white, that will really get under their skin. They will be upset. Joe comes back with $2 more. Thank you, my dear brother. $2 from Joe, and he writes here, dedicated to the anti-white Stacey Abrams. Dedicated to the anti-white Stacey Abrams. Well. I'm sure she's tickled darker
by you financially gifting in her name. Thank you, my dear brother. And let's see what we have going on. I'll take a quick walk. Well, why don't we do this? We'll take a quick walk, and I will do this at the same time. See, Buddy Duddy writes, I'm excited to get Jason's book going free. He really impresses me. Well, I'm impressed by you. So let us know what you think, brother. And I appreciate those good words. This is from Don Nail. Is that how you pronounce it? It is always so refreshing to have the focus set solely on taking action. Listen to this. It is always so refreshing to have the focus set solely on taking action, protecting and promoting our positive contributions. The solution is rising above and giving a hand to each other. Beautifully written. It absolutely is. And talk about the so refreshing for this person, that wrote this testimonial, because this person has gone from content producer to thought leader to organizational leader, and there is so little to none. I know, I've been here for decades. I know, to actually doing something. I have said, just imagine me in my youth. I say to these older people, I say, well, okay, we've just listened to these 6 hours of lectures of everything awful. Okay, so what do we do? And it's like crickets. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And that's why this person's writing, always so refreshing to have the focus set solely on taking action. That's what we do here. We're making a difference. We have the focus on taking action. Kim Bear writes, no one killed. I got all your books the other day. My 8-year-old son told me about a song he heard that was anti-white. How beautiful is that? Now talk about the difference there. Talk about the difference. The previous commenter saying, so refreshing to go from these spheres, these other organizations, these other thought content producers, and come here and see everything, the entirety of the focus being on action, pragmatism, making a difference in the world. Instead of all of that. Because we make a difference in the world, the very next commenter, Kim Bear, says, I got all of your books. And the other day, my 8-year-old son told me about a song he heard that was anti-white. Now, if that does not hit you in a powerful way, you are numb. And it's okay. You've got to go free. But this should hit you in an extremely powerful way. I didn't put these side by side. I'm just grabbing these and throwing them other to try to talk to try to get as much attention to as many people's comments as possible. And they ended up side by side, synchronistically. One person saying, glad that I'm someplace where there's focus on action. And then the next commenter saying, my baby, because of this action, this action focus on what we're doing that is successful. It's not just action for action. So they're just going to stand on a corner, not going to go out and wave some stupid flag from some other era. You're not doing any of that, right? Action that succeeds, action that saves lives, action that makes a difference. We have a little baby, a little boy who's going to grow up to be a great hero, an 8-year-old little boy who's going to grow up to be a great hero of our people, saying, I heard a song, Mom, that's anti-white. Let me tell you about it. That is colossal. And my Promethean blessings on that 8-year-old little boy. Thank you so much, Kim Bear, for that. He's on the way to becoming one of our greatest. Folks will remember who he is because of what we're doing. He will be somebody who will go down in the books because of what we're doing. Thank you for sharing that testimony. 8-year-old boy, 8-year-old little boy. Life is going to be different now. If you can't connect yet with other people's children, then start with just yours. Imagine your own child. How might their lives been? I know a lot of you have had children go real bad.
How might their life have been different? And I know if you think on that for any period of time, you tap in to that well where you know you went wrong, or you went wrong by either you sharing anti-white ideas, mean pathogens, or you allowing it to be shared with your child, infecting your child, and now they've gone real bad. Maybe they died. Maybe they white flighted into drugs. Maybe they white flighted into suicide. Maybe they white flight and they're now biologically white erasing our people from existence, hating everything about our people. And I know you will start crying. Even the hardest among you will think back to when that adult that ended up going bad was a baby and had all the potential in the world, the brightest eyes, the brightest hope, and you could have made it all go right. And now take those tears and give them to the children of our brothers and sisters out there. And then you'll realize how important it is that this little 8-year-old boy came back from what he's imbibing from his mother, Kimber, a true hero, came back and said, Mom, I heard an anti-white song. Let me tell you about it. Instead of being infected by that song, instead of hearing that song and then learning some awful mean pathogen about our people, and then that playing a part in ruining his life down the road. Instead of that, he says, Mom was right. Let me go tell her about what I just found. If you can't, you need to really, I know there are a bunch of folks out there, we're like moving through this milieu. And I'm telling you, P. Diddy piss his pants or whatever it is. I'm coming for you. I'm taking your rap gold records away. When our people move through this milieu, they become numb to all of the harm. They become numb to their brothers and sisters, hyper individualized. It's been praised. We've been told about how amazing it is. No more about, there's no one man going to step forward and swing a sword and everything's going to be better. Stop looking for that. We are a brother and sisterhood. We are going to make it happen together. And it's because of us that little boy is going to go right. God bless you. Was Guilty writes here. He says, VDare, and of course you all have heard of VDare, is asking for money to help them sue Colorado Springs. And then in response to that comment, Bonnie Blue Lass wrote, I stopped trusting VDare when Peter Brimelow wrote an article about how he was a civic nationalist and how he would vote for Michelle Malkin for president. My money goes only to NWG. Jason and Jared are the only people in the white positive sphere that I trust to truly help our people. Well, God bless you, Bonnie Blue Lass. This is a wonderful woman, and I'm not going to just puff up this lady. She's actually an extremely intelligent woman. So all of these, there are a lot of guys out there. They come from some of these other content creators communities, and they think, well, oh no, they're intelligent women are, they're hard to find as hen's teeth or whatever. I know on the bell curve that far more women are clustered together. That's data. But the kind of women, the majority of women who come to going free and serving white well-being, they are on the right side of that bell curve. I recognize intelligence when I see it. This is a bright woman. There are some other really bright ones out there in this community. I mean, I could start going down the list. I could really start going down the list. Carlisle, Althea, smart ladies. There are bright ladies out there. And when it comes to VDare, I mean, this thing when Brimelow said, I met Brimelow along, he's not going to know who I am. I met him along several times at conferences. And every time he was in my presence and we had conversations, he gave me that, oh shit, you just totally figured something out that I hadn't figured out before. He's got this beautiful head of hair, and he was quite, I guess back in the day, a handsome man, but he's got a beautiful head of hair, and but he would give me this every time, like, whoa, you just figured something else out. Wow, you just figured something else out that I had not thought about that way. And then never a time of, let me talk more with you. Whenever I come across somebody that's figuring things out or that has something to teach me, I don't care where they came from, what they're about. You know it. As you people, if you're here, you know I've sat down with you, irrespective of what kind of job you might have. You got something to teach me. My ears are open. This guy, not stunned several times,
with what we were talking about, what I shared and insight I shared, and never another bit of interest from this guy. So I always just thought, I was like, well, he's doing his own thing. He's an academic and that's what they do, and good for him. Let him just do what he's doing, and he's helping folks out. He's talking news. But now I'm really at the point where, we're getting closer and closer. How many people do we need to do right by? How much good do we need to do? Not just doom documenting, not just doom dissecting. I've had people who are friends of this guy, who know this guy, who talk to this guy on a regular basis, reach out to him and say, hey, there's this no white guilt guy, Jason Köhne, and they have this amazing thing going on over there called Going Free. And has there been a single article at VDare? A single article? They are well past the point of hiding and trying to hide from the anti-whites and saying, oh no, we don't care about white people. They're well beyond that. They've had the pressure on them from the anti-whites. They've been defined as all of the anti-white slurs. There's no getting away from this. There's no contributors who are going to run at a story written about all of the success in Going Free. Not a single one. This is what they focus on. They tell news. They talk about Michelle Malkin. They tell news. And yet not a single thing about us. Something's not right there. And I think that Bonnie Blue Lass is absolutely right. They've got millions for a castle. And I'm not just pouring wormwood on these guys. I'm not saying all they do is wrong. I'm getting close to calling them out, because there's no way they don't know about us. We're talking about births. We're talking about that we have caused because of Going Free, not people that met at events, caused because of Going Free. Suicides prevented, drugs off of drugs, or diminution in the use of psychotropics, off of pornography, people off of gaming, radically changing their lives. All these testimonies, we go on for hours and hours and hours of the successes, leaflets being distributed in exotic places around the world, all around the world, not because we're ordering people to do so or there's some kind of social pressure, but because this works. And these bitches are not writing about it, not a word. Give me a break. So they got millions for the castle, but they're always fundraising, and they always have plenty of another lawsuit. Sue Colorado Springs now. Not a thing said about us. Wonder why? Is it because is it the academic thing? Is it because I'm not this? My degree is not in one of the fields that these academic peacocks laud. Am I too rough around the edges? Am I too much of a good old boy from the South? Am I too much of a Southerner? Am I too much of a guy's guy? Am I too much of a regular man? Do I shoot too much with firearms? Did I ride too many dirt bikes and four-wheelers? I mean, what is it? What's the problem? Have I run too many businesses to financial success for the people who own those businesses? I mean, what's the deal? Are you going to write about me when I decide to stop being pragmatic, to stop actually helping people and theorize all day and then go spend several more years at university to get useless degrees, to pontificate to our brothers and sisters superciliously, down my nose? And let me tell you, and I'll cultivate some sort of accent when I speak with the plebes. And then they'll write an article about me. Do I have too many muscles? I remember and I'm sorry, I know a lot of these guys, a lot of these academic guys, they get really insecure because they know that in bed they're wet fish. And they see me and then they're like, shit, I'm never going to mention that guy. They had one guy show up. We were at one of these after party I tell you guys these stories. It's just between us. Don't share it anywhere else. And there was a conference. It was a big conference. And since I've been around forever, always invited to these after parties. And I always have something to contribute. And it was in a penthouse. A good friend, I won't say his name right now. I don't want to give up any of this. It was in a penthouse. He had the money to be able to do that. And we don't, trust me, that kind of thing, not normal. And a bunch of people were invited, filled the place. It was wonderful. And then we listened to stories from this guy's a great raconteur. It was magnificent. We're all sat around. It was probably like 30 of us. We're trying to like get around him to hear everything he had to say. And yours truly added a few tales that interested everybody that was listening. But we were all there to hear what this veteran had to say, this old war horse. And lovely, a wonderful event. Anyhow, I knock on the door. I was walking by the door, knock on the door, and this guy, well known, not going to say who he is, academic peacock, knock on the door. And I was like, oh, somebody's knocking at the door. I'm going to go over and answer it, right? Like a normal human being. So to see if it's somebody else who has been invited up to the event, I'm not going to, because it had gotten quite loud, and now hearing the doorbell or the knocking had become difficult. So I go over to the door, I open the door, and this guy's, and I know that this guy's definitely jealous of me. He shouldn't be. I'm sure he's smarter. I'm sure he's more intelligent. I know he's spent a lot longer in school. I know he went to a better school. I know I know he makes a lot more money than I make. But he also, of course, had the connections from the fraternities and the whatever, and the going to the school. And they end up with these great jobs because they've got these connections. And all anti-whites think all white people have these great connections. But this particular guy did. So I'm sure he's got he's got a much better car and owns a nice, beautiful house. Anyhow, I opened the door for this guy who's jealous, clearly jealous of me. And he walks in and he said, and I'd taken off my dress shirt to go up to this. And I think I had a t-shirt on. Anyhow, you could see, I mean, probably about like now that I'm in shape, I'm not in bad shape. And this guy was like, oh, well, thank God they have the how did he put it? The bodyguard. Thank God they have the bodyguard at the door. And it wasn't like there was a history there. So it was an absolute insult that he was giving me based on the fact that I am not a wet fish in bed. I mean, you can get into a workout routine, you can eat healthy, you can stick with it, and you can get into shape no matter who you are. And I know a guy who's going free, who we're talking about wheelchair earlier, has no legs, but there's no one that will, or almost no one that could beat this guy in arm wrestling. All right. He's got arms thick as legs. All right. So you can get into fabulous shape, whatever your situation, or most people's situation. You can get into better shape, and don't hold it against those who are in good shape. But this is what happens. So I don't know if that was just a tangent, a little story that we're not going to repeat. Remember, that's just between us. That was just a little tangent related to this. What the hell's going on with VDARE? This guy's been contacted personally several times about the successes that we are having, and nothing, not a single thing written, not a single, don't let anybody know what's happening. So I don't know, maybe 2021 will be the year when I start, actually calling these people out and stop wondering what's going on. But, and the reason why would I call them out? It's not because, just know this as well. It's not because it's just some personal thing with me and them. I've sacrificed my personal, irritation. I've put up with people for white well-being that I would not have put up with. I've sacrificed people insulting me for white well-being that I would not have put up with because they're just eccentric idiots or whatever. That's not it at all. It's that if he has this great platform, and so many of our white brothers and sisters are reading this platform, he is keeping them from knowing about something that will benefit their lives. He is intentionally keeping. I'm not saying it will be at that point that I say that if it gets there. What I'm saying right now is I don't know. Could be, could not, and maybe not. Maybe is, maybe not. But either way, if he continues on that platform to not talk about these great successes and the changes that we're making in people's lives, then he is absolutely intentionally preventing our brothers and sisters, a great many of whom are reading this platform, a great many of whom will be amenable to going free. There are, folks that are not quite as far along who read VDare that would still be absolutely amenable to going free, who might not, or who would not have been, say, amenable to the alt-right fad years ago, right? So we'll find out then. But thank you very much, Bonnie Blue Lass, a lady with probably more IQ point, almost assuredly more IQ points than almost every single reader of VDare. So if she left, then the intelligent quotient has dropped. Let's see. Is this J-Mill? Gotcher writes, my daughter has gone no contact with me just because I was even considering voting for Trump. Wow. That's the sickness. That is the sickness of when you look at them, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the anti-whites of any race, when you look at them, I want you to see that eidolon that's inside of them, that demon that's inside of them. That is it's a deep sickness, and it animates them in a way that makes them damaging and harmful for our people, for our brothers and sisters. It's in Crucible. I refer to it as a Dybbuk. And you can, if you read Crucible, you'll find out where that comes from. But it animates them to destroy our people. And look at this poor fellow. My daughter has gone no contact with me just because I was even considering voting for Trump. I think her non-white friends and the MLB, look in the window of the mirror when I say that, the MLB cult has encouraged her to go no contact with me. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken. My dad and I have sacrificed so much to help her in life. We supported her until she was 32 years old. And this is the thanks we get. Wow. I'm really sorry to hear that. So many families, so many white families have been destroyed by the Dybbuk, this anti-white infection that's inside of them. Here you have this 32-year-old adult woman who has been cared for by Gotcher and his father for all of those years. And just because he's thinking about voting for Trump, she has decided to go no contact. I really am. So these are the kinds of, again, this is the victimization that we need to talk about and we need to act on. This should be the kind of thing that motivates you to speak to your friends and family and strangers, to pass out more literature, to create more videos, to create another song, to create more artwork. This should motivate you. What happened here? Who knows what kind of life she would have led. And now, we talk about wanting people of all races to make wonderful memories with their children. The anti-whites want to destroy you and your children. They want your children to wage war on you. Let what happened here be a lesson to all those parents today, that you have to inoculate your children with going free against anti-whiteism, or that will happen. That will end up being your future. And then they will dictate the terms on which you will get to meet or not meet your biracial grandchildren. That is what you will end up with. So make sure you inoculate your children with going free, or you're going to end up with this. The only thing I can say to you, brother, is that my heart goes out to you. I can see it in your words. Nobody's going to be writing, I'm heartbroken, without either literally or internally crying over that keyboard. That pain is coming through. I see that. You held that little girl in your arms when she was when she was just an infant. That you gave her a bottle, you changed her diapers, and now this is what she does to you. And she's doing this because of the anti-whites. Brother, I want you, I don't know what, I can't speak to what is going on with you and her, where she is, what her mental state is, if she's salvageable or not. But I want you to take that pain that she's causing in you, and I want you to make it a mission in your life to make sure that other parents don't suffer the same way you have. I want you to remember that little girl when she was an infant and she looked up at you with those trusting, loving eyes. I want you to remember when she looked up at you like that and you gave her that life's nourishment through that bottle. And I want you to say, in the name of that little girl, I'm going to do everything I can to prevent it from happening to another. Go free. Take this message as far as you can. Let that victimization propel you to do great things. And you know what? Ultimately, even though she would hate every moment of it, you doing that, even though she would hate you for doing it, it'll still be for you and for that daughter of yours when she was that age, in that name. So bless you, brother. Commander Rockwell says here, thanks for having the courage to speak out against the destruction of our people. We need more channels like this. Great name, and thank you so much for that. Those good words. Sonia, and I think Sonia's with us today. Is it the same Sonia? Thank you for standing up for white people. I'll be sharing this with my family and friends as well. Thank you so much, Sonia. And this is, whoa. Antiwhiteism says, when I bought on Amazon, they let me read the first few pages, and I was hooked. And I think she's talking here about, yes, she's talking about, I think it's a she. If I got it wrong, I apologize. But talking about Crucible. When I bought on Amazon, they let me read the first few pages, and I was hooked. Talking about some kind of God, and I'm thinking, is this a Catholic school or something? What is going on? And then you find out who their God is. This is humor. This is surprise. This is drawing you in, saying, yes, this is my life. Very well written. Very well written. Add that to the add that over on Amazon as your review. Beautifully written, because it is our lives. It's every single one of them. We've all had to live it to one degree or another. Antiwhiteism, thank you. Reptile, the great Reptile. Who doesn't love Reptile? Great champion in this community. Yeah, he writes, probably just coincidence. The most talented thinkers, writers, artisans, and craftsmen across all platforms and continents are going free. Just a coincidence. And then he has a emoji with glasses on, sunglasses, smiling with a wry smile. Exactly. Yeah, you go over to these other channels, and boy, they got a lot of people who know how to use a lot of curse words and know how to game the hell out of a gaming system. I mean, they could talk forever about gaming. But you come here, and we have people like, I got to tell you, I can't talk. There just close, just recent. There's a magnificent artisan that I can't say, anonymous, that does amazing work, going free. We have Richard Wagner, who brought Chopin to life, not because he felt like, well, I'm just this great pianist, and I'm just going to send a bit of this piece to this guy. No, because he read Crucible. He said it brought tears to his eyes, and he said that he puts it up on his piano while he plays. And he had it up on the piano. We've played it here before. Maybe we'll play it again tonight. And he brought Chopin to life, and he sent that to me as a gift in return for how it had made him feel. Think about that. We have talented people. We have the best people. Reptile is right. This is not just a Trumpism. We do have the best people. You all know very well. You go to the other places, and you might find somebody who's been in university for 20 years, and they're lifetime students, or they're very smart, or whatever they are.
but or they game the hell out of gaming systems. They know every game from 1975 forward or whatever it might be. But we have talented folks here that could do amazing things. So the best are coming, again, demonstrating that the best are winnowing themselves out of the rest of the white positive sphere, and they're taking that step up to the advanced placement class. Proton writes, or Proton asked me about immigration. And this is what I wrote back. I wrote, it was asking about, does a people have a right to restrict their immigration? I wrote, a people has a right to set an immigration policy for their country for the exact same reason that a homeowner has the right to decide who will enter his home. We have to live with those who enter our country. And as we can see, those who have entered the country in significant numbers to achieve numerical courage are changing our country and therefore the place in which we have to live. Furthermore, if a people did not have the right to decide who will enter their country, then their country does not exist, because a country, i.e. a government, is a complex societal contract. So we'll set this aside. We got many more. I'm going to look at what you all are saying, and we'll keep rolling. I think I'm going to jump on over to the mailbag just briefly, and I've got to grab the, let's see, we'll do that. This was Rub-a-Dub, and I showed it last week. I want to show it again. This is the hoodie, and he's got this magnificent, sent me in the mailbag. It's got this magnificent, of course, we talk about the white rose blooming across the world, across every continent in our communities, and putting white roses on our door or in our windows. Of course, the ones that are going to be staying stagnant there shouldn't be real, but something that looks quite real and beautiful and lasts, to send a signal to others out there that, hey, this is a white positive home. We're going free. And that he took this, and what I wanted to ask is, Rub-a-Dub, did you design this? Is lovely. I guess he must have designed, right? Because it's a white rose, and then it says NWG underneath of the rose. It's fantastic. I wore it just recently. It looked great. Everybody thought it looked great. A big thank you to Rub-a-Dub. Thank you for sending this to me in the mail. And so we had the question earlier about whether or not you can send me things in the mail. You absolutely can. And the address is at nowhiteguilt.org. On the link for cryptocurrencies, you'll find the link to send cryptocurrency financial gifts there, and also to send snail mail. And that's what Rub-a-Dub did. Rub-a-Dub Media, thank you so very much for this magnificent, beautiful white rose. And let me check really quickly here. It looks like we have Promethean Epoch financially gifting $3 in. He's financially gifting $3 in the name of younger of the Young Turks. And thank you so very much. I'm sure he would be really happy that you just did that. We should clip it out and send it to him. I did a video, I don't know if it's still up, about their celebration where these anti-white bastards could not hold back. They were trying to couch it as a diminution of Christianity in the United States, but they kept slipping up, and they were trying to make it seem like they were just sort of ambivalent and weren't taking one side or the other. And in reality, what they were doing is they were revealing that they were celebrating the fact that Christianity was diminishing. But in the video that I made about them celebrating this and giggling and etc., they reveal that it's not Christianity, it's white people. It just happens to be white people that are the Christians by far and large. Junger and his crew would be very happy with a non-white Christian America. No big problem there, as long as they're non-white. But the fact that they're white, that's the issue. So they slip up several times, and where they mean to say Christian, they say white people, and then where they mean to say only Christian, they say white Christians, and then they go, but I mean all Christians. That's what's diminishing. It's all Christian. They reveal their hand, just like those anti-white bastards who revealed their hand on our billboard. And so
Thank you so very much. Did I just see go by the Gotcher? Did I just see? Is that a woman? I saw somebody go by. I'm on the entropy right now. And for me, the chat is like I'm looking through a tank's sites or something. And it looked like somebody went by an avatar, maybe had the same name or a similar name. And was it a female avatar? Because I apologize if it is a woman and this was a mother. But everything still holds true. That is so shameful, either mother or father. But everything still, my heart goes out to you. My heart breaks for you. So thank you so much. And thank you, Promethean Epoch, for, oh my gosh, he wrote young turds. I apologize. It's not young Turks. It's the young turds. Yes, that's what they are. Oh, it just went by. It's it is a mother. How terrible is that? Jamil. Oops. Well, there goes that. I apologize. A mother and her daughter. What a connection lost there too. It's every bit as mother has a connection with the children that is different from a father's, and it's not weaker, stronger, whatever. It can be in different circumstances, but it is another way to look at what has been lost here between this mother and this daughter. What an absolute shame that is. And dear lady, I thank you for being with us. Apologize for what happened to your daughter. The anti-whites are responsible for this, so put the blame. It's not just the current anti-whites. It's not just the anti-whites that wear the balaclavas or the MLB or whatever it might be. It is anti-whiteism. It is all anti-whites. It is every anti-white and that's how we think here. Just wherever we are harmed by anti-whites, every anti-white we know is responsible. Every anti-white we come across is responsible. And we're going to be reading some of these stories. They're all responsible. We got so many more. We got to roll. I got to roll. We got to make it happen. We got Ashley. We got Bigot Smalls. We got Mantis. We got Bellatina. We got so many others to talk about, to read, but we got stories. Let's get to stories. What do you all want to hear about? And oh boy, the messages are coming in. We got the Pope is naming the first black archbishop in the United States, I guess it is. And and of course, this Pope has said, other than some Catholic friends, they're just, it's not because the person's black, it's because of the thoughts behind this. But so many things, this Pope, anti-white, as they tell me, as all get out. And so there's that news. We have, looks like Senate cuts off debate on Amy Coney Barrett nomination. They're supposed to be voting on her tomorrow and confirming her. And so we can talk about that. We have here, small Minnesota city considers allowing alleged, here's the anti-white slur, ladies and gentlemen, white supremacist group to open meeting space. And now do not think for a moment, and we translate. This is one of the ways that we train and we practice going free. We translate the anti-white hate that they pour on us, their anti-white verbiage, their anti-white slurs. Do not think that there is a diminution or a lessening or a mitigation or an assuaging of the white slur, of the anti-white slur, white supremacist, by saying alleged, by just using it, by attaching it to, that's it, you've infected it. So let's see here. Murdoch City Council will vote Wednesday on a permit that will allow the Ostertruth Folk Assembly to open a place of assembly in the small town. It's a lovely little church. Absolutely beautiful little church. My gosh, it's a white church. It's got this gray roof and a red door on the front. I hope they don't change the look of it. That is just architecturally wonderful. The big sort of the church windows. What is this called? Architects and where the window goes up like this. Somebody knows and who's watching now or watching in replay. A Western Minnesota city is expected to decide Wednesday whether to allow what's been identified as a pagan white supremacist. Listen to those slurs. Now it goes to what's been identified as a pagan white supremacist group, all anti-white slurs, poisoning the well, to open a gathering place in town. So now you know, reader, for the rest of the conversation, for the rest of the piece, that these people
have they've trudged up from Hades and carrying child corpses with them. So, well done, scumbag, who is typing this. Melissa. Well, Melissa, you are an anti-white scumbag. Let's see, what do we have? Murdoch City Council will hold a public hearing and is expected to vote Wednesday on whether to grant a conditional use permit to the Ostertrue Folk Assembly conditional use permit, which, now get this anti-white bastard group called the Southern Poverty Law Center tried to get yours truly fired when I was on the Hill, calls a neo-vokish. They got to throw neo in there. Neo, because they want to attach it to neo-Nazi. A neo-vokish hate group. Do they have any other vocabulary that believes in the need for micro-societies to, quote, prevent their ethnicity and to preserve their ethnicity and to combat alleged white genocide? They write here. Of course, we know there's no white genocide because our lovely girlfriend AI is listening. So there's no such thing, honey. Sit back down. Don't get your panties in a bunch. The AFA, and by the way, folks, this was last week, I believe, so somebody might know if Sarah's still with us. A wonderful. By the way, talking about women, intelligent women, Sarah has appeared several times, bright as can be, incandescent. She came on. She picked up Going Free, the lexicon like this, the dialectics, bam, she's using it, putting the anti-whites directly in their place, perfect frame of mind outside of the anti-white narrative. And then we have all of these other people dragging their feet and stuck in the anti-white narrative. Well, you stay dumb while she goes smart. And guess where her children are going to go? And guess where your children are going to go? So if there is news on this, please speak up and tag me. The AFA, which calls itself a Nordic heritage group, bought the former 120-year-old Calvary Lutheran Church over the summer and is seeking to get the property rezoned from residential use to a place of assembly. Residential use? They were trying to sell it as a house? The groups, was this like some anti-white effort to get rid of Christianity in this town? I guess that's a good question to probe. The group's plan is to turn the property into a gathering place to serve people from across the Midwest for worship, fellowship, and celebration. According to the AFA's website, the plan was to dedicate the third Hof in November, but the group posted on Facebook on October 6th saying the event has been pushed to late February. Since news broke that AFA planned to open a gathering place in Murdoch, there's been a push from concerned residents to make sure the group doesn't get the proper permits. So, in other words, there's been concern. We have to translate. Remember, this is how we go free. It's a practice. Who are the concerned residents? Anti-whites. So there's been a big push from anti-whites to make sure the group doesn't get the proper permits. Why do they not want them to get the proper permits? Well, they want to harm white people. And they're thinking this Ostertrue thing, don't they care about white people? Are they somehow going to get in the way? Are they going to make white people not feel white guilt? Are they going to make white people even proud? Well, we can't allow that, is going through the anti-white mind. Now you understand what you're up against, right? See things clearly, and you'll be able to make clear decisions. Ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers. Residents formed the Murdoch Area Alliance against, we'll rename that as the Murdoch Area Anti-White Bastards, shit simpletons, to share their concerns. So it's the anti-Murdoch Area shit simpletons. That's what I would refer to them as if I spoke with this paper, to share their concerns about the AFA, their concerns. Now this is this is like this petty concern trolling that the anti-whites would do. And normally they will come out and say, well, we're just worried about the kids in town, and we're worried about, shut up. You're an anti-white bastard. You want to prevent people from having white people from having pride. You want to prevent white people from getting rid of their white guilt, don't you? Is it okay, anti-white, for white people not to have white guilt? Is that okay? I want you to say that you support white well-being, just like you support Jewish well-being. or just like you support Mexican well-being. I want to hear you say that you support white well-being. Join us in supporting the well-being of all groups. Say it out loud, or prove that you're anti-white. Do you see how this works? Go free and you'll whoop ass. The Murdoch Area Alliance Against Hate, so the anti-white shit simpletons, will be at Wednesday's meeting to, quote, help the city council members recognize the inherent dangers of allowing a white supremacist group, so allowing people who don't have white guilt to use a residentially zoned property as a place of assembly in our small town. Well, of course, now they're using some sort of a legal maneuver because the Asatru wants to change the zoning so that they can have assembly, and then the anti-whites and this Melissa anti-white writing for this rag. Melissa, you should be fired. They want to, what Melissa is trying to do is trying to change the argument, and we don't let them do that, to one about, should we allow them to assemble in a place that is zoned for residential? You're an idiot. We're not falling for it. Let's see. Victoria, a Murdoch resident and organizer of the anti-white Murdoch Area Alliance of Anti-White Shit Simpletons, told the Star Tribune that not only does it not just paint the proper picture when you call them the shit simpletons, the anti-white shit simpletons? You suddenly see like these sickly, because that's what you're looking at. You're not going to see like some heroic looking white man and woman and looking healthy and proud. And no, you're going to see a bunch of sickly people drag themselves forward, leaving a slug trail behind the back of them, showing up with poorly written signs, everything misspelled. And they're going to have crazy hair, and they're going to have their hair from their cats shedding 3 years ago in their hair. And they're going to show nothing wrong with owning cats. And they're going to show up there, and they're going to make their case against the dangers of allowing healthy white people into the community. Don't let that happen. So once again, what are motivating these people? What's the problem? Okay, they say having a group that could spread messages that could, and here we go though, the speculation, spread messages of this anti-white slur concept, racism, which means that it is immoral to serve white well-being, which makes supremely moral the act of inflicting harm on Western kind. Let's talk about that for a moment, anti-whites. Let's talk about why you're making an act moral that is harming my people and my civilization. Okay, and it says, but the small town of 275 people doesn't have a police department or the infrastructure to handle a place that could draw groups of people from hundreds of miles away. Of course, again here, this is just a sort of a resolution angle, a legal angle, perhaps a zoning angle, perhaps saying, well, there are going to be hundreds of people coming, and so therefore they have no way of knowing how many people are going to show up at this beautiful little church. And I wonder what the racial makeup of this church, of this 275 town people is, where they don't need to have any police officers. The Murdoch City Council meeting is scheduled for 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday. The AFA says it believes in an expression of the native pre-Christian spirituality of Europe, with its statement of ethics explicitly calling for the preservation of white families, saying it supports strong, healthy white family relationship and wants its members to grow to have white children of their own. Well, the only kind of people, you know who I saw over the course of tonight? I saw Ambriel in the audience tonight, and I guarantee you, Ambriel would absolutely love to hear about a bunch of this statement right here, that these people want to have families and they want to get together and raise their children to be proud of their history. And she is one of our champions that show up here and support white well-being right alongside of us. Wonderful woman. Thank you so much. I don't know if she's still with us. Maybe she'll watch and replay. Wonderful woman. Thank you. I think I saw, maybe she wasn't here, but if she was, then thank you so much. So yeah, what kind of monster You know, I'll say this right now. And you know, this is like a legitimate position relative to the conservative illegitimate position. You have the conservatives will say, "Oh, I'd rather have so I could be paternalistic to some non-white person and pat them on the head as my neighbor if they just support the Second Amendment or if they just support the First Amendment or whatever it is," than a white family who maybe leans, maybe they care about the environment. They don't want to just build roads over everything. I'd much rather have that. Well, you know, a real statement, that's an idiot statement. A real statement is, I'd much rather have a non-white person who supports going free, who supports my people being healthy, who supports white well-being, and genuinely supports that, celebrates that, lauds that, to live near me, than one of these imbeciles like Melissa, the anti-white from this town, or these other imbeciles from the anti-white shit simples that are showing up to try to put an end to this group's osatru and their effort to procure and rezone and use this for something other than a home. It's right on a street. It's a church. I don't know why it was ever zoned. That's a question to ask. Was it even legally rezoned into residential? Maybe they could investigate that legally, because maybe that's an argument that they could bring up against these scumbags. Now, here's the thing. I've heard from people who are, I guess, second, third. So I could be wrong, because they could be wrong, that have told me this, that I don't know whether it was the guy who's in charge of the osatru. I don't know who that person is. And I know there are like little groups of it. And they have their own leaders. But somebody said, one of these people said something that was objectionable, that anti-whites could really run with. And that's a result of not going free. So these folks, like every other pagan group, they can be going free. They should be going free. They should be speaking with this lexicon that's been put through the scientific method. Look, they say here, nothing they're doing here, like all the other pagan groups, conflicts with going free. The lexicon and the dialectics, not at all. All they said here, what we looked at earlier, and what this guy told me, who's a pagan, but not in the particular, not in the osatru or a member or whatever. I don't know how their membership works. This is just an expression of native pre-Christian spirituality of Europe. Wants strong, healthy white family relationships and wants people to grow up and have white children of their own. It's a beautiful thing. Nothing there conflicts. Go free. Use this lexicon. Use this dialectics. Have this be part of your study of all of this beautiful ancient material that you can dig up and reimagine, and whatever it is from what's left of the shards of the past that wasn't, burnt up or whatever it is, or just lost. Incorporate it, and then you will have the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against us. And then you won't end up, if that happened, you won't end up making these sorts of oratorical gaffes that undermine what you did. It could take just one gaffe, staying inside their anti-white narrative, that could really undermine you, cut the legs out from underneath of you. The anti-whites will be able to say, look at what was said right there. And now from that, it means X, Y, and Z. And coming back from that sort of place is very hard. Best of luck to all of you. And what a beautiful little building. Thank you for, I actually want to keep that. That's a beautiful. Let's see what else we have here. Free wall. Let me take a look at what you all are saying over here in the live chat, and we will reignite this. Okay, we have the great Raymond Van Buskirk doing quadruple duty tonight. What a hero. He is modding, he and his wife. This is a husband-wife team. Beautiful, wonderful people doing magnificent things in the service of white well-being. One of those difficult, demanding, and sometimes thankless chores is moderating. Big thank you to Raymond, financially, and his wife, Heidi, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much, brother. It says here, donated in the name of the ADL. Hail. A big Promethean hails to you. Well, we got more than one for that. Is there something going on with that? Hey, I see Sean is here. He says, good day, mate. Well, good day to you. Did something happen with our friend over there? Has he finally assumed his proper name, Jabba the Hutt? Is he eating small rodents raw?
Now, what I'm saying might not be true. Check with CNN. If CNN, he says he's eating rodents raw, then he is. But not until. Let's see what you all are saying. Thank you so much, Ray. That's fantastic. I know he'll love it. All right, let's see what else we have here in the... I will move through the assemblage of heroes, and we shall see if there is anything for me. If I've missed something that you tagged me earlier and it's gone, now would be the time to grab it, tag me, put it back up, and we will address it. Azimuth Clark says, join the No White Guilt community server on Discord. Yeah, great. Thank you for that. All right, let's see what else. Ambrielle is here. How are you doing, dear lady? They couldn't find an Italian archbishop? Yeah. There must just be none around. I can imagine when you walk out of Vatican City and you're just wondering, where can I find an Italian interested in Catholicism? That it's like, as I said earlier, looking for hen's teeth. One of our many Southern sayings. I try not to use many of them because I know, like, all of our brothers, like we got brothers from Australia, they're going to say, what the hell is that? Listen, Ambriel writes right here. I've been aware of the anti-white propaganda they've been trying to make children submit to in the schools since I was 13 years old. Well, thank you so much for speaking up about that. Nordic Iron is here. The church the group bought is dilapidated. Ooh, it's dilapidated? What the heck is the church they're showing then? And will need a lot of work to repair. I can't imagine it could be dilapidated badly on the inside, but look that good on the outside. But maybe I'm wrong. Of course, the completely cucked, well, I'm not going to, the people in the area are giving in to the anti-whites from Minneapolis. Well, that is a shame, isn't it? That is a real shame. Especially if it's in really bad shape and they're going to go in there and fix it up. Wow. And you know what else? They're not going to be getting our tax dollars in grants from the federal government like non-white groups would get when they move in to change churches into places of worship for other religions that we don't want to mention because our big sister AI is looming right over our shoulders. And you know how she is. You don't want to upset her. She'll start ranting and raving and the channel will disappear. I said something that Sonia liked. She's laughing. Jason perfectly accurately described what was going in the CEOs of the SPLC's heads there. Oh, yes. Thank you for that, Alex. Donning Armor, translating anti-white language for us. Thank you, brother. Well, you are most welcome. This is how we do it. This is how we make it work. Jesse No Offense is here. Great to see you, dear sister. I hope you are well. And let's keep rolling here. What are we? Do we have any questions, comments, things going on in your lives that you want to share? Ambrielle says, I'm here, Jason. Your going free live streams are a breath of fresh air. Well, thank you so very much for saying that, sister. That is beautiful. I really appreciate it. We're going to take back the world. I mean, this is how it's going to work, metaphorically speaking. And everybody is going to have beautiful lives. And everything is going to be fair. Everything is going to be equitable because in our hearts, this is what Western kind does. We are going to, when I say recapture our destiny, I don't mean, and this is how you all should talk about it. When we're talking about recapturing our destiny, it's not, we're talking about us first, our destiny in our own lives from the anti-whites, where they've poisoned us. Yes. The school board, what's being taught to our children. Yes, we're talking about that. But let's say the governance of a county or something like this. Recapturing our destiny
is not, in the form of the governance of a county, is not a throwback in any way, shape, or form to some other period in the history. It's no backward at all. This vehicle for white well-being only goes forward. We don't even look in the rear view because there's no future in the past. Recapturing the governance of a county means that we're not only recapturing it from anti-whites, but we are recapturing it from all these white tycoons who were selfish bastards, who did what? Who sacrificed our working class and harmed our working class so as to bring in the working class of some other race of people and harm them. We're taking our destiny back from those people too. We're not going to let them to continue to control things and to ruin things, not only for this group or that group, but our group as well. All the groups that could potentially be suffered by such individuals, selfish individuals. Let's see, Jesse Link writes here, 1-4, self-determination is right, it's fair, it's wholesome. Now let's see what else. Oh, we got a couple. Let me move backward. I've got to walk backwards through the crowd. Maybe I'll share this because it's another. I think it's probably not objectionable for me to share short tangents about me during the show. It adds a little bit of something other than just the work that we're doing. But I, in sports, could run backwards faster than some of my teammates at every level. That is a little known fact that I know my father really loved that for some reason. It's like, damn right, my boy can run backwards faster than some run forwards. Birdie says, anyone have the No Why Guilt Discord link? Is it not in the description? There is a link in the description that is to that platform that has all my links. I think every single one. And that should be there. So if it could be shared or found, that would be great. Miss Stewart is with us. Hello to you, dear lady. And Jonash has a new avatar. Nordic Iron says, no why guilt. It has foundational issues. All right. So that's going to be expensive. This I know. If outside everything's looking, this can happen with buildings. You can have the outside, it looks wonderful, but then it's sinking into the earth one way, shape, or form, and that can be. So if they're going to go in there and fix it, I would think a town would say, yeah, come in and fix that thing before it falls down. It's a lovely landmark, and we don't want to lose it. Alex Simpson says, Simpsons, did you receive the demonic anti-white psychological warfare? Did you see? I apologize. Nothing wrong. I don't need glasses. Do you see the demonic anti-white psychological warfare going on in Minnesota called, quote, 12-step recovery from whiteness? I haven't seen it. The pig conducting it is a white anti-white female. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Alex goes on to say, have we ever been living in a more evil time? Did you see the demonic? Okay, have we ever been living in a more evil time? I'm going to have to look that up. I have not seen this. And 12-step recovery from whiteness. You don't need 12 steps to recover from whiteness. You just need an injection. And you shouldn't be so indiscriminate with sex partners and places where you go barefoot. And you won't get whiteness. We are Western kind. We produce. Our production is Western culture, Western civilization. The anti-whites word right there. Recover from whiteness. Sure. I'd love to. One of these days I'll show up. I'm going to show up at a class. We'll have some folks come in when we get more time. We got so much to do. We'll have folks come and bring some
video cameras that are discreet, and I will engage such an anti-white pig in a spirited debate about anti-whiteism. I'll stand up and say, let me tell you about anti-white. No, put the pork rinds down. Let me tell you about anti-whiteism. Don't eat while I'm talking to you. Azimuth Clark says, thank you. I just made the server. All are welcome. Azimuth Clark is, okay, so it's just made a server, a no white guilt community. This is great. You know, we had a bunch of folks who were in the UK, and they started 2 no white guilt communities on, was it on Discord? No, it was on Telegram. Be careful, everybody, when it just, Azimuth Clark, let everybody know who comes on the Discord that is a Discord, that they got to just be careful about being on Discord. Don't put any information on there that you are, you try in all of these platforms. You want to remain anonymous. Don't share anything private, and you really want to remain anonymous. Use a virtual private network, VPN. They're very cheap. There are some good ones out there, and then you log into it, and then you log into the thing you want to surf, visit the server, and you all can chat there. It's not mine. So I know there are some groups here or there. I don't run any of these. I don't have the time to run them. I don't have people in charge who run them. But Azimuth Clark, great guy, and going to be doing good things, going to be having good conversations over there if you are interested. So check it out. But I was saying, they started these 2 no white guilt groups. These were people in the UK on Telegram, I think, on Telegram. And then they were sort of, there was some pressure, I'll just say, some pressure because there was a little bit of navel gazing, I think, over there. And they were like, no, you can't be no white guilt group. You have to, but they'll see with time. They'll see. It's got to be global or it's going to fail. It absolutely has to be global or it won't work. We are one nation with many countries. You start focusing on your individual country as the end all and be all, and you're finished. You're finished. They've already defeated us like that. You're finished. Don't be so dumb. You know how quick, even if we put all of our efforts in the whole of the world, all of our money, all of our intelligence, all of our efforts to the UK, and somehow could recapture the UK, do you know how fast the US would whoop the UK's ass? It would be over. Our freedom, it would be 13 years or whatever it is, that they would just marshal the military and then they would move in. That would be the end. So it cannot be that way. It's got to be global or not at all, which is very important because all of these people with more money than sense, as we say down home, they need a global field on which to compete with others who are competing for the most wealth and the most power. So we need a global environment to save ourselves, which presupposes in going free that we're going to retain and even deepen our little hues of difference. And at the same time, it speaks directly to these amoral individuals who are in this constant competition to have the most money, the most wealth, the most power. And it's a chess match constantly for these folks at the economic top of the pyramid and all the way near to it. And any group of people who's saying, nope, it's just going to be our little island here or our little this there, they are absolutely never going to be interested in you. And they know if they tied their destiny to yours, they would end up dead as you all will end up. All right, let's see. Runaway Susie. Is that what the name was? Runaway Susie. That's sweet. That sounds like a great song. Is it? Was that the name, or did it flashed by, so I could be wrong. If it's not a great song, somebody needs to make it into a great song. Runaway Susie. Why is she's running away from anti-whiteism? Have you ever answered my comments on entropy? I might have missed it before. I'll check. I don't think, brother. Oh, yeah, the one I mentioned about you on entropy was just you saying earlier you had a headache. Alex says here, I'm noticing that the anti-whites are bringing these white abuse classes to states that are still very much majority white. I see what you're saying. So, yes, they are targeting, and this is one of the things that you know what I got to do? I've got to turn off the AC because I am getting cold. And unless a sweet young thing is going to jump up on my lap, I'm going to have to turn the AC off. I mean, I guess I could do the show like that, but probably better with the AC off. Well, so we'll get back to this. I've run into a lot of these people, a lot of good country folk here down home in the South, good country folk everywhere, even some city folk, our brothers and sisters talking about vagues now, or people that are to various degrees within the white positive sphere. And then there have been some, we're talking about this Asatru, I don't think in particular Asatru, but other pagan groups. And they have this idea, and it's erroneous. They have this idea that, well, if we just move to some area or a couple areas that, and then we eschew the old bumper sticker, the eschew obfuscation. If we just eschew, I never actually saw that bumper. Was it a bumper sticker? I think I heard a professor say that once. I knew what the words were, but I don't know if it was ever actually a bumper sticker. It would be hilarious if it had been. But they want to eschew or what they used to say in one of the groups was abjure the realm. They want to just ignore anti-whiteism. They want to just ignore the rest of the world. You are going to die if you ignore the world. You are going to die if you ignore the world. I try to tell these people again and again and again. There's a little group of people out there. They have very little power, but lots of power. And they didn't get that way by hiding. They didn't go out. They didn't say, you know what, let's just have a group here that abjures the realm and a group over here that's eschewing all of society and a group over here. No, that's how you end up dead. Metaphorically and literally. That's how you end up dead. I would tell them, but it doesn't take a lot of effort to implement that strategy. Let's just move out somewhere. We will just ignore everything that's going on in the world. And obviously that could have worked years past, but it doesn't work anymore. And it's not, your children are not going to survive it. Nieces and nephews are not going to survive it. So we can move into areas and this is something you need to know. There's the odds that you'll find a place that this is going to be my home I'll die in. This is going to be, forget about it. You are going to have to be agile. You're going to have to say, this might be the 5-year house. This might be the 10-year house. And the reason why is because the anti-whites are tracking down every last white person and family. So you start setting up some nice little white area because you just want to be together. Maybe you all are, Baptists. You want to get together. You all like, you're white positive, but you're Baptists too. So you have all this in common. You want to raise your family. You just get away and you just teach this. And somehow it's going to work. Somehow it's going to make things better. It's not. The people who are in that community are all infected with meme pathogens. And what they're going to teach to their children to various degrees are going to be meme pathogens. They will spread the anti-white poison from their mouths to their children's hearts. You need to go free. Second, that's the first thing. Second thing, they are coming for you. They're coming for every single one of us. So you're not gonna go hide somewhere, and the anti-whites are going to be like, just let them be over there. Where did the white people go? Well, God, I just don't even know. And they don't know where these towns are. They don't know where people are. No, in fact, the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats have looked and they've said, well, where are the white people moving? And then anti-whites with endless sums of money, and their organizations are quasi-government organizations, and the government itself, used by the anti-whites, are using those powers to go abroad to find people with different biospirits, and they look particularly in very violent areas, which is, I wonder why. And then they grab those people up, and then they deliver them to that area. So you're not going to be able to just move somewhere and then just pass on the tainted version of Baptist thinking, pass on the tainted version of Enlightenment thinking, or pass on. It's all been tainted by anti-whiteism. If you don't go free, it's all poison. So you need to view all of this. And I don't care. All of these people who want to get bent out of shape, then they can piss off. I don't have the patience for them anymore. No, I'm not going to look at my religion through the lens of going free. Well, then go die. Just go die with the rest of them. Just go be a dinosaur and get into the ground and be done with it, because that way of thinking has lost. They've applied anti-white. They poisoned your religion. They've poisoned your ideology. They poisoned your political group. That's the milieu it swims through. You're going to die. So just get out. If you have any sense, you will view your pagan views, your Christian, your Catholic views, all of it through the lens of of going free. And then when you come across anything in it that is harmful to us, and you'll see it because you're going free, well, you'll just pluck it right out. Now, probably wasn't there before the anti-whites got to poisoning your doctrine. But I'm going to tell you this. I have no doubt that there are things that were just not thought out for the world that we're in today and the world of tomorrow, because the creators could not have anticipated what the world would be like or what the world could be like. And so they set things down in practice that, when carried forward, are not only inapplicable, but are now dangerous and harmful to us. And so there are going to be cases when you come across things, even in these holy books or these holy writs or whatever they are. Remember that at some point there were men and probably women informing the process as well, who decided this book goes, that book stays, that book is out, this version stays, that version's out. And there need to be men and women who stand up again and say, nope, that idea is now harmful to us. It goes. And so that's just the case. You don't like it, then go ahead and go die with the rest of them. We will be the folks who will go through the bottleneck and come out the other side. All of this that came before, all of our religions, all of our ideologies, they will all look very different on the other side of that bottleneck. That I can promise you, because nothing that is sick, nothing that has a weakness will make its way through. Thank you very much for that info, brother. A different Chrissy, or at least a different avatar. Is it the same Chrissy with two avatars? If it's a different Chrissy, hello to you. Sebastian says, a flexing arm. Well, thank you. Jesse No Offense says, that can be arranged. LOL. Okay, we have Runaway. It was Runaway Susie. Yep, it's a song. I never quite finished it, though. Oh, you were writing the song. Well, then get back into it. Make it happen. Now's the time to make it real. Run away. You're running away from what the anti-whites would want to do to you, and Susie's running right into going free. And make it something that works for our people. It'll have much more meaning for you, and you'll know that if it's catchy, if it works, if people like it, folk song or whatever it is, if it works, it'll stick around. There are going to be people who end up really loving pieces like that. Know that. All the artists out there, know that. Sebastian says, go free. Damn right. Eternalism, new book about mind pathogens, the parasitic mind. Well, I don't know who that person is, and I don't want to advertise until I'll celebrate if it's somebody. Come on, chat. I'll celebrate the person if they're doing good. But until then, I will have to look into it. But I thank you for bringing that to my attention, brother. If you want to tag me and write something about it or the author in the live chat, do so. And I'll read it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. Amanda is here. Amanda, that's a great name too. Amanda C. Hello to you. And David Smith is with us. What else do we have? All right. So many heroic and wonderful people. What are we doing next? I think we're going to need a song here in a minute, but we also need some more news, and we need to see what's happening over on Entropy. I'm getting you know what? Yonash. He says, feeling better. Have you answered my comments here? I might have missed it. Just changed to wintertime here in Europe. All right, so you fell back. It's not so late for you. It's only 4 in the morning, not 5 in the morning. No more complaining for you, young man. COVID situation is extremely bad, possibly worst in the world. And the Minister for Health broke his own rules, and it's huge news here. The Minister for Health broke his own rules. So when you say, Yonash, that the COVID situation is really bad, are you talking about a lot of people are catching COVID-19, or the restrictions, or both? I will, let's see. Oh boy, it's going to be the translation, which means it's going to sound ridiculous. Oh, the minister of the country, or of the health department, I guess, does not rule out that he will resign on Monday in Jonash's country. He's ready to hand over the function to his successor. On Friday, he claimed that he did not intend to resign himself. He was invited to resign by the prime. Don't you like that? He was invited to resign. It's like you're fired. He was invited to resign. It is possible that I will announce the resignation myself tomorrow. Okay. But what did he do? He violated government regulations. So Yonash, get back to us with, is it the disease or is it the regulations? Because we've got both going on, and I want to make sure that we know what you're talking about. And let's get over here. We have Birdie. Oh, I like that. BR space DE. Birdie. That's really cute. Well done. $14.88 US currency, financially gifting. Thank you so much, my dear friend. Hey, Jason, you knew my late wife at your, oh my gosh. As pragmatic women exist. She was an AFA member, and I know many AFA traditionalists. They're good people and hold the shield wall in ways many only daydream about. Hail the flame and hail victory, brother. Amen to you, Birdie. And thank you so much. And I definitely remember your lovely late wife. And she was a good lady. Antiwhiteism, ladies and gentlemen, had put this woman through the ringer. And this is one of the reasons why you should be motivated. And if Birdie is saying that many of these people in the AFA, if he's saying that they're good people and they hold the shield wall in ways many only daydream about, then that means it is so. So thank you very much for that input, the fine financial gift. And I remember your wife. I'll always remember. And thank you. I'm so sorry that the anti-whites put her through the ringer, put her through some real hell. And we will, as I told you in the email I sent you, use that, use it to fire you to do great things for White Wellbeing. Thank you, brother. And let's all do that. Let's all remember those who have suffered from even the least of suffering caused by the anti-whites all the way to the ultimate. Thank you, brother. Heathen Reckoning over here. Great name. Financially gifting $10. Heathen reckoning. We could have so many reckonings. We could have like the Baptist reckoning, the Catholic reckoning, so many reckonings. How about the Mason reckoning? When are the Masons going to actually do anything other than blood drives? Heathen reckoning, $10. Thank you so very much. And writes here, thank you. Well, thank you for that. That's most kind of you to financially gift White Wellbeing. And I think that is everybody over here. Let me check the question widget. Mestizo, I made a poster. Here's my second attempt. Or I made another one, so we'll check that out. Fraulein Dresden is with us. The lovely Fraulein Dresden, which reminds me, we will read that in just a moment. Let's see. I don't know how to, oh boy. You know what I got to do? I got to take care of something before I can even do that. It's 100 things. I need like 20 assistants. Fraulein Dresden says, did you see that NWG channel is on transparency.tube under White Identitarian? I've taken a screenshot and texted to you. Really? I have no idea what that is. Is it grabbing this stream and playing it over there? Or does it just take them once they're up and post them over there? What is it? Who runs it? Fascinating. Thank you. Fraulein Dresden, a wonderful woman in our community. Thank you so much, dear lady, for getting to me with that information. We'll definitely have to look into that. What do we have here? Ooh, you know what we're going to be coming back and talking about? America will decide whether to opt for the future or burrow. Okay. New York Times, this opinion typist, which of course you all have to nod in bovine assent to all of the absolutely profound words that come from such anti-whites. And I think this, what is it, a he or a she or an it? I don't know. Writes here, America will decide whether to opt for the future or burrow self-destructively into some warped fantasy of the past. It will decide whether to reinvent itself again or turn mean and further inward. This anti-white slug typist, talentless typist here saying you're working for the future if you destroy, if you inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization. You are, shall I do that? Should I look at you sometimes? You're going to go weird if I do that? America, if you're infecting and harming white people, well, that's the future. If you reinvent America, you reimagine it to destroy. Don't do that. Don't mess with my channel, anti-whites. If you do that, if you infect and you harm, well, that's the future, writes this talentless typist. And if you care about America, if you want to serve white well-being, well then, according to this loser, you are destructively turning inward into some warped fantasy of the past. My friend, we are the future, and those winds you feel are the winds of change. We'll be talking about that, I think, when we come back. This is an opinion piece by the New York Times. It's some, it's some anti-white dirtbag, and it's kind of a coincidence. He's called Roger Cohen. Trump's last stand for white America. I'm sure you all are going to want to pay attention to me dissecting this bastard, this anti-white bastard. And then we have over here on the only network that tells the truth, as you know, CNN, an all-black group. And this is their title, not yours truly. I would never talk like this. CNN, I don't know. What are you doing? An all-black group is arming itself and demanding change. They are the NFAC. And I'll read about that as well, and we'll have some comments. What a bunch of nice-looking fellows. You would just love to maybe be broke down and have them come marching up if you were in an apocalypse movie. We also have the San Francisco's Karen Act. Got to talk about that. Too bad it's too late to yell. Making racially based 911 calls illegal is one step closer to becoming a law. Has it become a law since then? This was 5 days ago, this story Oh my gosh, look at these two wonderful anti-whites who typed this one out. Alicia and Amanda. Alicia and Amanda, the anti-white team, the duo, are so happy. One white, one non-white, both anti-white as the day is long. And they have here to talk about, they say, racially biased 911 calls. Well, the bias is against the white women who will be targeted by the system for fearing for their life from someone they believe could be a predator, a criminal, and they end up calling 911 for help. No one calls 911 lightly. So this is hogwash. We'll talk about that. And let's see what else we have here. Yes, 5 key races likely to determine Senate control. Something we need to keep an eye on is very unsettling. And then we have, if we touch metal so I don't throw lightning here in the room, which we don't want to do, the machinery doesn't like it. Epoch Times showing that the Senate advances Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. Final vote expected Monday. The Senate voted at 51-48 on Sunday along party lines to limit the debate on Judge Amy Coney Barrett's Supreme Court nomination. I know she's not white positive, ladies and gentlemen. No need to tell me. The final vote on her confirmation is expected on Monday. All we can ever ask for in the anti-white dystopian world that we live in is that they are not violently anti-white. We also, of course, have the leader of the Whitmore Gretchen kidnapping action was an alleged FBI informant who pushed others to act. Now, of course, this is not written by CNN. So until CNN publishes it, we don't know if it's true or not, but we will take a look at it. Why not? We'll zip through it. We also, what other stories do we have here? There are a bunch of stories here. And this, of course, is from Racebook. Antifa, anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, which is an idea, of course, not an organization, tries to attack a police car in Florida and got a cold dose of reality. This isn't Seattle, they say. Maybe take a look at that. And let's see. Slide on down. Oh, yes, we have the Pennsylvania girl, Sioux School District. And what stories? What other stories? I think probably we're most interested in the Whitmore, the Gretchen story. So we'll make sure we get to that, and we'll get to your other financial gifts. All financial gifts are, if they're not otherwise stated in some other anti-white's name, they are in the names of the anti-whites who climbed up onto our lovely billboard and defaced it, and thereby revealed themselves in the process. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Now that was badass. You're seeing the song as the next piece that Luke Mason is doing for Prometheus Rising, a whole album dedicated to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. You're seeing that next song come together there and those different pieces. Truly magnificent. Very impressed by that. And we will see, how am I sounding, by the way, if we're doing okay. And I will take a look. I do want to take a look at what Fraulein Dresden was talking about. And we're going to keep rolling and look at some of these stories. You got some amazing things going on. I couldn't be more excited about it. Let me just take a step back here. And we have a financial gift from Joe. Thank you, my dear brother. Another one, $1 this time. And Joe writes here, dedicated to Donald Gusti, murdered by anti-whites. I'm very sorry to hear about this. Thank you very much for financially gifting in his name. And this is the anti-whites. It's when we recapture our destiny and we're able to tell the story of all the harm that they did, there will be more volumes than fill the libraries of our largest cities. I mean, it's just, that's terrible. $1, Donald Gusti, murdered by anti-whites. Thank you for that, Joe. We should remember these people, especially when, we learn that it's not just that anti-whites murdered them by being there, but when we have some of these cases, like what was it, the young man in was he Sweden, where he tried to prevent his friend, a female friend, from being raped by one of these absolute animals, and then the anti-white animal cut him to pieces. Sickening. Yeah, we should remember these people. I see Melody Dawn is with us. Big hello to you. And she says here, we don't get anything. Only the wonderful border crossers get it all. I don't know what conversation's taking place over there, but you're right about that. It comes out of our pockets and right into theirs. What is going on with that screen? Let's see. Are we all hearing me okay? I guess so. Yeah, really sad to hear about these people. The Orange is with us. The Orange. All right. Hello to you, the Orange. And Kim Bear is with us, and we were reading. Was the music cutting in and out? For folks, am I cutting in and out? William Runner is here. Great to see you, brother. Metal music is distinctively white. And he writes that he loves it. Yeah, a lot of people like it. Some people, not so much. Western Essence is here. Western Essence. That's what I exude when I'm working out. Western Essence. Let's see what else we have here. Looks like we have what shall I call you? What shall I dub you? Are those 3 words? I mean, can I? Oh, well, this is, I will just call you John. I have dubbed you John. John the White Hero is financially gifting $7 here on Cash App and writes, with much love from the SPLC. Yes. When they tried to get me fired, I thought so highly of that group of anti-whites. But there was really no hope. I do thank you, dear brother, for that fine financial gift to White Wellbeing. And I know that the folks at the SPLC are delighted to have a financial gift specifically in their name. The leader. And now remember, what I'm sharing here is purely fiction. If you want the truth, you have to go to those 3 letters that we all know so well. CNN. So, the leader of the Gretchen, I'm not going to call her Whitmore. Her name is Gretchen, and she is the most annoying person on the planet. I talked about it before. Could you imagine this woman being your mother? Does she have children? If she did, they have run away from home. They're never returning. Her voice would be enough to send me fleeing. Could you imagine you show up on a blind date and this is what starts talking? The leader of the Gretchen kidnapping action, which, by the way, wasn't just Gretchen that they wanted, who would have just... This would have been... It's a perfect comedy skit. They abduct her, and then like halfway to the place where they're going to try her, or whatever they were saying they were going to do, or just talking big, boasting about what they were going to do, the car comes to a screeching halt, and they just throw her ass right out of it. Forget about it. We don't even... I can't put up with another minute of hearing this wonderful woman talk. Okay. Says here, and it was also the governor of Virginia, but it doesn't say that in this title. Action was an alleged. So someone is alleging that the informant was FBI and that he pushed others to act or was working with the FBI. Again, make sure you get the other side of the story. I've seen photographs of this guy. Have you? Does he look like he's white positive to you when he has the anarchist symbology and the like in his pictures? Of course, those are probably fake unless CNN airs them. Mainstream media is covering every nuance as best they can, since this is being spun by Democrats as a way to blame President Trump for extremism. But one important detail from the bond hearings has been buried altogether omitted from reporting. It's the type of detail that has the conspiracy theorist asking more questions. Gary, a former FBI special agent turned criminal defense attorney, urged caution in accepting information from confidential sources in the plot to kidnap Gretchen. Other attorneys suggested informants pushed their clients into criminal activity. Quote, I think that it's difficult when you're dealing with confidential sources because as much as the federal government or state law, local law enforcement want to control their behavior, they don't control it. Close quote. This is what Gary said outside of the U.S. District Court in Grand Rapids. Quote, they give them rules, regulations, and tell them what they should and shouldn't do, but ultimately they're not there to control it, their every move. Well, that does sound a bit curious, doesn't it? Why would they be talking about giving somebody in this group some rules, and but they're not actually controlling it? Interesting. Now, of course, it's like with all things you have to legitimize and justify your pay. You have to produce results, and I don't know, sounds kind of interesting. So it sounds like, who knows, I would like to see whether or not there was talk about these other characters that we've mentioned a couple times during the show. Defense attorney Scott was grilling the FBI special agent Richard about his testimony that at least 13 self-described militia members — never describe yourself as a militia. No one will be scared of you. They will think that you are an idiot. Do not describe yourself as a militia member. The villains in thousands of books and TV shows and movies that Americans are watching are called militias. The militia never shows up except in parts of history that they are rewriting and absolutely reimagining to conform to the anti-white narrative, where you had the militias in the early United States. Other than that, every time they talk about them, they are inbred, or their claim is that they're inbred and low IQ and violent, and they hate homosexuals, but they're also homosexual, and all. You just don't want to wear all of that when you were trying to do something good for our society. So the self-described let's see, where was I? Where were they? Okay, we were talking about Richard. We were talking self-described militia members plotted to kidnap Gretchen, the voice from hell, from her vacation home, and do one of two things: either take her on a boat in the middle of a lake, Lake Michigan, and leave her there. This is how they would talk with each other. You know, they had to pull open the carpet so that you could see the secret door that led down to the basement, and then that's where they had their big powwow. And of course, there was an agent there with a bug on, wearing a mic or a bug or whatever they call them now, a wire. They were going to, let's see, plan to take Whitmore. Oh, okay. So to Lake Michigan, or take her to Wisconsin and try her for treason, because everybody would just completely think that's legitimate. Graham asked Agent Trask how the suspect planned to get Gretchen to Wisconsin. The agent had no specific answer beyond saying there were audio recordings of the suspects discussing a plan to take Whitmer to another state, among them Wisconsin. Graham then asked the agent what the suspects planned to do with Gretchen after they... Could she be... You know how you hear about this where they take the bark out of a dog? Let's see. Graham then asked, left her at the lake. The agent had no specific answers. Okay. Beyond testifying that the accused ringleader, Adam Fox, wanted to take her out on a boat and leave her in the middle of Lake Michigan. I mean, I could see that from the way you're just tired of hearing her, but they're going to be able to play recordings, so it's not going to work. FBI Director Chris warns Congress about dangers of, quote, white supremacist groups. Anti-white slurs, ladies and gentlemen. And then 2 weeks later, the FBI arrests a group of middle class, gun nuts and patriots. Gun nuts. This was reading so, and then we get to this. Patriots and accuses them of plotting to kidnap Gretchen. And now we find out days later that there is an alleged FBI informant who pushed the entire plot, writes that author who, since he's not writing for, typing for, let's see, who was he typing for? Oh, it's not CNN, so it's not real. But nonetheless, we do see that this sort of thing happens all the time. Something else to look out for that you can make predictions about. And make sure you make this prediction several times with your friends and family, because you want this one to really sit, because it's going to happen sooner or later. And that is when the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, or when just anti-whites in general, need evidence of the anti-white narrative in the form of a militia group or something that they can attach names, these anti-white slurs to. When they need it, it happens. Every time without fail, it happens. So this, right when they needed it, so when you're going to have the anti-whites move forward to try, here's a great example, when they begin to bring forward legislation about the big threat. And remember, in the anti-white narrative, these anti-white slurs, these anti-white concepts of these militia groups, this anti-white slur, white supremacy, these ideas, they're always on the rise. It's always a growing threat. It's always an imminent threat. It never changes because it's just a fiction. It's just fantasy. When they bring forward the legislation, like magic, every single time, it's suddenly they have a group to arrest. Suddenly over here, there's at least an individual. So it's clear that they're working in concert, for Christ's sake. This does not take a lot of computing power. Every time they need some evidence, the FBI, who is corrupt as all hell bastards, there are good people in there, no doubt, but corrupt as all hell, supplies that evidence, and it's always at the core, we find out, oh, there's another FBI agent, there's another FBI informant, there's somebody else there. And it has been a decade after decade with this organization, the FBI. So who knows if it's true or not, but it's more likely to be the case than not. Make sure you get your evidence and other news from anti-whites who call themselves, let's see, liberals, or what else do these people call themselves? And anti-white group Antifa tries to attack a police car in Florida and got a cold dose of reality. Well, listen to this typist. Some Antifa thugs thought it would be fun to attack a police car as a group of police officers moved in to arrest protesters. This is on video, and I'd love to see this. Maybe somebody could supply the video. They began smashing the police car with their skateboards. The skateboard rebellion of 2020. The media will tell you the protest was the protest. Well, author, you started off great, and now you went to the protest was peaceful. But as you watch the video, you just said it was peaceful. You just watch the video, you'll see it tells a completely different story. The peaceful protest, he doesn't put even in quotes, turned into a brawl as protesters tried to surround and attack the police car. What you'll see is a man jump out of the police car while others try to keep it from moving. Another man runs up, hits the windshield with his skateboard, the weapon of dirtbags, which broke the glass inside the vehicle, hitting the officer. Miami police then decided they had enough, and they stormed out of the car and they began handling these individuals roughly. I'm imagining that they were white, which makes it totally okay that these anti-whites were beaten by the police officers. Had they been non-white, though, you would have been in quite a bit of trouble. In fact, we now see we have people. Where was it? Where was this? The police officer body slams the 300-pound non-white, anti-white murderer who pulls his gun out, and the police officer then shoots him. And where was that? Where did that just happen? Or did it happen? I don't even know. I saw a video. Maybe the whole thing's faked by Trump Republicans. Trump was probably in the costume of the police officer. Wanted to show off his expertise at that what was it called? FE, whatever it is, wrestling nonsense. So yeah, you can't even shoot those individuals when they are pulling their firearm out to shoot you. What do you all have to say? What's going on? We'll get to you all, and we'll get to the rest of these comments, and we'll keep this moving along. Big and Small says yes to something. Both skateboards and dirt bikes are cool. They are. I had a skateboard, and I'll bring it and show it on the. I'll show you all. Jonas says you have my answer on the question widget. I'll go back and take a look. Joe says Mr. Donald Gutzi was protesting refugee settlement. So anti-white, non-white settlement in Maine, specifically Lewiston, a group of, should I say, we'll just say anti-white, non-white refugees. How about just anti-white, non-whites? A group of anti-white, non-whites murdered him because he was protesting them being moved with his dollars into his area. And I'm sure where he lives, where he's built a life, where he has a family, where things used to be safe. And these people, demonstrating by the fact they murdered him, are not the kind of people you want as neighbors. So he was clearly in the right in saying, I don't want these people here. I don't want my dollars being used for this. And then they demonstrated that he was right by murdering him. Thank you for that information. And let's remember this guy. I wish he had I wish he had found us. I wish we had found him. And maybe he'd still be alive today. Don't ever go out and project who and what we are into other groups of people. They might be on the right side of their bell curve, and they might have total self-control and be smarter than us and calmer than us and more civil than us. But in most cases, they're just going to be different from us. And one of the differences is that their violence is a communication tool, and it ends up in Gusti being dead as a consequence. All right. Let us see where we are. Everything glorious. And as the golden one would say, okay. Jonas says, huge spike in cases and deaths in his country. There are warnings that the healthcare system could soon collapse under the load of new patients. Wow. That is dreadful. How scary. We are also low on medical staff, and they are getting infected too, the medical staff. That also obviously leads to new restrictions. So he's got a couple of links here. I'll take a look. But ultimately, in the US, we just read that remdesivir has been, I guess what's the CDC has given the go-ahead to use that antiviral drug on those who are hospitalized based on the studies that have been done, and some of them really makeshift, I guess the majority makeshift, since the beginning of the pandemic, demonstrating, I believe, that there was a 85% like 1 week recovery case or recovery rate for those who were hospitalized. So the people who actually had to be hospitalized because of COVID-19 took remdesivir, and 85% of them within a week were better enough to leave. Essentially, if I can recall, as an antiviral, it is interfering with the replication process, essentially, so that it slows down for much of the disease its ability to recreate itself. So you have I guess technically, is it called a protease inhibitor? And Trump took it, as far as we know, and he also took, of course, the laboratory created antibodies as well. So, but this is the thing that is having quite a bit of success, and the 15%. They say there wasn't like the remaining 15% all died. They didn't say that. These people needed just more care before they were able to leave. I'm sure some numbers also perished. But I do want to say this relative to, and Jonas, please stay safe. The main thing you have to do, according to what I read, and I could be wrong, but of course we defer to the World Health Organization. You really have to sanitize your hands because you may accidentally touch your mucous membrane, and that's the easiest point of transmission. So make sure you're careful, brother, and we want the best for you. Do not touch your eyes, ears, mouth. Sanitize your hands often. Statistically, even if you catch it, you're young, the odds are that nothing, I believe, although look up the World Health Organization, got to be very careful here, website, and see what they say. But I think statistically, you are very unlikely to even develop symptoms, according to the WHO. And if you do, the symptoms are minor. If you are one of those rare cases where it gets bad, then please don't hesitate to seek medical treatment immediately. And of course, stay up on everything COVID-19 related by going to the World Health Organization. And wherever I have said something that has been contradicted by them, then go with what they have said. Now, the one thing I do want to say about COVID-19 is that, and I had this happen on PWR 2 weeks ago or something like that, 3 weeks ago. When was it? 2 weeks ago. And the subject came up, and there was like this explosion of a handful of people, maybe 10, maybe 2 handfuls of people that were just freaking out about wanting to say that it's not real, it's fake. This is the behavior of children who are afraid of the monster in the woods. And they don't want you to talk about the monster in the woods because they can't control it. This is the reaction of children. So be mature, be an adult about this. If you are of these folks, if you're one of these people who want to have a freak out because and we've all seen this, we've even remembered this when you were a child, have an older brother, older sister, older friend or whatever, and they start talking about the monster that could appear under your bed. And then the child is all of a sudden like, shut up, shut up, shut up. Stop saying that. Don't say any more of it. That is the exact response in these neotenous adults. Have taken their childhood up to an adult form. They're like, don't talk about it. It just can't be real because it is too much for them emotionally to process that there can be something out there that is very different, that yes, statistically, a lot of people will be able to process and have no problem. But some people who have otherwise nothing wrong with them, this can attack their organs, and it has attacked their organs. I know people who it has attacked their organs. So I'm not part of what are some of these weird conspiracy groups. I'm not a member of the Trilateral Commission, or I'm not working for them. I'm not a member of any of this. I know people, and the whole medical establishment is not. Stop being a child. If you're one of these people, you're being a baby because you can't emotionally process. I had one jackass in the live chat of PWR saying that no white guilt. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's out of his league. These people are. This is all. The whole thing is just this fake. You're just demonstrating that you are too emotionally puerile to process that there is a legitimate viral infection that for most people will be okay. And for some, though, you do not need a bunch of comorbidities. I mean, I had this David Duke, not this past time he was on, but the time before. And it was really a dumbass thing for him to say to me. I didn't say anything to him right at that moment because I didn't want to humiliate him because he's been at work for a very long time. But it was a dumbass thing for him to say. I said that I know a person who is in that person's early 30s and is an athlete and has been an athlete and has contracted this and is regrettably one of those people who has suffered with it. It's attacked these organs. It's done damage. It took 7 months to finally get over it, to finally defeat it. And now there's all this organ damage and stuff that has to be dealt with. No comorbidities. And then David Duke said, as far as you know, well, piss right off. As far as I know, quit with your magic thinking. Fact, buddy, fact. If you can't process that there is a viral infection out there that can wreck people, then you're behaving like a child. I know, and I don't want to hear any other words about it. It pisses me off because I know the guy down the street dead. So many people, and this person I'm close with, damaged and having to go through hell. So I'm not putting up with any, as far as I know. As far as you know, everything you've been told about it being a fiction is bullshit. And as far as you know, if you're so sure, if for everybody out there who's so sure that this thing is fake and it's not harming loved ones and it's not harming people we care about, well, then I invite you on video camera to go somewhere where somebody is very ill with COVID-19 and breathe in their air. Breathe it in. It's fake, right? Breathe it in. Prove that that it's all fake. Absolute childish twits out there, as far as I know. Absolutely asinine. Yeah, go over there, drink from the same cup that they drink from. Pick it right up, take a big chug. This is all fake, right? Go ahead. And then we'll see. I'd rather David Duke not do that because it would likely kill him. At his age, I don't know if he has comorbidities, but I know for sure that he's not going to get the kind of treatment that Donald Trump is going to get. You know, he's going to show up and they're going to say, wow, we know who you are. And here's some fever reducer. Here's some Tylenol. Go home. Sleep it off. And at his age, there's less likelihood that he'd make it through it. So I hope he doesn't get it. I hope he doesn't decide to do something stupid. But for everybody else out there who wants to say, whatever you do, stop talking about the child under the bed. And whatever you do, don't talk about the monster in the woods. Stop talking about it. You're just demonstrating that you are too emotionally insecure and childish to handle reality. What a bunch of assholes. Real people have been harmed. People I know. So, and all of our loved ones, by the way, those older loved ones, our vulnerable members of our community, they're at serious risk. This is a real thing. And it is, and the thing that makes it, and you know, don't bother me also with this, but it doesn't kill as many as the flu or anything like that. You have no idea that the flu deaths are estimated, and they do the exact same thing with flu that they do with COVID-19 when determining the cause of death. Somebody's 80 years old and they have like 17 comorbidities, and then they get the flu and then they say, oh, they died of flu. They died of flu. Well, yeah, but they also had 17 comorbidities. Everybody making these jokes of, the guy dies in guy's riding a motorcycle down the road, 150 mile an hour, crashes and dies. Well, he died of COVID-19. That's simply not the case. There are some realities that the anti-whites are trying to exploit, and then that are clearly bogus. And then there is the reality of the disease and what it is actually doing to people. People are going through hell, and children in adult bodies should clearly not be allowed to share their opinions on feeds where adults are talking. Bellatina says here, I have a special hatred for white people that hate themselves. Oh, how I loathe them, she writes. Something just seems off about them. Instinctively, I know they are rejecting their ancestors. I also fear there is no saving them. Honestly, lately, it feels like interacting with any anti-white fool is a total and utter waste of our time. What you said at the end, you hit the nail on the head, Jason. Must keep moving forward. Can't take everyone with us where we go in life. Anyone who gives a damn about us will stay in our lives. Your words inspire me to share something that happened 3-ish years ago. To get it off my chest, without going into too much detail, I hope there was a girl I was friends with for a huge chunk of my life. She was Asian, South Korean, first-generation American, while I was not. I also felt like we would be friends forever. But that changed as we got older, specifically when she met someone, got engaged, married, and pregnant, all within the span under 1 year. She told me about the wedding less than a month before it happened. I asked about being able to go. After a long, quiet pause, she said, quote, "It was a small ceremony for family and close friends only. We can only have 10 people there," close quote, or something to that effect. Even at that moment, I was not naive. I knew she was trying to hide the implication that I wasn't allowed to go because I was white. For as long as we had known each other, 23 years, I was not allowed to see her happy on her wedding day. They ended up getting married 2 days after my birthday. I cried for about a week over how hurt and betrayed I felt. I lost someone I genuinely cared about. We've not spoken since, despite all my work trying to get her to break away from a culture that did not value her happiness or freedom in life, especially being born and raised in a new country. In the end, it would still win. I always had this false assumption that it would one day just stop. Looking back,
I finally see that her being my friend was just another fantasy. And I see how one-sided the friendship was. I think you can gather from what I have said here why we aren't friends anymore. I will never put myself through that again. I don't wish her well. I don't care anymore. Bellatina, thank you for writing. That was heartbreaking. And I've been betrayed by non-white friends as well. And you can read about one of them who was half non-white, half white. He chose to identify as a non-white, as so many of them do. And of course, putting the lie to this claim that everything benefits white people in the Western world. Because if it did, these people who are half white would be begging to be considered white. They would be straightening their hair. They would be lightening their skin. They would stay out of the sun. They would do anything they could, plastic surgery, to be seen as the white part of their inheritance. But instead they don't. We see them and they do what they can to side with the non-white identity, because the non-white identity is the long-suffering, wrongly put upon, that needs to be made up to, there needs to be this coming together again, and there needs to be gifts, and there needs to be a giving, and it's all just being owed. That's the side they choose. And why not? Because choosing the white side is to be the evil one, the one who has to be deferential, the one who has to surrender, the one who has to give the gifts, the one who has to supplicate, who has to prostrate themselves and beg for forgiveness. Who would choose that in the real world? They don't. And of course, my friend, I thought we were the best of friends. And in the Crucible, you can read about us going to church together. And I've got many photographs of us together, and him even with Confederate flags, and then you can read about the heartbreaking truth that he revealed in Crucible, and how that friendship came to an abrupt end. It was not nearly as long as your 23-year relationship, and I think you need to, if you're not already staunchly going free, you need to do so. It will help you emotionally get over this. It will help you move beyond it. It will help you find the real friends out there. It will sharpen your senses, the real people out there that can be your friends. And you will reconnect. It will heal this wound. I know it's a deep wound, especially for females. Could you imagine a guy would just be like, like when you read this, if you're reading this from the point of view of a guy and you're like, what, my buddy is not going to invite me to his wedding day 2 days after my birthday? We've been friends for 23 years. What an ass. That's what a guy would just be like, what an idiot. And that would be the end of it. But for a woman, this is a like testimony to what she values you as. And this is supposed to be your friend that's stabbing you in the back for all of these years. Yes, I get that. And I understand your pain. And thank you for sharing it with us. Please do continue going free and let us know how you're doing. I want you to be well, and I want you to recover from this. Ashley Walker writes, you are the man. Well, I appreciate that, and I hope that's in a good way. Not like the man that robbed me. You're the man who took my car. You're the man who didn't. No, I hope I imagine it is a compliment. Thank you, Ashley. Bigot Smalls, who's here today, writes, settling in to listen to the replay. Sorry to miss the live stream. Don't make Mr. Munchies angry. I love it. Yes, the story about Mr. Munchies. If you follow us close enough, you need to know these little things, these little inside jokes. Mr. Munchies, if you don't know who he was, well, I guess you have to ask around or wait until the story is told again. But thank you very much for mentioning Mr. Munchies. Maybe we'll make him into one of our, cartoon characters here. And what happened there? Everything good? Okay. We're going to give enough time for calls, I think, tonight. Mantis is with us. He writes, something I've learned over the last couple weeks about anti-whites in my interactions with them since making the effort to use NWG's dialectics. They really don't care if you call them liberal, snowflake, woke brigade, lib, tard, liberal, Marxist, Bolshevik, Frankfurt School, lefty, progressive, the real racist, reverse racist, Antifa, cultural Marxists, etc. It doesn't really bother them at all. But call them anti-white. Oof, they hate it. NWG has lots of nuggets of wisdom. But if you only take one thing from him and discard all the rest, then it should be to make a concerted effort to always call anti-whites by the name that we have chosen for them and never call them, even as an insult, by the names they give themselves. Make them the villain in our story and not the hero in their own story. Well, thank you, Mantis, for that. What a fantastic testimony that is. Absolutely, a testimonial that is. I have experienced that so many times and had these conversations with folks, people you would think they should absolutely know better. And I mean, you still hear what in the hell is going on? That you still hear, even on shows, that people, they know who I am and they know all of us and they know all of the success we're having. And yet they're still like the woke brigade. You got to, the woke, the fellow, you know, and you're just like, are you eating some sort of bizarre mushroom for breakfast every day? I mean, what is eating holes through your brain? What has Swiss cheesed your thinking process? Why are you calling them, A, by the names of their taking, and then B, dumb enough to think that if you just say it in a certain way, it somehow becomes insulting? Mantis is absolutely correct here. Thank you for the testimonial, dear brother. And that is that if you call them by the names of their taking, no matter how much you sneer, or no matter how much you try to say it mockingly, or whatever you do, they love it. They're fine with being called woke. They even this whole thing about calling them snowflakes. They own that now. They don't even care about that. And furthermore, all of that kind of talk doesn't do anything for welding us into a people. We're just going to have to say this as the apostles of all that is right, noble, good, and truthful, that will recapture our destiny when applied by dedicated men and women. We're just going to have to continue to tell people that, look, let me just put the fingers up your nose, and I will just pull you along, you little intractable individual. I will just pull you along to get you to start using these things that work for all of us, because our lives are going to depend on you using anti-white, among other things. Antiwhiteism and the rest of the lexicon and dialectics. I heard a story in person the other day of I heard a story. All right, brother. I heard a story the other day from someone. I want to remember the MC he used. Magnificent. Used it on the spot. Shut down a whole crew of anti-white scumbags that were trying to argue against him. Use these things. Calling them anti-white makes us a victimized people, makes you a victimized individual. I could go on and on. We've gone on and on. Why is it that people still that are close to what we're doing, close to hearing this all the time, they still want to say Marxist, Bolshevik, Frankfurt School? You know who told about all the Frankfurt School? I love this. All these people who want to just puff up, you know, and they want to get their ascot just right in place. And they want to talk about the Frankfurt School. And who do they want to talk about? They want to talk about William Lynn, has done this deep research into the Frankfurt School. And he has many degrees, academic peacock. And how does my ascot look? How does my ass look? And then they say, well, see, he has done all of this. This is what we should be looking at, the Frankfurt School. We should know all of their names. We should tell everybody about every philosopher there, every thinker there, I worked with Bill, dumbass. I sat in Bill's office, right? I can't even tell you the kind of conversations that we had. So these people who want to puff themselves up, all of these academic peacocks, they want to come and lecture me about how they want to talk about the Frankfurt School and how that's where all of our attention needs to be, and another book on the Frankfurt School, and another expose, and another examination of the Frankfurt School. What is it again? Another doom dissection of the Frankfurt School, first, last. Thank you on that. They want to come and they want to lecture me, and I worked with the guy they worship. I sat in his office. We had regular conversations. Do not call them these things. You call them anti-white. I don't know how to make the electricity come on, you work at the power plant. I don't know how to change the filters in the water treatment plant. You work at the water treatment plant. I can tell you what I've been working on for decades and what works, what we've put to the test. Now, if you're going to show up, or if I'm going to show up at a water treatment plant and I'm going to try to tell the guy who changes the filters there how it needs to be done, you all are going to get poisoned because the water's not going to be treated. All right. So let's stop with this trying to reinvent or stick with the things that have lost in the past, failed in the past. Thank you, Mantis, for stepping up and saying your experience, same as mine, same as many of yours, I'm sure, with this, calling them lefty, calling them the real racists. And how do you like this? It really makes me, I guess I should, makes me chuckle. You had these guys in the white positive sphere, snappy dressers, and they mocked conservatives for a very long time. Them and all of their, I will call them underlings, because that's what they were. And all of their underlings, they mocked the conservatives endlessly because this was low-hanging fruit, very easy to go after these people. And one of the phrases they would use is to mock them, is they would use this, they're the real racists, because we hear that from the conservatives and the Republicans often. Oh, the Democrats are the real racists, the liberals are the real racists, and it is pathetic, and those people need to be redeemed. I tried to argue with these folks behind closed doors. I told them, this is not good. You don't want to absolutely get all of these good people hating you. Absolutely attack their misrulers, their misleaders, but not the individuals who have been sucked in and are being essentially made fools of by these people. And so they would say they're the real racist. And then these very snappy dressers, smart thinkers, pinky in the air when they take their scotch, they end up using racist just like these conservatives. I mean, I got to tell you, coming full circle with these folks, you really got to know by now. I've been around too long. I can't get had. If you don't want to be had either, then you're in the right place. Aman, who is with us today and wants to do great things for White Wellbeing, he writes here on one of the threads, No White Guilt is the best channel on YouTube. Well, going free, I would agree. But the best, I don't know. There are plenty of other things, I guess, that folks do a hell of a lot better than I do and are a lot more entertaining at it at the same time. Promethean Epoch. That's a great name. We're going to have movies in the future. I know some of the people are talking about making movies even in the chat today. We'll make it happen. Promethean Epoch. One of these days, the organizational entity, if we can finally get a lot of these seniors to get off of this, who's going to be our next quipper to go up there and politic for us? If we can get them off that kick and get them giving to White Wellbeing, we could fund our own movies. We have movie makers who are going through, who were in the white positive sphere and who found out about going free, and they've written to me and they're like, wow, we can make it happen. I want to make it happen. I have the talent, I have the knowledge, etc. We just need to be able to get this organizational entity up and running and in the legitimate liquidity that it needs to run. So we're going to need these folks stepping up. So many heroes doing so much, and we are doing, punching way out of our class, way up the ranks. I mean, we are like featherweight funded, beating the piss out of heavyweights. This I tell you. Promethean Epoch says the anti-whites will always like to attack enemies who have already been defeated because it's an enrichment of power. Going free is the only thing that is new and doesn't fit in their anti-white narrative and is proving to be successful. Thank you very much for writing that, Promethean Epoch. A great champion. And let's get I want to just, again, a big thank you to Whisper, who gave us this grand testimony, been in the white positive sphere for a long time, and very recently found going free and said that this is it. You have hit upon what will work, what will be successful. You're taking the correct approach, a new type of language to describe our oppression, and I will be following you with great interest. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help further your cause. And he writes, I am donating $1,000 to the service of White Wellbeing. A big salute again to you later in our gathering today, dear brother, for that $1,000 testimonial to White Wellbeing. Again, as I point out, this is not a photocopy or a shabbily assembled facsimile, a LARPing of something from the past that then people put a wish in and they give money to because they say, God, I hope this will be just like the thing of the past. Where's that black and white footage, right? I want some of that black and white footage, right? Well, those are wish dollars. Here are dollars that are given because of proof of concept, because of success. There is such a difference. It is incomprehensible. You know, if we're talking about business, it's because it's like somebody implementing a business strategy and it is lucrative. It is working. The dollars are pouring in and somebody else showing up saying, hey, I got this great idea. Really? Oh, that sounds like maybe it might be a good idea. How will you measure it? No clue. Okay. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. So those are the differences. Thank you so much, brother. Whisper, Promethean hails to you for that great work. So let's see what else in that great contribution. What a testimonial. Let's see what else we have. And we have, oh, you know what we haven't done in a while is a lesson of the day, but right out of Go Free. But we're kind of covering those in some of these stories. We need to get back to that now that we are moving toward the end of this election push. And let me just take a quick look here. I want to make sure that we are good to go with what we have. And we will get moving on to, how about the CNN piece? Or how about the San Francisco? I'll take a look at what you all are saying, then we'll get to these pieces. What's going on with all of you? What are your thoughts? What are your comments? What do you think is going on? What about my graphic? Writes First Last. I don't have it queued up, brother. Where is it again? Send it to me again. Full Moon Ancestry is here as well. So is the great Irish Ice. He says that would be the lesson of the day. The great Irish Ice and Board Troll is with us even. Great to see you. So many great folks. Matthew is here. Remember, you are the agents of change. Dave the Impaler. And we have, looks like, Tall Kevin is financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, good brother. Check your Twitter messages. I found some more grotesque signs. Of course, I took them and were promptly disposed and they were promptly disposed of. Looking forward to the Halloween show. Make sure Jared doesn't dress up in blackface. I'll do my best to make sure he doesn't dress up in blackface. We'll have to check out your signs. Let me see. If we can't share them today, we will definitely share them. Oh boy. Tall Kevin has been out at it, finding signs, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's actually on this machine, it's a couple step process. So maybe during a commercial, a commercial. We don't have commercial break, but we do have music breaks. So maybe during a break, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if some big business said, wow, Hobby Lobby, or, you know, we really like what you're doing and we will pay to run commercials on your channel, even though you have been demonetized by YouTube, and we will just pay you, just run the video and we will give you, that'd be fabulous. I don't see it happening soon. But who knows? Maybe we'll come around to that. Maybe we'll try some of these tricks that have been done in the past. But Tall Kevin, ladies and gentlemen, let's get a big round of applause for this hero. Either today or on Wednesday or next Sunday, you will see before the election a slew of signs that this hero has found. And I will tell you what, in one of these signs, maybe in one of these pictures, maybe you can see, if you pulled that one, that Tall Kevin is indeed the Jolly Green Giant, where he found this and he took it down. He took it down from its location. Thank you, brother, for the financial gift and for all that you do for your service to White Wellbeing, which is a service to your beautiful family. Give them my best, brother. Thank you so much for all of that. And I will absolutely, it's going to break Jared George's heart, but we will prevent him from showing up in blackface. He was going to come as a chimney sweep. Irish Ice is here, ladies and gentlemen, and why not? Because he is always active, this hero. Every time people turn around in this guy's city, they're confronted with another sign that he has found. $5 from this hero, dear brother. Thank you. I was ganged up on, he writes, by 3 anti-white non-whites yesterday. It's a shame to hear that, brother. I got the chance to call one of them an anti-white goof. Called him an anti-white goof. I was in a ferocious state and said it with righteous anger. The anti-white bowed his head in defeat, muttering anti-white. And then he adds, it works. What an absolute fantastic testimonial to what we have talked about before, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-white, one of the things that the term that ended up being used back in the day when I was thinking, what do we need? What are the requisites? What are for this word, this concept? What does it have to be able to do? And of course, I didn't have anti-white. You all know the story. I didn't have anti-whiteism. They were plucked from the dictionary by the anti-whites, and they weren't in our sphere. They weren't in our community. It wasn't until many years later. What was it? 2000 something that then we had the great heroes over there. White Rabbit. They started using the slogan, what was it? Racism is a code word for anti-white or something fantastic. And it wasn't till years later that they were saying it. But one of the things when I was thinking, what can we use? I figured it needs to have it needs to be a concept that could be escalated in its intensity. So you need to be able to use it softly to maybe your child. You don't want to say that. That's anti-white. Oh, you don't want to do that. Son, daughter, it would be anti-white to do that. You want to be pristine. You don't do that. All the way up to the point of screaming at the coworker or the anti-white of any race, like Irish Ice was facing, saying, you anti-white goof that he said here, you anti-white, whatever it is. He used it in a very angry way. And when you put more emotion behind it, it becomes sharper. Its edges, it becomes much more like these throwing stars. It damages much more severely. So in one way, it can be a nice way to admonish. It can also be used a little bit more with a little bit more of an edge to chide, all the way up to it can be like nuclear bomb, metaphorically, in a conversation. You anti-white goof, you anti-white bastard. Don't you ever talk like that again. And that is, you can imagine this thing. It suddenly seems, the word anti-white suddenly seems like it's covered in nails, and it just, or metaphorical nails, of course. And it just is, and stabbing everybody shallowly, of course, so that they're not permanently injured, but enough to the point where they would know that something had just happened. And indeed, we're seeing an example here. I mean, these people who are still like maybe at VDARE, and they're still wondering, well, should we just keep ignoring this group? Are they going to, and I'm not saying this is happening at VDARE, but are they going to continue like comforting themselves, saying people other than at VDARE, comforting themselves, saying, well, oh, you know, the thousands of testimonials, they just all must be lies. I mean, at some point you got to say, holy shit, it must be real. It's so many people have the exact same experiences. So many. And what we're talking about here, this is, I mean, it's growing, no doubt, but we have a lineage of it before even getting on the internet. We have a whole reputation of this working before even this becoming a thing on YouTube and becoming a thing on the internet. Of it working. So Irish Ice, he was smart enough. First of all, he's a courageous enough guy, wants to do the right thing, noble, right? Got a good spirit, hearing the silver trumpets, as we talk about in Prometheus Rising, wants to do the right thing, is bright enough to say, look at them, look at the data, say, whoa, this works. This, I could see how using reason, logic, and evidence, how that would work. The other things are not working. I'm going to go try this. Finds it's working, implements it more so in his life. Here's all of us talking about how if you ratchet up the intensity of anti-white, you can shut things down with every bit as much, I guess, finality to it as the anti-white concept racist does. And then he does it. And now we have a testimonial that finally shows up. since we're past midnight on the East Coast of the United States. It's now October 26th, technically. And 2020, this happened days ago or whatever, October of 2020. And he's sharing that he shouted at one of these people that they were anti-white. And the guy actually lowered his head and said anti-white. I 100% believe that's what happened, because I have seen that sort of thing happen. I have seen anti-white people in the midst of argument being shouted at as anti-white, and they suddenly are like, whoa, wait a second. I'm not anti-white. What are you getting at? I don't like the way this feels. I don't like this suddenly being in your story. No, you're the bad guy, remember? I've seen that, and others here have seen that and shared their story. So it absolutely, at some point, they need to pick up their what is it? Mouses? What is it? Mouses? I don't know. They need to pick it up at places like VDare and click on a Word document and start writing out the next blog post about the great success that people like Irish Ice and Tall Kevin and Heathen Reckoning and Birdie and No White Guilt Clips and so many are having over here going free. Tell them this. Don't even mention No White Guilt. Don't even if these folks over at VDare or wherever else where they're sharing the news about what's going on in the world and they want to talk about non-white conservatives or whatever, praise them or praise this or praise some psycho hiding out in some hovel rat-infested hole in some third world country and acting like the villain online. They want to talk about that guy looking like an absolute crack addict. They want to talk about that guy in their story, but they don't want to talk about this. Let's do this. I get it. You're really insecure. You're jealous or whatever it is. Don't even say No White Guilt. Don't say Jason Köhne. Just talk about the Irish Ice, Tall Kevin, Heathen Reckoning. Talk about Amanda, Nordic Iron, Alex Simpson, Nancy Drew, First Last, David Smith, Sebastian. Talk about all these folks, Raymond, Van Buskirk, Zero Talent. Talk about them. Talk about the success that they're having going free. Don't even mention me. Don't even mention me. If that's what's holding you back, I get it. The whole, what was that guy's name? What was the psychiatrist? Oh, the Sigmund Freud. They love this anti-white bastard, don't they? They always want to cite him, and then it enters the popular dialect. It's just like this colloquialism. They want to talk about, like, I get it. It's your phallus envy that you have. I get it. So maybe you have stood beside me at the urinal. Talk about these other people if you want, and don't even. In fact, please talk about them. Talk about Mestizo. Talk about Fraulein Dresden. All right. Talk about Jonash. Talk about these people. Don't even talk about me. Fine. I'm just sick of this. How long are they? This is what we're going to do in 2021, ladies and gentlemen. Please remind me. When 2021 comes around, if all of these so-called news gatherers, aggregators, and disseminators, these so-called author websites and blogs and all of this, if they're not talking about the great work and the great things that are happening here in Going Free by 2021, the first couple of months while we're getting into 2021, if they're not talking about what's going here, the judgment is in. They've clearly stood beside me at a urinal, and I'm now going to start calling them out, and I'm going to specifically say to ignore me and talk about all of these heroes in this community who are doing great things. We're going to specifically call them out. We'll say, look, just don't even mention Jason, you jealous twerp. No White Guilt Clips. Let's get on with something that's more productive. It pisses me off because we could be doing so much more good. We could be reaching so many more people if these folks would just stop being so jealous. I have a hunch that if some of these groups were headed up by women, not 100% the case, not 100% the case, because I know back in the day before we really had these big groups, there were nasty females who were very jealous, and they just wanted like and we still see this with the pagans complaining to me about the female trying to turn their pagan group into like a witch's coven. I get it, but I get the feeling that more of these guys are jealous just because it's a guy here, and maybe if there were some more women
in charge of these groups, they would be able to spread what works. And when I say women, I mean mothers who have or are going to have babies because they want a world. They're worried about their babies. And they say, whoa, this guy's stuff is working. Let's use it then. Don't name me. 2021, first couple months. We'll see what happens. No white guilt clips. Fantastic hero. $25 for White Wellbeing. Thank you so very much. And it's going right out there in the name, unless No White Guilt Club says otherwise, to the anti-white dirtbags who climbed up to deface our glorious billboard, only to reveal their true motivations, only to reveal that we are right. You know what they didn't put on the billboard is, I'm going to go back to, we'll wait for 2021. It's only October 2020. We've only done all of these magnificent things, and there are all of these people that we haven't got to because of it, but we'll wait until the first couple months of 2021 and maybe show up, knock on the door, get a video camera. What's your problem? No white guilt. Maybe I'll show them how to do bench press, or we'll get them some of those pills from those adult magazines if that's the problem. $25 from No White Guilt Clips. Thank you so very much, my dear brother. And he writes here, brother, could you please check the Twitter DM from White Advocate? Thank you. Well, I'll absolutely do that. We have tall Kevin here finding just these Jolly Green Giant has descended from, this is when you want the beanstalk, because this guy comes down and saves the world. He's got holding his children while saving the world, maybe both kids in one arm and then saving the world with the other. So what we're looking for is White Advocate. And yes, I can take a look at this. Let's see. What am I looking for? It could have been better, but I now know how to improve visibility. So you've done some glorious things here. This is the time. I start reading this, and I've said it, what was it, a couple weeks ago, where I said I get to the end and it's like, P.S. Don't read any of this. Okay, so these are some clips. Focus on the left side. Oh, hold on. Focus on the left side of the crowd. Well. Do we have something here that... uh-oh. What the heck? Pause it. It didn't pause. Hold on. Let's see. What am I... Oh, my God. Hold on. Oh, my gosh. Well, this is why he says you do a little better next time. I got to find a great spot. Are all of these clips the same rally or different rallies? This is, all right. Is this you? No White Guilt Clips? If someone you know? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sign held up by some true, absolute legend behind Donald Trump that says, I think it says nowhiteguilt.org. Oh my God, it does. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. That is fantastic. What an absolute epic victory that is. Holy God. Talk about, write about this, folks. Write about this. Talk about this. nowhiteguilt.org behind President Trump. Is this 3? Let's see. You can write to me in the in the question widget, Tall Kevin widget. Or are these different events? Could you imagine? Okay, so is it different camera angles of the same event is what possibly this is. Let's see. Do they zoom in here maybe? I will put this up for you all. Oh wait, can I? That's the thing. I don't even know if I can show you. Oh geez. The way YouTube is, this is a close call about what to do. Definitely not video. I can't show. Can I show a still? Maybe it's okay. So I'll just tell you all that this absolute epic hero, this is not standing in some like college theater and asking a snarky question. This champion got behind President Trump with a sign that says nowhiteguilt.org. My God, let's get a huge round of applause. I'm going to try to get a still of this to share. Let's get a huge round of applause. Was this you, No White Guilt Clips? Or you trying not to take, you don't want to be known. So maybe it's not you. I don't know who it is. Or maybe you just saw it. So he says, they are different perspectives of the same rally. Now, is this somebody that you just spotted and definitely not you? And if that's the case, let's give a big round of applause, raucous emojis, revved up to high speed. Let's throw this into sixth gear. No White Guilt Clips spotting this, or this No White Guilt Clips, or this, who knows, behind President Donald Trump with a nowhiteguilt.org sign. Let me try the other perspective and see. Oh, and you said you gave me a timestamp here. So let me get to, maybe what we can do is share with the mods can share this. Oh, it's now, since I just said that, I don't even know. Gosh, this older sister of ours, the AI, she's a witch. Okay. 36 minutes, 37 seconds. That's not the right one. This is. Sorry, folks, that you're kind of blinded. I would just put this right up if we didn't have to deal with Big Sis AI and how she immediately shuts streams down. I remember where I need to have a really long memory, it lasts. And one of those places is what the anti-whites at YouTube do to look at Trump. He's doing a little dance. I'll give you some lessons. We'll get you. I mean, it's not like he needs any more gravitas, but I don't, if I give him some lessons, maybe that'll really put him over the top. 36:37. Oh, so this is it right here. I'm right there. Holy God. Okay. So I'm going to have to try to get some still shots. Ladies and gentlemen, this nowhiteguilt.org, undoubtedly, everyone there, all of these MAGA folks, all of these good people, and you take one look at this crowd, they're glorious, right? They're wonderful, the kind of thing that the anti-whites truly hate. Because why? It's a lot of white people excited about outcomes that aren't going to harm white people. And there's nothing anti-whites hate more, just as AI and Susan and the rest of them, there's nothing they hate more than white people excited about something that's not going to harm white people. Everyone there would have seen, this is huge. It totally stands out because all of these other signs are pre-made, they're mass produced. And this one looks, I guess it was by hand by whoever did this. And so they would have all seen it clearly. And perhaps we don't have all of the angles here. So perhaps it went across on television even clearer than what we're able to capture here. But it is, and the problem is, like, when it's in movement, when it's in motion, I can see it clearer. Every time I pause it, it gets a little bit more blurry. Probably those of you who really understand or are into visuals, knowledgeable in that area, could tell me why that is. But it's quite clear. It's clearer when the video moves than when I pause it. I would like to get a good still shot of it. We might have to have well, we won't do a song. I think I'll probably take calls. Maybe, I don't know, maybe do a song. Maybe something from the great Raymond Foster. My God, this is epic. This is absolutely epic. Right behind President Trump. Every other sign is generic. except for this one, nowhiteguilt.org. Wow. Is that a testimonial to whether or not this works? How glorious is that? So maybe we'll just leave it for right now at No White Guilt Clips spotted this hero. And so more power to No White Guilt Clips. What a hero that he spotted out there in the community behind Trump. We are obviously reaching the masses. So if you know what I can do? I'll change it a bit. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll change it a bit, and then we'll see if I don't get in trouble. See, the thing is that other people, Poseidon and others, dead, middle of their live stream. And as soon as the anti-whites have put their, finger on you and they're watching, AI Big Sis picks it right up. Immediately, they can shut things down, and that's the end. And we don't want to go that route. Even if it might be fine, even in most cases, it might be fine. What a hero that was. How exciting. We'll make sure it gets up for folks to see one way or the other. Man, I feel like, God, I wish I could shout. I feel like running around and peeling out. I wish my car, if I were to lay a patch of rubber down right now, I think probably I'd leave the front end on the road, and that would be the end of it. I just have to push it over into the grave. Promethean Epoch says, the next step is to get T-Rex to say, no white guilt, my friend. My friend. Raymond Foster says, more people should be getting out to Trump rallies with no white guilt signs. I agree completely. And this, ladies and gentlemen, the great Raymond Foster is here. And great to see you, dear brother. We're going to have Raymond Foster on Going Free soon. We want to hear about what happened with him, and we want to hear more about his successes. This is a true champion on the other side of the world doing great things. Other vehicles would ignore this guy because he's not in the U.S., because he doesn't have a particular accent, because he is not going to take up some weird old, I guess we'll just say regimes, a genre of political persuasion. And what would they be missing out on? Somebody who has been working magic, right? And somebody, by the way, who came from being, out of home at a very young age, even before me. I think it was 17, and even living homeless, living in garages, and the first garage parties were held by this guy, and then we took him up here on my channel, and finally getting to where he is now, doing great things. They would be overlooking that guy. What fools they would be. Especially those who just want to aggrandize themselves all day long. Thank you all who are celebrating. We'll put it up on the screen. I can't believe it. That is so spectacular. David Smith, no white guilt is the best meme. Thank you, David. It's very Fornull is here, another champion par excellence. Great to see you, brother. And we mentioned full moon, the great full moon ancestry. Now this is an honest man who he's a great writer, writes for Countercurrents, does amazing things, does his own shows, and taking up the lexicon because he sees all of this, sees it works in his life. Bright guy, knows it works, and is sharing it, spreading it, building his own audience, bringing people to Going Free. Want him to have all the success in the world. Great to see you here. Southern Bloom is here too. Great to see you. What a great name that is. We even have Right Reaction. Where are you in the world? Isn't it quite early, I imagine, for you? Great to see you. Alex Simpson says, let's see it. I know, I want to show you it. We're going to have to manipulate it some. I don't want to lose. First Last says, show us. Dak says, NWG, that's huge. All caps. It damn well is. Althea is still with us. She says, no way. Yes way. Taking a step back to the 80s. Yes way. It absolutely is the case. I'm ecstatic over this. I can't believe it. No white guilt clips. Financially gifting $25 and sharing with us that he spotted someone in a President Donald Trump. Of course, we dislike him, AI. And please, big sis, don't become angry and shrill at us with your misandry. you Herodin, you. And we don't like him, but there's this hero behind this T-Rex character. Okay, what could I... Does anybody have a recommendation? If I screen share it, then I'm absolutely sharing. No, I can't do that because that will show the source, and then anti-whites could go and report the source's use on this channel. So I clearly have to try to manipulate it. So we'll do this. We'll do this while I'm on the phone with you all, or whatever. We'll make it happen, and we'll have it up before the end. We're going to show you this absolutely glorious moment. And well, why does the one seem? Maybe it's just because of the different cameras. I guess I know it's different angles, but also maybe different lenses. So fabulous. Let's get to some of this. Let's get to, you know what? Let's get the T-Rex to maybe point out a no white guilt sign. Wouldn't that be something? All right, very quickly, we're going to go through 5 races likely to determine Senate control. You know what? Before we do that, I've got to turn the AC back on. At this point, the sweet young thing would have to get off of my lap, and because I'm getting so fired up about white well-being that we're going to need the AC back on. So let's see, what do we have here? Something quick, something beautiful, something celebratory. We will do this, and we will celebrate with one of our great heroes, Richard Wagner. Look closely. Crucible is on the piano as he brings to life Chopin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is glorious. Richard Wagner, the best come to this community, as you can see, when you can bring Chopin to life like that, beautifully and perfectly played. All right, let's see. We're trying to do a couple things at the same time, and we can do that because we're Western kind. There's nothing we can't do. So we'll just do this, I think. And we will do this and that. That'll be enough, I think. And then we will check what else is going on here. Anti-whites, leave me alone. Stop pestering. You all are gnats. Okay. This is so amazing. What a magnificent victory this is. How completely epic. Got to cut this just right. Make it look a bit. All right, maybe like this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. And we'll get on to this story about these Senate seats, because this is very important. And there are a couple of these races are quite close. And you ask, why are they close? The reason why they're close is because the anti-whites have dumped huge dollars into these Senate races because they want to take the Senate away from the Republicans, who are not white positive, but they are not as anti-white as the Democrats. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to mention, oh, is that it? I was supposed to mention some of the material for a guy who wrote in, wants to be able to talk to his family, and I will do that right after reading 5 key races likely to determine Senate control. The fight for a majority in the chamber is most likely to decide in Colorado, Arizona, Maine, North Carolina, and Iowa. And there may be some surprises. Washington Democrats are favored by independent forecasters to win the presidency and keep the House majority in the election. But polls show the battle for Senate closer. The control is closer. Now, remember, the polls always get it exactly the way they want it. Look back, I did a video all the way in 2016 where I talked, if it's still there, if they left it up, where I talked about the polls, how they get exactly what they want every single election cycle, and that is to manipulate the reality, our reality, your reality, my reality, so that you won't vote. You'll think the Democrats are going to win, and then by creating the artificial reality, by these depiction of the polls being just perverse in favor of the Democrats, we don't end up voting. They end up with the steam in their, let's say, in their pipes and in their boiler, and they go on to actually win as a consequence. But we saw indeed that the polls, and there was somebody who fancies himself as quite important, who, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago was saying that I don't think anybody knows that the polls were actually quite accurate in 2016. Are you joking? Do you forget that we have videos? Do you forget that this is all recorded? Do you forget the giant spread that the guarantee that Hillary was going to win? Let's continue. Democrats have 47 seats and widely projected to lose a seat in deep red Alabama that managed to capture in 2017. That means they'll need to pick up 5 seats to win a majority, or 4 to secure control if Joe Biden captures the presidency. There are about, I should say rigor mortis, captures the presidency. There are about a dozen Republican-held seats considered potential pickups for Democrats. The stakes are high. The party that controls the Senate will have power over the next president's legislative agenda, cabinet officials, and judicial appointments. So the Democrats really want the Senate because they know that rigor mortis and just plain ugly are looking bad when it comes to the election. Make sure you vote, though. We need 4 more years of T-Rex. Don't take anything for granted. But they know that they're unlike. So what they want to do is they want to prevent T-Rex from doing anything. And they're going to need to take the Senate to do that. The stakes are high. Here are 5 races that are likely to decide which party holds power. Colorado, first term Republican Senator Cory Gardner rode a red wave to victory by 2.5 points in 2014, but now he's facing a daunting political climate in a state that has turned away from his party in recent years. He has struggled to cultivate a brand separate from an unpopular President Donald Trump and the National Party. For again, this is, remember, you need to translate. This is what the anti-whites want you to believe, not the reality. They are not giving you an impression of reality or a view of reality. They never have, they never will. Art never is following what's happening in the world. Their so-called news reportage is all just fiction writers. This is what they want. Remember, this is how you have to view it. This is why I'm bothering to read this. So for whom Gardner has mostly been a reliable ally. So Gardner is running against, and then watch this. So you have like these right-wing extremist Republicans, and then the moderate Democrat, John Hickenlooper. His name is really Hickenlooper, which is probably not a bad name, but I would not keep it. Hickenlooper, 68, who left office last year after 2 terms as governor and ran unsuccessfully for president. Did anybody hear of Hickenlooper's run? That sounds like an old tale that should be told at Halloween. Hickenlooper's run, where all of the little children disappear. Hickenlooper's early missteps kept the young Gardner, 46, in the hunt for part of the campaign. But Cook Political Report rates it, quote, lean Democrat. Okay. This is a must-win state for Democrats in the battle for the Senate. Arizona has emerged as a bright spot for Democrats. Biden, rigor mortis, is polling ahead of Trump. Really? Do they bother even making the calls? I mean, I worked on the Hill, and we looked at lots of polls, and I often wondered, did they really bother even making these phone calls? Sometimes you think, well, maybe what they do is they know the districts that are really anti-white. They call those districts. What are you going to do? What a surprise. But then I just wonder, why bother? Why bother? Biden is polling ahead of Trump in the historical red state, and GOP Senate Martha McSally trails former NASA astronaut Mark Kelly for the seat. McSally, who lost a Senate race in 2018, and we're going to wrap this part of the show up quickly here. I won't read much more, was soon appointed to fill
An open seat is facing similar problems now. Oh boy, she has touched Trump in ways that are just unbecoming. You can only hate on Trump. Don't you understand, McSally? Be a good girl, and we won't see anything happen to your little campaign. Says the Democrat operative. A difficult political climate, a moderate Democrat. Oh, it's always a moderate Democrat. It's always a moderate Democrat with feathered angelic wings and a halo. That's what it always is. It's always haloed Democrats. Boy, no one can tell that you are siding with one particular group. Is this CBS News? Of course, they are checking with CNN. Trump, that is, an alliance with Trump that is alienating the state's growing suburban and Latino populations. Well, I thought that, wait a second, you anti-white typist. I thought that the races weren't going to end up voting on the basis of race. Well, did you deceive us? Maybe all of those horrible people you told us were so wretched. Were they right that these people in these different racial groups would reliably vote a certain way? And it makes sense now that you would want to keep the border open to these people. You're bringing in voters and you're admitting it. And she has made similar missteps this time around, such as misleading statements on her healthcare record. Oh, all the missteps. The venom spitting Viper Republican against the haloed, feather-winged, moderate Democrats who only want to coddle your babies and maybe whisk them away to horrible hunter retreats. We won't go any further with that, though. We know AI is listening. Let's see. Got to be careful when you're making jokes here on YouTube, or at least trying to. At least I make myself laugh. We'll see what else we have. You know what's happened now, I have to say. The AC is aimed directly at yours truly. And we can't have that. So let me touch metal and we'll roll right on to the next. I know we're pissed about this, ladies and gentlemen. San Francisco's Karen Act, Racial Slur Act. What would you think would happen? I normally don't like to do this. Same situation reversed. I mean, this is it's beginner status. How is there a gnat in here? It's beginner level. And we know that there are these hypocrisies, and they're there, but that's the first level, is to see this hypocrisy. The deeper level of going free is to realize that there is no hypocrisy. Use that when you're talking with folks when they're new, because that really gets people's interest. They're like, what do you mean there's no hypocrisy? And then you can begin to explain how there is no hypocrisy. And they will then believe you to have descended from some glorious mountain. But we'll do this anyhow. The Karen Act. What if we had taken a slur for another racial group and then used that slur act and made a law out of it? Wonder what the anti-whites would do. This is how far this country and other countries across the West have gone with anti-whiteism. That you can actually take an anti-white slur and use it as the name of your act. CNN reports it may soon be illegal to make discriminatory racial-based 911 calls in San Francisco. So in other words, white women, and this is where I'm going to have to try to really control myself, because this is infuriating beyond question, that these anti-white bastards are, first of all, are any of these anti-whites on this board white? I'm just curious. If they're anti-white, that's all that really matters. But I'm just curious, because it's going to be the people who are going to be victimized by this are white women. They're not going to be filing any charges against black women. They're not going to be filing charges against Jewish women. You better believe that. They're not going to be filing charges against Hispanic women. They're going to be filing charges almost solely on white women when it comes to this, and some white men tossed in there as well. but it's primarily targeted at our women, our daughters, our wives, our sisters, our wives with our children, who are put into scenarios where they have learned. I want you to think about this. They have learned their entire lives, all of these white women, these goddamn SOBs. This really just pisses me off, and it really should piss you off. These are not white women. There isn't a white woman alive who isn't just horrifically infected, like leprosy with mean pathogens. There isn't one alive that is not infected, just like the men, with mean pathogens. So they have learned, and we see the death toll, we see the rape toll, we see the maiming toll, we see the robbery toll, and on of what has happened to our white women because of these mean pathogens. Because from when they're little girls, and I have these mothers and fathers sending me this grotesque educational material that is being shown to their children, particularly targeting the little girls, but also the white little boys. When it comes to this, trusting non-white males in all of these little cartoon depictions, reaching these white little girls when they are as innocent as they can be, when these things that they learn will become absolutely part and parcel of their identity, inseparable from who and what they are. Do you understand that? Inseparable. Something that they would have to practice going free every single day of their lives to overcome, because they're not going to be able to pull it loose from who they are. The earlier it's learned, the more it is part of who you are, not just a thought in your head. But think about the fact that you learned how to drive a car when you were 15, 16, or whatever it was, and you can't get rid of that. How much more so when you have the blank slate of an empty memory, of a brand new mind who doesn't understand the world, doesn't know reason, logic, and evidence yet. And these anti-white bastards get to them. And what do they do with these cartoons? And what do they do when they're able to finally read? They show education, and more importantly, the entertainment. And we see it on the commercials, of course, as well. But most importantly is the entertainment. The non-white guy, and grant, there absolutely are non-white guys in the world. Great guys. Non-white guys that support going free. Non-white guys that support white well-being. 100% the case. 100% good-hearted non-white. They're out there, and they either support going free, or they would if they came across it, without question. But this is not what the anti-whites are up to, and everyone knows it, especially those good-hearted, actual good-hearted non-white guys out there, because they're showing these non-white guys with these horrible exteriors, but the heart of gold. Horrible exterior. And how dare you should feel so ashamed, young white girl. You white girl, you should feel so bad that you thought anything wrong about this character just because of his past, just because of that mean look that he has on his face, maybe that, sloping forehead. There is no forehead, or whatever. You should feel so ashamed of yourself, because you find out later in the story that when he's alone, he cries all day long. When he's by himself, he makes apple pies and dips his tears into those apple pies all day long, eats up his own tears about how awful white America is to them, especially those white males who, when they wake up in the morning and they put toothpaste on the toothbrush, first thing they do, second thing they do is think about, how am I going to hurt non-white people? And these little white girls, they then grow up to be white women who they see every single non-white guy in the world as crying while he's alone, as crying because he's long suffering, wrongly put upon. Everybody thinks the wrong things about him, when it's all it is his melanin that's in the way, getting in the way of you realizing that he would sacrifice his life on a moment's notice to save you from a hangnail. And that is what they have imbibed. That is their reality, as true as every other part of their reality in their world, in our world. And yet these women, occasionally, even believing that all of these non-white males are good, sometimes they see a threat even through all of that programming.
and they pick up that phone and they dial 911. How many times has a white woman, a white girl, a white child, a white teenager, a female of our race, looked at a predator who an actual good-hearted non-white guy would if he saw it happening, he would say, "Whoa, what are you doing? Can't you tell that this is a raving monster? That this guy is going to rape you? That this guy is going to murder you? Are you an idiot?" That the actual good-hearted non-white guy would jump up and scream at her. How many times have these white females, because of what they learned, the Cliff Huxtable, rather than the actual Bill Cosby raping you while he's drugged you, how many times have they trusted and been raped and been murdered and been maimed and been disappeared, never heard from again, because they believe that the monster in front of them was that good-hearted person that cried all day long when nobody was looking, just happened to look like a monster, and they felt shame because of it? How many times? Incalculable, ladies and gentlemen. That infuriates me like you cannot believe. Because it is so easy to prey upon our people, are just, for unfortunately, a gullible people, and our women even more so than the men. And they grow up believing this filth. Then they end up getting victimized. And even through all of that brainwashing, all of that mean pathogens, causing them to see the world as other than it is, occasionally the threat is so threatening, is so awful, that they have to pick the phone up and dial 911. Now, I want to believe that he cries into the apple pies that he makes while he's alone. But something about this particular guy really is threatening. And they overcome their shame. They overcome their white guilt. They overcome their programming to dial 911. And what are these anti-white POSs going to do? If she happens to be wrong about what his motives were, she is going to be identified as a heretic to anti-whiteism. And there's nothing in the genome of a female of any race that they fear more than the tribe outing them as not in line, as not in step with the rest of the community. Because for millennia, that meant death. That meant your genes didn't get passed on. So forget this, what is it, $1,000 fine? Forget about it. She might worry about that a little bit. The big worry that a white woman is going to have about this is being discovered to have had a heretical thought. And she's not going to be able to defend herself. She knows a social lynching will come from these anti-white curs. This is what they're doing in San Francisco. This is what the anti-whites would like to do coast to coast in this country. Make every white woman, whether by herself or with her children, afraid to dial 911. And I will tell you this, a white woman, because of those genes moving through her all of this millennia, about not getting out of step with the greater community, the greater tribe, if you will, they will absolutely suffer rape and death and maiming rather than genetic death. They will absolutely face that. They will absolutely wait until it's too late, because maybe he'll beat me, maybe he'll rape me, but if he doesn't and I call 911 and they put an end to it, or maybe that was his intent, but when the police show up, he lies and says that wasn't his intent. He was just crying all night long by himself and went out for a walk and just happened to leer and cross the street and come closer and closer and whatever. And the police say, well, Mrs. Karen Act, anti-white slur, we think that you need to be charged with being heretical, with being this anti-white slur racist. You've been outed. I guarantee you there'll be white women now, not just the ones that will be suffering from the rapes and the murders and the rest, because they've been taught to believe that every one of these people, that their gut says, wow, that is a villain right there. Get away from that person. That they end up thinking that they are wholesome and caring and loving. Not just that, But now you're going to prevent them for fear of being outed as a heretic from dialing 911. More rapes. The entire board of these SOBs have the blood of and the rapes and the murders and the maimings on their hands. And when that blood starts flowing in, let's make sure that these anti-white POSs know about it. Not just those on the board, but those you work with, those in your family, those who show up for Thanksgiving dinner. Every single one of them, the blood and the rapes are on their hands. The ordinance is one step closer to becoming law. On Tuesday, the board unanimously passed the act, unanimously, on first read. Next week, the bill has to be voted on again by the board, and then it will be sent to Mayor London Breed to sign. The ordinance's name is a twist on the name Karen, the name social media gives people making racially biased 911 calls. Wouldn't that be something? This anti-white slur, Karen, wouldn't that be something? Do you think this CNN would say, well, here's the racial epithet for this group, and we're just going to tell you that, hey, the internet says that this is for that, and we're not going to pass any judgment on it. We're not going to say it's cool. We're not going to say it's interesting. We're not going to call it a twist. They just call this crime rate or whatever of this group, whatever it might be. It's just a kind of a twist. It's kind of a cute little way that they talk about this group. And it's not just Karen. There are also names like Becky. Look at this app. Wow. Which has also come to symbolize a stereotype of whiteness. And Susan. Really, Susan? And Chad. I didn't even know about Chad. The Karen Act has been, all these are anti-white slurs. You should be absolutely offended, deeply offended. You don't have to feel it first. You be it first. And then it happens. Then you feel it flow through you. You get mad as hell when you hear this being used. Somebody at work thinks, that's funny. You hear about this Karen? And you say, shut your mouth using that anti-white slur. Let's see. What else does it say? Then I'm going to wrap this up and we'll keep moving. Oh, several residents wrote letters urging them to reconsider renaming, not get rid of it. Let's continue. Let's make sure that white women are raped and their kids murdered and molested. Let's make sure that happens because we're anti-white. But, let's change the name because we don't want too many white people figuring out what our real objectives as anti-whites are. That's what they're saying. The name, quote, the name of the act places a target on my name, on my name as a, quote, this is the anti-whites are racist, and I am not, one resident wrote a letter to the board. Could you believe that? Could you believe writing, saying, no, this is problematic because white women are not going to dial 911 for predators until it's too late and eaten alive by the predators because they're going to be afraid that they're going to be outed as heretical, or they're going to be thought to be, not even outed, thought to be heretical because they dared to fear a predator who happened to be non-white, or somebody that they perceived to be a predator who happened to be non-white. But actually to write, that's not the problem. But the problem is, my name's Karen, and I'm not a heretic, so please don't libel me. What? This is pathetic. I can't even stand these people at CNN. Wonderful people, I got to tell you. Alicia and Amanda, and they're probably joined at the hip, born from some anti-white demon goddess, amidst the afterbirth. That's where they came out, and they wrote this wretched article celebrating what's going to happen to white people. You know what? It's the one woman is non-white, the other one's white. I really hope it's not the white woman here that ends up in a scenario. I really hope. I mean, you know what? Somebody who kind of celebrates this, if it's going to happen to anybody, should be that person, right? The white people who are creating these laws, implementing these things, socially lynching, threatening white women, those people, it would be a better twist of fate if it ended up being them than some innocent white woman and her babies out on a stroll who think, oh God, I better not call 911. They'll think I'm a heretic for doing so. I hope Amanda here, I hope it doesn't end up being you. But if it does, then it would be justice rather than it happening to an innocent woman. We also have, the all-black group. Well, how much time? Oh, my God, we've gone over? Are we still streaming? I had no idea that we've been streaming for 8 hours. Are we still streaming? That can't be right. Well, could somebody go crazy and let me know if the stream stops? We got to wrap this thing up. We got to make this happen fast. All Black group is arming itself and demanding change. They are the NFAC. CNN. When two loud bangs rang out on the streets of Lafayette, Louisiana, no one knew where the gunshots came from as protesters gathered to demand justice for another black man killed by police. Among the crowd was a group of armed black men and women who call themselves not Foxtrotting Around Coalition, and they didn't use foxtrotting or the NFAC. The group did not run toward the gunshots or break formation. Boy, they're so disciplined in their murder and terrorization of white people. Instead, they kneeled on the ground amid the confusion and then walked away after their leader shouted, "Fall back, fall back. We have properly terrorized them, and nothing will be done to us by the anti-whites in charge." The I'll just say non-white, Atlanta-based group has grown in size out of frustration because really, are any of these people in this community 100% black? Are any of them pure black? Do any of them actually have nothing else in their DNA? I doubt it. So we'll just say non-whites. You know, that is going to get under their skin. They'd be like, no, hell no, I'm black. Really? Really? Because you're not. Atlanta-based group has grown in size out of frustration during a summer of protest against questionable policing, and the deaths of countless non-white people at the hands of police, said their founder, John, a very white name, Fitzgerald Johnson. John, you might want to change that. I'm guessing you're supposed to be all black and all proud, so you're probably going to want to get rid of that name. Get rid of that white man's name. All right, we're not going to read any more of that. It seems that the stream is still going. Nancy Drew says, that's because you love all of your family here. That's right. Elaine Sabatino says, you're still streaming, Jason. I know. And I just looked back and I realized we've been streaming for over 8 hours. And I felt like it was maybe 6.5. See, Ambrielle says we're still streaming. Nordic Iron says we're up, brother. I don't know. This could shut off by YouTube any moment. So I want to take calls. AFP says no white guilt. Ambrielle says the anti-whites would be pissed if we were to say Tyrone, right? Or Shaniqua. I knew a very cruel Shaniqua. Boy, I got a story there. But yes, indeed, they would really be up in arms. Both lovely names. Sterling Price is here. Great to see you. Hello. Says hello to Jason and No White Guild. Azimuth Clark, someone just nowhiteguilt.org over my nowhiteguilt.org all over my town's main street. They posted it. They painted it. Your main street in your town. What happened? What did you see there? Could you give us some more information? The great Azimuth Clark is feeding us some information live, ladies and gentlemen, on the ground. Things are happening. And thank you. Please get back with some more. What happened on your town? Are there signs? Are there pictures? Are there paintings? No white guilt. Look at all of these heroes that are still with us 8 hours later. This is what the spirit of the West does for you. This is what you tap into. These are the heroes. This is why it's happening. I mean, if for nothing else, these sort of streams alone, all of these groups should be talking about all of these heroes. You stay here the entire stream. Patrick says, this is precisely what I've been saying about these shows. They make white people the villains more and more. Oh, they do it, brother. It's always been the case. You look back even to those very old black and white. I could take you through the very old black and white footage. And I love it. These seniors, they say, oh, no, back when I was a child, there wasn't any mean pathogens. Weren't any mean pathogens. And I say, really? Well, let's have a look. And then I find a handful in the movie, and they say, my God, I had no idea. Jesse says there's a video of a bearded, non-white police officer calling a man the male version of a Karen. Well, is that the male version? Is that the Chad now? Are they changing this? What? So he's allowed to use an anti-white slur, and that guy should have lost it. Jesse, you would lose it. You would say, "Don't you dare call me that anti-white slur. Don't you dare call me that." You get fired up about it. I want to hear your stories moving forward this week and the week to come, and the weeks to come, about getting fired up at people using anti-white slurs. It appears that we're still streaming. Hold your breath. The orange says, "Oh, I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to say it. We should not take any group of people and use their name or something that represents the group or their particular people to represent something horrible. That's just not done. That's, in fact, in Western civilization, we take the names of the peoples that we have defeated and then we laud them. We put them up in places of respect. That's not going to be done for us. I mean, if you can see that already all over the world. Anglo-America. Ambriel says, Black Americans have at least 20% European DNA. Well, just think, my dear, how much you just pissed off the Foxtrot crew. They are not foxtrotting around, and you're trying to tell them that they have the white devil in them? Oh, boy. Fitzgerald Johnson he's going to be addressing that soon, right after he gets done with his name change papers. Vercingetorix says sleep is for the weak. Well, we need our sleep. It's true, and I need to get more than I get. Anglo-Saxon is here. I have to go. Hail Jason. Hail our people. No worries. I don't know what's going on, why we are. I don't know how we're still here. I don't know how it's come to this, ladies and gentlemen. Promethean Epoch says 4 more hours. Well, I don't know. That's just, I've got other stuff I have to do for White Wellbeing, not just this stream. Yonash says, I've written some more in the question widget. I'll check it out, brother. Eternalism says, Dr. D says to get sleep. He does say to get sleep, and he's right about that. He's wrong about the COVID-19, about it just being a hoax. But he is, because whatever the World Health Organization says is true. He's wrong about that, but he's definitely right about sleep. We can agree there. And look at this. DG is still with us. And David Smith is still with. Boy, so many folks. Big D. No Fathers Around Coalition. Oh, boy. It's a good thing I didn't get all the way through that. Blue eyes need not sleep if our minds are at stake. That's right. You know, the conservatives and nationalists, they say, oh boy, the anti-whites, they never sleep. God, they're always at it. That's what the anti-whites are going to say about us. I say in Born Guilty, ladies and gentlemen, that you want to reach a point in your life that every time you swing your feet off the bed and they touch that floor, the hearts of the anti-whites tremble. That is where you want to reach. If you can get to that point, you've become the hero that you were meant to be in this world. All right. Well, let's just keep rolling. I don't know if this is just going to shut off. I'll take calls. We'll have some brevity as usual. I apologize. We were supposed to give more time. And then we have this great article by the Coincidence fella, Trump's last stand for white America. Oh, let me just, less than 20 days, writes the Coincidence. It has been a long, hard road to this election. I see fearful faces, those of tormented migrants at the Mexican border. Oh, where's my fainting settee? Where's my fainting settee? He sees tormented migrants at the Mexican border and hate-filled faces, those of the white nationalists in Charlottesville chanting, puppies will not replace us. Well, I wonder when this guy's going to give up fiction and start writing news for the New York Times. Donald Trump has been all about the fear of replacement. You know how I know, you know how I feel. Oh, they mention it right here. Or as it's sometimes called, the Great Replacement. We don't say the Great Replacement. I know some academics like the Great Replacement. I know that there are some people in the white positive sphere who have gotten on the bandwagon of the Great Replacement. I've made my case, numerous cases, numerous arguments, and there is no legitimate counter argument for continuing to use the Great Replacement other than everyone else is making the same mistake. So there's nothing great about the Great Replacement. You could put great in the name of your product. You could put replacement in the name of your product, and neither name would cause your product not to sell or diminish its sales, because everybody likes a replacement and everybody likes things that are great. Don't bother telling me, but in the dictionary and in these other circumstances, it says, let's just go with the easiest path to the recapturing of our destiny and stop taking these uphill battles where they don't need to be waged, where they don't need to be fought. The Great Replacement has been the stand, I am tempted to say the last stand, of whites against non-whites. Listen to what this wonderful little non-white guy says. Anti-white, non-white guy. His skin, though, probably looks very nearly light as mine. Nonetheless, not a Westman. Not a Westman by any stretch. And there he is. Regrettably, many people might look at this character, and especially other non-white groups, and think he is a white guy, but he's definitely not. And so here he is. He's talking about the evil of white people and what he's referring to. He's creating this narrative with this storytelling capability that he has. This anti-white narrative. So interesting, isn't it? Well written. A lot of intrigue. Already from the very beginning of this fiction, you are drawn into this guy's lie. The last stand of whites against non-whites. Of America First Nationalists against migrants. You see, if you care about white well-being, according to this puppy, this anti-white puppy, you are against innocent, vulnerable babies who are just trying to come into your land because all they want is, you have this superabundance, this cornucopia. Nobody is impoverished in the West. No one. No white people are out of work. No industries are crumbling. No white people have had to white flight into drugs. And so it is absolutely immoral of you, unethical, to look at these poor, hungry, starving, needing, desperate, honest, never told a lie in their life people standing at your border, as innocent as newly driven snow. It is so wrong of you to not allow them to come in and just make a better life for themselves. Are those heartstrings? This is the myth of pretext, ladies and gentlemen. Who's not going to fall for it? And who else, though, is not going to be the villain in this guy's story? You see, you think you're pointing out this person, you think, well, look at this anti-white, non-white. I know what he's up to. I'm not going to fall for that. I'm just going to go get out this black and white footage. No, dumbass, you're still being led around by him. Of American First Nationalists against migrants, of straight people against LGBTQ people. So he's narrowing the group. It's going to be narrowing down to just white males here. White females, you're going to get victimized too, you know it. But it's going to narrow it down just to the white males, so we can say, oh, we got this big coalition of all the people who have been victimized, and because they are victims, they have the right of self-defense. See where you're going with this one, buddy? Of the gunned up. What the hell is gunned up? Against the unarmed. Oh, I see. Again, the defenseless, needy people. Because none of the criminals, you can't obtain firearms. You can only obtain, in reality, firearms on the black market easier than you can from your local gun store. But check with CNN. What I said is probably fiction, but check with CNN. But you have to go through a whole background search
and you have to see a proctologist, and he gets his whole hand up there in the search of any reason for denying you the right to self-defense. But you got enough dough, and I'm going to tell you what, somebody on the black market is going to make it happen for you. Just like all those firearms during the Clinton administration that they banned. Fortunately, there was a sunset clause on those, and they suddenly appeared magically in the black market everywhere, right out of China and the Chinese mafia. Smart move. Okay. The unarmed, boy, the little unarmed of Trump. So you're now seeing this. Are you seeing the jacked up pickup truck with the tires as tall as like your head? And there is an M60 fully auto machine gun mounted in the bed. And there's a white guy. He's chewing on some hayseed or whatever it is. And he's got this big belts of bullets running down the side. And another white guy got overalls on. And then beside him is sitting a person appropriately appointed for an upper class, a British evil character. And he's got the British accent. And beside him, a very cunning looking German man with a German accent. We never seen this story before, anti-white, non-white. Boy, this is the first time. You all are so creative. And they're just out there driving. And you know what's out in front of them that they're running over? Oh, of course, it's a bunch of non-white children running them over and machine gunning them down. And they're just screaming, how long will we have to suffer? Boy, so original. Okay, of Trump against all those he believes would replace the likes of him. So now we'll just add the Trump flag to the pickup as well. Of course, there's got to be a Confederate flag as well. So we got a Trump flag, we got a Confederate flag. We got this ironed out. We know where this is going. All means have been used. I can't believe it's still streaming. All means have been used. Lies, brutality, incitement. Ooh, now you know what these white people have been up to. They are manipulating you. Lies, brutality, incitement. Because don't you see that in the real world? But fear has been Trump's main weapon. So he's just been frightening you. Fear, in frightening the white people. This is where I'm guessing he's going to go. It's going to be fear of your world, your world of peace. That's all going to go bad. And that's all make believe. Don't you know that in all of these urban areas, where everything has gone from Western civilization and then been transformed to something other, that it is blissful there. So he's lying about what's going to happen in your little white towns. Fear, which depends on pitting one group against another, is the currency of the Trump presidency. It is therefore no surprise that the America that is about to vote is probably more fractured than at any time since the Vietnam War. What? Interesting to go back to that war. Since you were spitting on our troops, buddy. The great replacement is a phrase generally. So let's see what he does with this. Is it easier for him, this coincidence fella, we haven't even gotten to it yet. We haven't read it yet. We're breaking this down. Somebody should remember this. I could stream for 20 hours. Somebody should remember these things for God's sakes and share them. And what are we pointing out here? We're about to get into the great replacement and how he's going to go after it. I don't know what he says yet. I haven't read this ahead of time. I don't have the time to read these things ahead of time, but this is what I'm going to say right now. He's going to be able to debunk the great replacement very easily vis-a-vis white erasure. All right. So I want you to look at this because if he was trying to say, let's see if white erasure, every white person reading this or hearing about this is going to say, well, wait a second, there kind of is white erasure, buddy. Even if they agree with them, even if there kind of is, like all of those restaurants that used to be owned by white people are now owned by non-white people. And that whole shopping center down the street that used to be named, I don't know, McDougal shopping center is now named after some Arabian king or something. And now it's, they can see white erasure everywhere they look. They say, well, I can remember when I got hired at Xerox and the non-white population at Xerox at that time, was 20% or whatever. And now it's 38% white. They can see white erasure. They can't see the great replacement. So remember that. The Great Replacement is a phrase generally attributed to a French writer, René Camus, who said, you got to say, when you talk about these academics, you have to say their names with, all of the animation that they deserve for their intense dedication to uselessness. Who said the Great Replacement is very simple. You have one people, and in the space of a generation, you have a different people. Wow, that is definitely worthy of the years he spent in academia. That, of course, is a good definition of America, of its vitality. You see how he turns this? It's better since we have a new people coming in. Its churn, its renovation, its essential openness. The America that Trump would deny. So if this guy were trying to say white erasure is better, and you're thinking about, well, wait a second, Pete got laid off and replaced by, name the non-white person, and then it's going to be much harder to say. He is talking, because the Great Replacement is abstract and white erasure is tangible, this anti-white, non-white writer is able to talk about how things have gotten better in the abstract. But if he were to have to talk about how things got better in the tangible, you would be saying, no, I remember Pete getting fired. I remember my son not being able to get a job because they were only hiring non-white people. I remember when they changed the name of the highway outside of where we live from a white hero during the Spanish-American War to some non-white person who supposedly did something, but it's dubious whether or not they actually did anything. But now we're told to believe that this person was a great genius, or maybe even I saw the credit go for the creation of this, and it was a white guy or white woman, and now it's gone over here to this non-white person, and it's dubious claims about it, them being the creators of the thing. That is tangible and would be much harder for this puppy to tell you that, oh, this is wonderful. It's wonderful that they're lying to you and changing all the names and replacing you at your place of work. But in the abstract, now do you see why what we share here with Going Free, if you didn't before, maybe now it's being driven home. Don't use Great Replacement. On so many levels, it is dumb. And you can see by the response of this René Camus that his definition of it is as stupid. Change can be frightening. And so here it goes. Right back to the anti-white, the meme pathogens, ladies and gentlemen. You're just a scaredy cat if you don't want to be replaced, which is what the Great Replacement conspiracy theory hinges on. Camus warns grotesquely. I would say this writer writes grotesquely. He writes terrible fiction, and you should get out. This is the anti-white narrative, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is one of the authors. You want to know where this filth comes from? This is him. This is one of the authors right now. This is not the real world at all. And then what happens when you go out into the real world are white boys and little girls and adults and senior citizens. They go out in the world and they're forced to live by this fiction, and then they get smacked in the face by the reality. What does that do to them psychologically? Turning to drugs, turning to self-hate, turning to destroying your flesh, turning to destroying your lives. All of that as a consequence. Okay. Grotesquely of a genocide by substitution, the replacement of a white French European order by Muslim hordes in a plot orchestrated by cosmopolitan elites. In Trump's case, read a white American order replaced by brown, writes this anti-white guy. This is from the New York Times. This is not me. I don't even want to say these words. Replaced by, I'll just say, non-white people of various melanin levels and various biospirits who are also ne'er-do-wells. Figure that out, AI. France is worried about Muslims from North America. Germans were once so worried about... Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. I'm not even going to go there. Oh, and so I'm not even going to read this. I'm not even going to read that filth. Here goes the anti-white narrative into full... I'm going to touch that. We've programmed you since childhood, and I'm going to go and touch that to move you
to do my bidding, this bastard. Nah, it's not working. No, it's not working. We have our eye on you and all of the other anti-whites of every single race, buddy. That's the problem. You are declaring yourself anti-white. That's your problem. America is particularly susceptible to fear today because the world has changed in unsettling ways. So it's all about, you see, you are just a chicken, and you got to prove that you're not a chicken by being white erased. This is so pathetic. This is absolutely so pathetic. Okay, Cohen, you have to prove that you don't molest children by committing suicide. I mean, it's the only way. It's the only way. Power has, and I'm not saying I want this actual person to do that. I want him to live forever and ever. Maybe someplace where he won't do my people harm, and which is he clearly is doing from this rectal organ, the New York Times. It is frightening to see the industry disappear like coal in country. Trump understood that he could be the voice of that fear. He would build they are so tired. I can't even read anymore. This bastard is anti-white. He just goes on. It looks like he puffs out his chest, Mussolini style. Oh, sure. But he is a bone spur coward. A narrow ramp makes his limbs tremble. Oh, that's pathetic. That's just I actually saw that. You all know that I called Trump the first Israeli president of the United States. But you have to be honest, and this guy's not going to be honest. What a surprise. When Trump went down that ramp and he held a general's arm on his way, and he took little steps down the ramp, it was because he was in those dress shoes with no grip, and the ramp had a significant slope to it. And he didn't want to slip on the way down because he knew that if he slipped on the way down and fell, it would be thousands. It would be everywhere. The media would trumpet it everywhere. Trumpet it. You like what I did there? And, write it in the sky. And so instead, what he did was when he got near the end, they never show the end. He actually takes two running leaps off of how many people in their 70s could do that? So this is just a lying piece of filth. You know what? Buddy, you know what, anti-white buddy? All of these people, white, non-white, whatever they are all are welcome. I want him to know this. I'm going to say this just for this guy. I want him to know everything has changed, Roger. Everything's changed. Everybody is welcome to serve white well-being. How does that make you feel? The only people who are the bad guys are the people who identify themselves as anti-white. And then we acknowledge your decision to be anti-white. We already have people from every group, just about. No pedophiles like the anti-white crowd that you have. We won't allow them in. But immutable characteristics don't stop anybody from serving white well-being. We welcome everyone to serve white well-being. There isn't a group of people that is evil or bad or wrong by birth. We just acknowledge when you SOBs are anti-white. You make the decision, Roger, and I'll let you think about that for a little while. Your little scheme here, your little anti-white narrative, it's going down the toilet. That flush sound is your control over Western civilization. All right. We've covered that. We've covered this. We have so many fantastic things today. I'm gonna let's see about I can't believe we're still streaming. We got to wrap it up. What do we have here? Sheen financially gets $3. Thank you so very much. Hi, Mr. Köhne. Well, that's close. It's Köhne, but hi, Mr. Köhne. I debated an anti-white who called me a race traitor for being a non-white, white positive person. Okay. Should I keep debating these anti-whites who have no arguments except name calling? No. Thank you for your support of white well-being. Thank you for your service to white well-being. And it's a genuine thanks. There's no paternalism here. Thank you for being the kind of person who says, wait a second. We want our children to have happy childhoods and be fair and treated fair in the workplace. And we want the same for white people and their children. Thank you for being that kind of person. This is the thing I have to say for you. You want to get to white or non-white people who can be helped to go free, who can be helped to serve white well-being. We welcome them. If you get into a discussion with a non-white person or a white person who wants to use this anti-white slur essentially on you, because it is service to white well-being, they want to use this slur on you, then that you somehow are being a traitor because you want to be fair with the group that's actually being victimized, then you just say, thank you for making it so evident to me so quickly that you are anti-white, and we don't need to have this conversation ever again, and move on to somebody who will listen. There's going to be plenty of others out there who will, and with the time that we have to move like the wind. So thank you so very much for the $3 financial gift and for your efforts in service of white well-being. Ambriel says that she's been called a race traitor. Ooh, I can't even say the other one because we know that AI will hear that. That is dreadful. Yeah. Move right on by those people are anti-white. No, those folks are anti-white when they say that. You don't need any more evidence. What? You're not going to be anti-white? Don't you know that if you are non-white, you have to do this? No. Maybe give them the bird or give them 2 birds. Whatever you want to give them, and tell them they're anti-white, have a nice day, and then move on to other people who can hear your message, what you want to share. And I thank you as well. The Orange writes, the great replacement is useless, period. Well, thank you. Now, Azimuth Clark, did you get back to me about what happened on your main street? I see. Promethean Epoch. Okay, we got that. That was from earlier. Alex, my dad watches a lot of old movies from the 60s, 70s. There was a lot of anti-white poison in entertainment in those days. Thank you for jumping in with that reality, Alex. Once you start going free, folks, you'll see it. Even in the oldest of shows and movies. It's ridiculous. Nordic Iron, my fainting SETI. Man, I laughed hard at that. You're in a roll tonight, brother. Well, good. Thank you. Since I don't know if anybody's laughing or not, I can't hear the laughter. If I said anything tonight that was funny, I appreciate you letting me know. Eternalism writes, we love puppies. We absolutely do. I was talking about Rottweiler puppies the other day, and aren't they like little bear cubs? Love them. Puppies are great. Alex writes, my dad watches. Okay, we got that. I noticed in a lot of old Westerns, they were trying to push white guilt on viewers by depicting the Amerindians as angelic, peaceful people. Absolutely. They were. Some of them, rest assured, there were some tribes that were more violent than others. There were some tribes who, they're all human beings, okay? Humans are a violent species, and we need to occupy territory to be able to survive. Now, the white race was a white tribe that showed up, and just as the red and brown tribes were waging wars against each other, and some of those wars brutal beyond imagination, and what they did to each other, I can't repeat the most gruesome human activities that you can possibly fathom they did to each other. There were no angelic tribes. There were tribes that were less warlike, but they all had than others, but they, including the white tribe, but they all had to be able to commit violence to survive. And so when the white tribes showed up, some of these groups we allied with, and some of them we waged wars against, and they beat us in battles, and we beat them in battles. And then in the end, we, as the white tribe, if you will, won the war. And then we honored many of these who were the ones who were more honorable in their contests with us. We honored many of them. And we don't see that elsewhere around the world. So it's a very glorious, we are glorious people, and we should love all of that about ourselves. Never turn away from that sort of thing. But that's exactly what they did in the fiction, just like this guy right here, this anti-white, writing fiction
from this rectal organ called the New York Times. And probably just got this guy totally sexually aroused when I called it that. Yeah, so what they did was they wanted to make it seem like, again, just like he was writing right now, for this fiction for your life, that all these poor, innocent, starving, unarmed masses, that the evil white man just descended upon them and devoured them whole, just rode roughshod. I'm so sick of hearing this shit. My entire life of it. I am sick of this shit. Sorry, it's getting long in the tooth. Lots of decades promoting miscegenation, which is biological white erasure. Entertainment has always been in the hands of the anti-whites. It has. We had white males. Of course, I'm sure this will all be rewritten and check with. Let me just put it this way. There are some people, I'm pretty sure that they probably are liars and evil, that say that like motion pictures and electricity, all of this, and they name these white guys, all these awful white guys, and they show the news reports. And then they started making on the East Coast these little viewers, and this was like the first entertainment of its type. And then all of a sudden, with money that just rained down from somewhere, the entertainment industry sprang up with all of these technology that these guys on the East Coast had figured out. And I'm sure it's all lies about it being white people. And then suddenly this money just came down with all this technology. They started making entertainment out there on the West Coast. And wouldn't you know it, it was all anti-white. I wonder who was behind that. Probably anti-whites. Anglo-America says it's not the great replacement. It's the white erasement. Oh, that's a good way to make it rhyme. Did he wet himself is going to start worrying. He's going to start hiding his gold records. He doesn't know when the rapper known as No White Guilt is suddenly going to appear on the scene with my hoopty. And I'm going to start blasting the bass. And what do? They spit the facts or whatever they do. Do they spit facts? Do they spit lies? They're going to have their gat, though, which, of course, they took from the old movies. I love that. Rhymed it with gat. You see, I'm right on his tails. Where are the record deals? All right, let's see what you all have. The Orange says, how do I get my parents to realize that we should get over brother wars of the past? Well, Marcia's here. Great to see you, dear lady. Haven't seen you in a while. I guess it's because we've gone the longest we've ever gone here. I will never be charged with lacking stamina. And the Orange, how do I get my parents to get over? Well, the first thing is you don't need them to get over the brothers' wars. I surmise that what's happening is you want them to not look at one side or the other as the bad guys and one side or the other as the good guys. That's not necessary to help them go free. If that's a big point for them that they're not ready to move past, you just help them go free in other ways. And once they have begun down this trail, they will increasingly become amenable to the position that's healthy. That, look, we cherish everybody on all sides. There were no demons on one side and angels on the other. There were heroes, and we cherish and celebrate the heroes for their heroism. We mourn the people who lost their lives, the heroes and innocents alike, and we pledge never again any more brothers' wars, unless, and the only way we would wage any sort of war, which of course would be metaphorical, against other white people, as if that they were anti-white. So if you are white and you deem yourself and act and think anti-white, well, then you're no longer a Westman. You're just an anti-white who's trying to harm us. But otherwise, no brothers' wars. That's my recommendation. I hope we've done a lot of good tonight, ladies and gentlemen. What I also wanted to note about the Westerns is that they always portray the white men as vicious, cruel, evil, genocidal, while the Amerindians were always portrayed as the opposite, of course. Yeah, and then there'll be like some white guy that'll ride in, and he'll, a la, what was it called? I mean, they couldn't even do it anymore, right? The guy with the, what was it, the Lone Ranger?
He had the white hat, and then he had the American Indian sidekick. They were the good guys, and they would come and they would put down the evil white man if he was being vicious to the, what a surprise. What a surprise that the anti-whites would do that, making entertainment. We need to stop watching their entertainment. Get to work saving lives. Nancy Drew says the stream will take a while to download. Oh boy, it will. Oh, that's it. I can't go. I don't want to make it a 3. Oh my gosh. Aunt Sally is actually here. Great to see you. Up early in the UK. Jonas, don't forget about my question, Jason. Yes. Yeah, this is one of those, when you see the anti-whites do this in their entertainment, it's one of those where Jesse says, I'm shocked. Well, there's back on some more anti-white entertainment. It was a skit from a wretched TV show that I should have never watched, but where they would say, I'm shocked. Shocked! That's how I feel when I see anti-whiteism on entertainment anywhere in the West. I'm shocked. Shocked! All right. Okay, we're blank over on Cash App. Good. I'm going to keep a close eye. Oh, boy. What happened? We have lost our Facebook connection. We have streamed too long there. We have lost, looks like maybe only our Facebook. We went too long there, folks. I'm sorry. The girls will never be the same. So let's turn around here, and we have... Let us see. Extra extended show. So many jokes come to mind. The uncut, extended, no white guilt. Going into this is not overtime. This is pleasure time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going a little bit longer, as you can see here. Let's see what we have. I think I just want to get to your calls, but I want to make sure that everything's okay. Now, listen, if you call in and the YouTube just stops the stream, I apologize. It's not me, it's YouTube, but we're going to have to be brief. I think we only have one person who wants to call in and talk tonight. That's all I've seen, but I'll take a look. Maybe not. And I'm just taking a quick, I want to make sure, I want to get this up, this picture up for you so we can celebrate. We had the huge victory tonight from Whisper with $1,000 testimonial, a history of being in the white positive sphere, seeing that we are the way to go. Ooh, I do want to mention this. We'll do this next week. There's just too many things. There's too much to do. So let me get to make sure that we're good everywhere else. I'm going to reach out right now to, who is it going to be? It's going to be the great, the one and only, Donning Armour, if he's still with us. He says he's here for a brief chat, and looks like we have a little bit of time for you, brother, and we're going to call you. If you're still listening, if you're awake, wherever you are, if you've gotten a second win, third win, fourth win, here comes the call. All right. If Donning Armour is still with us, send me another message. And if you still want to talk, let me know. Otherwise, let me do this, because I do have these now. Oh, he says he's here. Good. So let me just make one, and I will call you right back. And we'll see. Let me just... Oh, no worries, brother. Don't worry about it. We're going to take your call, see what you have to say, and then why am I not seeing? I don't want to be completely busy. I want to have this. Okay, there we go. And I just want to see if I can find, for the love of God. Okay, for some reason it's not. Oh, I know what it is. This is what happens when you stream so long. You couldn't be on drugs, and it would have worn out by now. At least I think. I mean, maybe there are people who know more about drugs than I do. I'm not a drug user, so maybe I'm completely wrong, but I would think that drugs would run out by now. Let's go ahead and give Downing Armour another call, and we'll have him on the phone while I try to set these pictures up so we can see this magnificent display, this magnificent hero, as best as I could capture here. Downing Armour, here we go. Hello, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
All right. Let me turn you up just a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. I just got to make you louder because I had you turned down so this ringer doesn't wake up the neighbors.
I don't want to wake up your neighbors, but kind of funny thing. As soon as you called me, and I was wondering if it was going to happen or not, because this stream, brother, you are the stream machine. Goodness gracious, I can't even imagine doing what you're doing. But I stream for 10 minutes, and I'm scared to death, and I let go. But no, as soon as you called me, I was in the shower. So
of course.
I apologize.
No worries, brother. Don't worry about that at all.
I was going to give myself a shave and get myself cleaned up, but it doesn't matter. I'll be very quick and to the point. I wanted to thank you, man, about the whole COVID thing.
Yes, okay.
And I listen. This is not. This isn't me telling anybody that they're wrong or they're stupid. I'm not saying that you should do this, you should follow the lockdown, you should do the other thing. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is whether the virus is real or not, we need to take care of our people.
Right.
Yes. I don't necessarily. I'm sorry?
No, I just said yes, I agree. Please continue.
Yeah. Yes. I don't necessarily agree with the lockdown. I think it could be effective if implemented correctly. Is it implemented correctly? No, I don't think so. That's just my personal take on it. But the whole mask issue, it just seems like another thing that we argue over. I mean, you're not saving anyone. You're not helping the movement. What is the movement? The movement is 14. That is the movement. And, I want to really, really briefly, my mother, because a lot of people say like this virus is just like the common cold. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? My mom has COPD.
Yeah.
And I love my mother. She, she's a wonderful woman. And when she gets the common cold, she's hospitalized for a week.
Yes.
Yeah. And you know what? She agrees with us. She's on our side, and she's a white woman, a white positive woman, excuse me.
Oh, that's great.
And, yes. And I just, I see these demonstrations, these protests, and people are going out there, wearing the mask, without wearing the mask, in a defiant manner, finding the police, getting arrested, perhaps spreading a disease that some people think are a hoax, but honestly, I don't care if it's a hoax or not. We're talking about my mom.
Right.
We're talking about me. I have asthma. Yeah, I'm susceptible.
Yeah.
So we want to care for our people. Did your mommy tell you when you were growing up to cover your mouth when you cough? Well, that's the exact same thing.
Right.
I'm not saying wear a mask always and forever. Wear it when you're sleeping. Wear it when you're awake. I'm saying wear it when you're in high risk areas, and just take caution. We need to be smart about this. More dead the more of us that are dead, the worse off we are.
Yeah,
we're already so just take caution, and I must say respect to you, brother. I really do agree. I didn't know that I was the only call. I'm so sorry. Literally, I jumped out of the shower.
No, absolutely no worries. No, we love you, man. You're everybody knows you. We're very happy to have you. No worries.
Yeah, and you know, I love you guys too. You've helped me out so much. Not just you specifically, Jason, but the whole community. And I want everybody to know that it's really my love for you guys that keeps me going. It truly is. I'm not going to get into my life story. I'll do that at another date. But I'm just saying, don't be foolish. And I truly think that this anti-mask movement, and I understand where they're coming from, right? I understand it completely, but especially in certain countries and certain regions, because people are taking advantage of it.
Yep.
They're taking it, but expect authoritarians to want more authority. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
No, fine.
Expect totalitarians to want more power. Expect governments to want more control. If you don't realize that they do, then you're a fool. But it doesn't help our cause acting like a fool. And in my personal opinion, unfortunately, I've kind of become the pro-mask guy, and I'm not the pro-mask guy.
Right.
I'm not the pro-Trump guy. I hate Trump. I've told you this before.
Right.
I hate Trump, but I voted for him. Actually, I just did the other day. Sent my ballot in, and
good on you.
I'm sorry.
Good on you. Well done.
Yeah, no, you don't have to like the man. You just have to have the common sense to realize that the other guy is far worse for our people.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to understand the fact that the more of our people that get sick and the more of our people that die, the worse off we are.
Right.
We take care of our own. We act responsible. That's what our people do.
Right.
And I don't even know what to say about your stream today, brother. You're the Terminator.
Oh,
he will not stop. Jason will not stop.
No, I won't. We're never stopping in service to White Will. I am that little baby that is just roaring at that hockey match but in service to White Wellbeing. Nothing will stop me. And you are a great testimony, your life and taking hold of yourself and going free. We're so happy that you are with us, and we expect that you will do many magnificent things, brother. And so we will have you anytime you want to call in. You just let me know, and we'll have you.
The only reason why I've improved, I'm going to give my life testimony, my story, and everything. I'm going to give that out eventually, and I'd love to do it on your channel or on my own channel or whatever the heck it is. But it's only because of you, and it's only because of each and every one of the people in the chat room and all these other streams. It's the only thing that's really helped me. I feel I don't want to sound silly. I don't want to sound like a lunatic or like I found I don't want to say that.
You found what works, brother. You found what works. You found your people. You found your way back to us.
Thank you for saving me there. I do appreciate that. Yes, no. Each and every one of you guys out there, I love you, and you give me a purpose. So that's what I needed. I hated myself before I found this movement.
Wow.
Before I found white positivity, I hated myself. The only thing that kept me alive was the fact that there was some people in my life that would be sad if I died. But aside from that, I wanted to die. And today, I must say, something has changed, and I owe it to each and every one of you. I want to return the favor, and thank you, Jason. Thank you to each and every member of the chat room and all of our community. I don't know. I've said enough. I think I'm just repeating myself.
No, thank you so very much for saying that. And just with that alone, you've done good that you don't even know yet. It will ripple out, just like that pebble hitting the water, the way those ripples hit you, and now you will send out those ripples into the world, and more will get better, more will come to going free, more will have purpose. Too many have had this idea that the only reason that they wanted to be alive or felt like another day was worth living is because they cared about somebody who would miss them being gone. That is so true for so many of our brothers and sisters out there. So thank you for saying it. When you just said it, everybody listening live, everybody that'll be listening in replay, and if this is taken out in a clip and shared elsewhere, they will know exactly what you're talking about. So thank you so much. What a spectacular testimonial, brother. And we'll let you go now, but we will absolutely have you back anytime. Any final thoughts?
No, it's just this is the answer. This is the answer. We need community. We need people to fall back on. I'm going to give a real personal testimony later on. I'll actually talk you guys through my personal life story, which honestly I don't find that interesting, but maybe some people will. But nothing has helped me. This movement is the only thing that has truly inspired me and given me purpose to love myself and to to want to be somebody. So just thank you to you, Jason, and thank you to all of the people in this movement. You guys, you inspire me and you make me want to be a better person. I just really do appreciate it. That's all I have to say.
Amen, brother. Well, thank you so much. And we return every single compliment. We will talk to you soon. Good night.
Have a wonderful.
Promethean Hails. That's what a champion we have there. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me call you. Let me call you. Let me see what's. Let me see. We might have another call, maybe more than one. Short ones. Okay, short. Let me call you. Let me just, if you're not hearing this, let me write. Yeah, okay, there's that. And let's see. Okay, we're going to have two more short calls. We have the great John doing magnificent things for us, service to White Wellbeing, real hero, and we're gonna have. He says he has 3 minutes. That's all he needs to make his point, and looks like maybe Ambriel as well. Let me call you, sister. So just hold tight. It is me. And then we will hear briefly from you as well. And let's see. We will reach out to John right now. Get ready for the phone call. This man is like a machine. He's like 3 minutes. I'll make it happen. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right, brother. Great to
I
hear
wouldn't
from
expect
you.
to be talking to you at 2 o'clock. I guess we're all burning oil for our children's future, right?
Amen to that, brother. What do you got for us, hero?
Well, I wanted to just ask you about the status of the organizational entity. You kind of drop clues to it now and then, but there's a lot of people like me who have a lot of time on their hands, who are retired,
right?
Who want to put in some major volunteering for this and take some work off your plate, literally.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
John, I actually have you in my conversations we've had before. That there'll be plenty of things that I know you'll be expert at, and I will, as soon as we get to that point where you can be plugged right in, you're the man. We're going to talk, and we will have you engage in the battlefield of metaphorical combat and do great things for us.
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes, the battle of the pen. Battle of the pen and the plume.
Amen to that. The battle of so you already lined up. You're already on the mental spreadsheet.
The short list.
They're on the short list, brother. Yeah, you're
Right.
one of our best, and we love everything that you do for White Wellbeing, and we thank you so very much.
I mean, ideally, I'd like to go out and flyer every night, but I don't have enough flyers, and the weather's getting a bit too cold, and I don't have help. So I think there's much more effective ways that will bring people to our cause. Just like this billboard you said brought thousands of inquiries.
Yeah.
Once we have a real, serious entity, which, how should we say it? As you would say, appeals to the better instincts of our higher quality people, they will come in droves once they know it exists.
Precisely. Yeah, that's why
I'm also trying to think about who to mail those books to once you get your check, which is in the mail.
All right.
I'm sure you'll get it in a few days. So that's going well. And I also wanted to talk about, I don't really want to, really take a position on this, but I often talk with people in the chat rooms that maybe this war called White War II. Why should we call it World War II? It was a white war. I'll just be honest about it. Using their names, their euphemisms.
Right.
It was White War II. And I tell people, how do you know that both sides weren't financed by the same hidden hand and banking interests, which I call the cryptocracy? The word cryptocracy is not a word of my coining. It's a word that Michael Hoffman of Revisionist History out in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, used in his newsletters and books to explain a hidden hand of people that are not visible, but who direct world events from behind the scenes.
Right.
So I often ask people in the chat rooms, how do you know that both of these sides, which were known as the Allies and the Axis, how do you know their leaders weren't answering to the same cryptocracy above them? And when I say that, it just infuriates people because they have to believe that a certain historical figure, he was independent. There's no chance of that. And then I get called out and get called names, and they call me a puppy, or they say I'm gay or something like that. They will not look at the evidence that I submit to them, the articles I submit and post. And this kind of religious fervor, that's what I call it. It's religious faith. I think religious faith is okay when it is limited to religion. Like if you want to believe that, Jesus died on the cross for your sins, well, there's no objective proof of that. It's an article of faith. And maybe that's okay for religion. But when you start using religious style faith for historical events and for historical figures of the past, you are doomed to disaster. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, we need to be moving forward, not looking in the rearview mirror. There's no future in the past.
There is no future in that. And many of us have been through that stage. I went through that stage 30 years ago. And, thank God I was cured of it. I began to see that this story that I was told about there being two legitimate and independent competing sides in this white war, that they were independent, was false, because I've investigated the banking connections. I've investigated the ancestry of all four of the principal leaders. and I've all found that they have a special connection, which I can't say right here, but everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Right.
So
you're doing the
it's
right
rather
thing.
pathetic that our people are roped into this circle, this devil's circle of repeating this.
Right.
And really, the enemies of our people, if you're going to call them the cryptocracy, I think that's a very apt word, unseen hand, they are laughing at us. They are laughing at our people that are hung up in this reminiscence of the 1930s.
Right.
So that's kind of what I wanted to say. And I want everybody out in the audience to have an open mind about these days. If they want to discuss them or think about them, they need to have an open mind that maybe things were, shall we say, centrally controlled from above for the maximum white carnage, if you get my drift.
Precisely.
And the way it looks to me, 70 million of our people killed each other.
Yeah, dreadful. We're not going to let that happen again. We're going to move forward, which is what you're doing with all the great work that you were doing, and your offer to do more work. Salute you, brother, for everything you have done and doing. And
before I close, I want to encourage everybody to watch a movie called Beneath the Planet of the Apes. And in this movie, two astronauts that are best friends, they are put into this cage by this alien race, and the aliens throw in these weapons, and these extraterrestrials use their mental powers to force these men who are friends to kill each other. And I encourage everybody to watch that movie and see how this alien race, hint, encourages brothers to kill brothers. Never in a movie, in my opinion, is it ever more so clearly shown. And with that, brother, my 3 minutes are up.
All right, man. Great having you call in. We'll have you anytime. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails out.
All right. We're going to have, I think, Ambriel. Let me just... What we're going to do is, let me pull this forward. I want to show you all right now. Let's see if this works before we get shut off here on YouTube. This is crazy. This was what we... Hold on one second, Ambriel. I will call, let me just, actually, I'm going to go ahead and, are you there, Ambriel?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me just change the screen here. I'm going to share, while I have you with me, the pictures from No White Guilt clips, and then we're gonna hear from you and what you have to say. But real quick, I'm going to say, while I have you here with me, I'm going to show everybody No White Guilt clips showed us this epic, absolutely. Everybody get ready for this. Now, it's not the best. I did this on the fly, so just take a look. Look up in the top left-hand corner of that image behind President Donald Trump. You'll see one sign that's not like the others. This is totally epic. This is the coolest thing. It is magnificent. Let's get a huge round of applause. No White Guilt clips. Spotting this person. What a weird person out there amidst the hero, amidst the crowd. And the sign went up numerous times. I'm trying to find good images of it from different angles. Here is another one. Let's see. There you go. You can see it still up in the top left. All of these MAGA folks, all these good people are seeing this nowhiteguilt.org sign. And as I said, in the stills, it's not quite as clear as it is when the picture is moving. But you can definitely see here, nowhiteguilt.org. I didn't quite crop it just right, but it looks glorious. And I salute this magnificent hero. This is about as good as it gets, my friend. Thank you so very much. And my God, we have already gone 9 hours, and it does appear that we're not shut down yet. 9 hours. So let's hear from the dear lady Ingriel and what she has to share with us before we get ready to check out for tonight. How are you?
Good. How are you, Jason?
Oh, I'm always splendid and serving White Wellbeing.
Yes, I'd like to thank you very much for serving White Wellbeing as well. So,
well, I deeply appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I was watching Red Ice, and I saw I noticed verbiage that Lena from Red Ice used, which I think is actually good verbiage, because I noticed this with a lot of anti-whites, is that they fear white people. I've noticed that she uses the term Europhobic or Europhobia, and I actually thought that was very brilliant, because I've noticed with a lot of anti-whites, I came across so many of them, and I can really tell like they fear white people.
Oh, that's a great point, and I have to. I want to add to it that I have heard numerous times about or from anti-whites who came away from anti-whiteism, and they came to the white positive sphere, they came to the conservative sphere, what have you, and when they're talking about leaving anti-whiteism and these ideas, they say to themselves, or they say about that journey, that they needed to get the courage to look at reality for what it is. So they had to have the courage to look at the data of what's actually happening in the world. Are white people actually just devouring up the non-white people of their countries? Is that actually happening? Should I go against what this regime is telling me is the truth? They had to get the courage to do that. And clearly what you're saying is here as well, is they had to get the courage to step away and step back from that fear that they've been taught to feel about white people. Like I was joking about earlier, it's so ridiculous that it's like the first thing a white guy does, every white guy, is he puts the toothpaste on his toothbrush, and the second thing he does as he's brushing is thinking about how he's going to harm non-white people. That's the idea that the writer of that New York Times, that they tried to convey, and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I know, yeah. In New York Times, it's just full of like anti-whiteism, and I always, I mentioned in the chat that I've actually known like about this indoctrination they're teaching kids. I've known this like since 8th grade, about how they teach kids to hate whites, and I've always seen through that lie all the time. I always knew it was just like indoctrination, but I don't want to keep you too long, but I want to say, I am so happy, like, I have found this movement.
We are.
Because you don't,
We're happy you found us.
Yes, because I don't meet too many like-minded individuals like me, especially living in, the DMV metropolitan area. They're all, for Biden, and I just hear nothing but like anti-white nonsense come out of people's mouth. And it's good to find like-minded people who are not anti-white and want to serve white well-being. I was really depressed before I found this movement, and ever since I found it, I've been feeling a lot better talking to people I have a lot more in common with. So.
Well, that's fantastic. What a great testimonial that is. Thank you so much for calling in. And I hope you know that you are one of our favorites. Anytime you want to call in, you let me know. You have the link now there on Skype. And when we have the call-in portion, we will have you on whenever you want to get on, whenever you have something to say.
Yes, and also I do want to point out that I was suspended for from Twitter for 12 hours right now at the moment. So
Okay.
like anyone trying to contact me on Twitter, they're gonna have to wait till like tomorrow afternoon.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, regrettably, that a lot of chicanery going on with Twitter and these other platforms. So yeah, wait till Ambrielle is off her suspension, and you'll be able to reach out and have a conversation with this dear lady. Thank you so much for calling in here at the end of the show. And like I said, we will have you back anytime you want to call again.
All right, thank you so much.
All right,
You
Ambrielle.
And I've been enjoying this 9-hour stream.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Promethean hails to you.
Yeah, you too. You have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. Isn't that magnificent? Think about that testimonial, ladies and gentlemen. Really, this Ambrielle is a non-white woman who supports white well-being, and we thank her and we cherish her for that. She's white positive, and here she is saying that she was depressed in her life until she found going free. I got to tell you, to go back to that New York Times guy, what was his name? Roger? I got to ask Roger, what do you think now, buddy? What do you think now? You think things, that flushing sound, it's definitely not a broken toilet. That is your anti-white narrative going down the drain once and for all. A non-white woman who was depressed until she found the white positive movement, and she is welcome to be white positive right along all of us, and she feels so much better, so happy to have found this community. Yeah, buddy, that flushing sound, that is that story that you've been riding high on the hog with, as we say down home, and things are changing. We can see it all the time, even behind President Donald Trump, and people putting up signs, no white guilt. What a glorious thing. NoWhiteGuilt.org. We'll have to take a look. If that could happen more, are you going to be the next hero? Are you going to be the next person that gets behind a politician with a sign that says NoWhiteGuilt.org? Are you going to be the next one that gets your perhaps mask-covered face out there? Or maybe you'll be the one who finds the guy or the woman who gets behind Trump or Pence or any of the others and gets that sign up nice and large amid all of that other, those other signs that are identical practically to each other, all mass produced. One of these things does not look like the other, and you can definitely see which one that is. How magnificent. Thank you so very much for that. Thank you so very much, everybody who called in. You know what I'm not going to miss, though? I've missed this before from this young lady coming in here late in the show. Little Heidi, I saw you sneak in there. She's like, I'm going to sneak in. I've just been working for the past 14 hours or whatever it is. I'm going to sneak into this party, and I am going to financially give $25. Yes, indeed. Sometimes we miss her when she does that, but we're not going to miss her today. $25 from Heidi. Financial gift. And she writes here, after my diversity training tonight, anti-white training they put you through, did they? For my job. Thank God for all of you. And thank God for you, Jason. I was quite heated, but thank you for all that you do. I bet you were heated. My gosh, having to go through the anti-white training. It is wretched. And every single case of it that we hear about, we hear the descriptions, we hear the stories that people come away from them with, and it's all about hating Western kind, Western civilization. And you know what? Burning down Western civilization, that is not going to make life better for the rest of those people in Western civilization, whether they're white or non-white. It's going to make every single thing worse. Civility will go, law and order will go, the justice system itself will go, habeas corpus, right to self-defense, First Amendment, prompt medical health care. It will all go away, and it will be worse. It will be worse than you have ever seen in any other part of the country. Don't point to Brazil or say, we'll be just like the Brazilians, or we'll be just like this. No, no. The Brazilians are only able to be in the state that they're in right now, as good as they have it, because
Western civilization is propping that country up. The moment Western kind can't prop it up anymore, it will become something far worse than it is today. So we will not be just like Brazil, or we will not be just like these other Central or South American countries. It will be much worse, and it will happen much faster. South Africa, you all will be crying out for as bad as it is in South Africa, because it will be much worse in the United States if we don't recapture our destiny. But we are going to recapture that destiny, because you have glorious individuals like this one right here that got up into the stands, perfectly placed, waited in line. This was no easy thing to get in this placement. This was not an easy thing. This took effort. This took planning. This took time. This took concealing this sign, bringing it in, and then unfurling it at the right moments so that everybody could see this website, these MAGA people, and have a safe place, a better place to go, a better narrative, to get out of the anti-white narrative where there is only a sanguinary end for our people, hell on earth for every single one of us. So a big salute to you. What a night it has been. And I am still invigorated by everything that we have gone through, talked about, all of these magnificent testimonials. We'll have to get back to my good friend who asked for we'll go over with a synopsis of everything that Biden will do next week. And we will talk about that, what Trump won't do, so that you can share with your family exactly what we have to do when it comes to voting and the election. We cannot allow the corpse, the rigor mortis known as Biden, to implement these anti-white programs that he is looking to implement. Otherwise, what a magnificent day. How did we end up going 9 hours? We are just over 9 hours. Is that what it is? Oh, 9.5 hours. My Lord. Well, for some reason, YouTube hasn't shut us off. Maybe it's a glitch that worked in our favor, or maybe there's a new ultimate length, or maybe they'll just delete this whole stream because we went beyond 8 hours. I don't know. I guess we're going to learn together exactly what it looks like when you don't shut the stream off in time. But I think we will close. What shall we do here? We will close the show. I don't think we've missed anybody over here. No comments, no financial gifts. It's blank here, blank there. Another big salute to, what was it? Is it Whisper for that magnificent $1,000 financial gift. What a testimonial. Everyone who gave financially, your financial gifts, everybody who has participated. I know we also had, I think it was Slots with $100 today. Everybody who financially gifted $1, $3, $1,000. It's all desperately needed, and all will go to service to White Wellbeing, to doing amazing things, to doing things like outwitting the anti-whites, even when they spoil things like our billboards and they do this to them. And we're able to take their efforts and then spread the truth of going free and white well-being to our brothers and sisters by revealing what is really in their hearts. That's what they want you to have, ladies and gentlemen, that white guilt. And we're not going to have it. We're going to resist it, because all of us, we might be working class, but this is what we look like. We're going free. In our hands, like this hero's hands right here, bloodied, cut, grease on it, marking of the book with a working man or a working woman's efforts, day after day, going free, improving our lives, and we're going to recapture this destiny. There's nothing that can stop us. A single voice, a single tongue, a single language, a single will around the world. Very quickly, I'll just look here. Aunt Sally saying, thank you for what you do. You are my hero. Thank you so much, Aunt Sally. And a big hello to your good friend. And Yonash says he does have another question in the question widget. I just looked through it. I missed it. Let's see. Oh, I know I spoke to your COVID. Oh, wait a second. I see. He says they do have remdesivir for the more severe cases. It's obviously real. My mom is a, what is this word?
Are you thinking, I don't even know that profession. Let me look that, unless all the blurriness is getting in the way. Are you thinking that is your mother a virologist? And now she prepares that she may be put on the front line as regular health care is getting limited. Oh, wait a second. So is your mother like a dermatologist? Is that what you're trying to say? Yes. Okay. If that's scary. Well, we hope the best for you, brother. We hope the very best for you and your mom, and that doesn't end up happening. Make noise out there. Let people know that you want remdesivir, and and I want you also, if you're worried, look up what they gave to Donald Trump, not just the remdesivir and what's the other one, starts with an R as well, but they gave him things not for over the counter things that were for the disease. Now, we're not going to talk about them here because we know that Regeneron, I think is what it's called, because we know that the anti-whites will shut this channel down forever more if we did. But it's in the news. You can look back and you can see the things they gave to Donald Trump. It wasn't just those two things. And you can empower yourself with those things. You'll have access to all of that, brother. We want the best for you and your mother. And I hope she doesn't end up working on the front lines. But please remember that the safest thing you can do is sanitize, wash those hands, do not touch your mucous membrane. And we look forward to you asking many more questions about have I covered everything on the question widget for many years to come. So one quick final check, and we've been here so long. Oh, okay. Wow. Well, that would be odd to, you people, you must really be suffering a real assault on your medical community if they're all getting the disease. Promethean Epoch says, get Mark Collett on. Well, we've had him on tap plenty of times. And we'll happily have him. Brother in metaphorical arms. Nancy writes here, wow, you have to go to work tomorrow? Yes. You'll be able to get up? No. I won't go to sleep. And I'll just pretend like I'm not tired. Nancy says, now they want to get rid of the Pentagon? Wow, I didn't hear about that. Last couple comments here. Mark Collett is in the chat, our chat right now? Or you mean I didn't see him. Well, if he's here, let's get a round of applause for the one and only Mark Collett and for all his contributions to the service for white well-being. He continues to soldier on despite all of the efforts of the anti-whites to undermine this hero for our people. So a big salute to Mark. We're wrapping up. If I saw him, I would have definitely said hello. We have Raymond says I donate. Wait. Oh, Raymond says WTF. I donate. You say both our names. She donates, and you use Heidi, and it's suddenly just Heidi. I apologize for that. Not a happy camper here, says Raymond, my friend. It's both of these fears. Yes, indeed. I'm just happy to see Heidi sneaking in as she's wont to do after a long day at work. And so, yes, it's both of these magnificent heroes. And so big thank you to both of you and everything that you're doing. A big thank you to every single one of you. Alt Rock Lover, I know you were here early on. That name is great. Orange was here. And of course, Raymond was here, modding early on. So was Brand Danger. I don't know if he's still here. White Healing is actually here. Whoa, there's Mark earlier. I don't know if he's gone now, but a big hello and a big salute to you, my friend. And I'll be seeing you on Wednesday, which is actually tomorrow, now that we've gone so deep into Tuesday here on the East Coast of the United States, where an orange man jet sets from state to state. It sounds like the beginning of something Promethean Epoch and I could make into a great audio commercial. Where an orange man jet sets from state to state to recapture his presidency and flies overhead. Sean says, should get Ray Foster and Mark Collett all on one stream. Wouldn't that be? Yes, both magnificent heroes. One in the UK and one in Australia. That would be fantastic. You know what? Maybe Mark and Raymond Foster will end up being our two first white positive politicians, actual seat holders, going free in Western civilization. Wouldn't that be something? And we've had them in the same live chat. Nancy Drew says, night, family. Thanks, No White Guilt. Stay safe. Stay white positive. Amen to that. And you as well. And Jesse says, Mark Collett is here. I saw something where it said, when the chat jumped, it said something about his beautiful little darling baby had awakened, and he was tending to her. So I hope he is. I hope she's doing well. We've seen when he brought her on the show, wasn't she just the cutest thing you've ever seen? Then you just want to grab her up and hug her with all the love you could muster. Yeah, she's beautiful. Elaine Sabatino is here. Yes, next time, Elaine, I am absolutely going to pull up. This woman produces these rocks. She produces these leaflets. She's finding these things everywhere. She is a machine, unstoppable. I'm going to hold the phone up so I can share all these. Thank you so much. What a bunch of magnificent things that we've seen over the course. Wait, Mark Collett says, I'm still here. Salute to you, brother. He is still here. We're signing off right now, Mark. So I would bring you on, but we've been, we're, I guess, closing. We're beyond 9.5 hours. So I can't believe it. I looked up at the clock and we were already past 8 hours, and I thought the stream would be over. It would just end at 8 hours as it usually does. I don't know what's going on. But we've had some magnificent victories. I don't know if you saw this one, but we have No White Guilt clips spotted this individual top left-hand corner with the nowhiteguilt.org sign up behind President Trump. And we've got several angles. We're trying to look for a clearer picture of it, and we want to share that. And we've had so many big victories tonight. We can't even begin to articulate all of them. But much love to you and your beautiful baby little girl. I'm sure she is in the safest place in the world right now. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing, everything that you do, brother. It says right there, see you on Wednesday, mate. We'll see you, brother. Get some good rest and sing your little lovely baby a lullaby for me. And let's see. Final looks like everybody. Okay, we're good. We met everybody there. And let me make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, no. You see? This is why in the last moments we always have to check. And this is me. This is why we can end up going 10-hour streams. This is why we end up going 10-hour streams. I don't know. Should I 9:36. I can't continue to 10 hours. I don't know. Maybe we should set that up as a goal. We really make it to the 10-hour stream. But this is me serving White Wellbeing. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that you can go to the link in the description below and you can download all of the commercial material by both the great Groundhog Fury and the great Promethean Epoch. He has the audio commercial that we did together. And of course, I did a commercial with Groundhog Fury. There are still photos there. There is several formats for the commercial of Groundhog Fury's commercial. There are also GIFs that you can find there, like this one. And you could share these on your different platforms. And this one right here You can share as well. You can download these. It's all paid for. It's all safe. And you can share these far and wide. This one as well. You can share that. I'm also going to be getting some clearer pictures of our great billboard that has been defaced by the anti-whites, but yet proving everything we say about them. As you see here, we'll get some better image of that. They want you to have what? They want you to have white guilt. And there they are in all its wretchedness, up high for all to see. I wonder how many people riding down the highway take a look at that and they wonder, you know what? Last time I drove by that, I know it said no white guilt dot something. It's probably a .com, probably a .org. I didn't check into it last time, but now that I see that these SOBs want me to have white guilt, well, maybe I'm going to check into this. Let me just type this into the phone. I wonder how many people will end up doing that. This, of course, is what it looked like brand new, both sides, glorious for all to see. And the anti-whites, but wasting their time, really, proving our point. The sign was coming down in days anyhow. We spoke about the promulgation of these beautiful flyers in Sweden. And we're going to have this and some other ones up on nowhiteguilt.org for folks to look at. And I think we have even, we're not going to be able to take a look at it tonight because we are just running out of time. Oh, that's right. It doesn't work here. We're not going to be able to take a look at it tonight, but we will take a look at Mestizo's artwork that he did. I think a poster for service to White Wellbeing. And we will then share that, potentially make that available as well. Where else did we talk? We talked about leaflets being distributed somewhere else. Monte Carlo for going free, service to White Wellbeing, leaflets distributed there. If you happen to have some photographs on maybe some Maserati windshields or Jaguar or Lamborghini windshields, that would be interesting. You could share those if you were to happen upon such things. Please do share those with us. We'd like to see what it looks like when going free is spread in all of these disparate locales across Western civilization. And I want to give a big thanks to all of the mothers out there as well, as I just look through our list of videos and photographs that we have here on the platform. A big thank you to all the mothers who are inoculating their children. We shared a testimonial earlier from a mother, Kim, who has purchased all of the books that we've produced, and she's going free. She's sharing this material with her children, and this hero of an 8-year-old little boy, instead of getting infected with the meme pathogen that was in the song or meme pathogens that were in the song, instead of getting infected with them, and then who knows what direction he ends up going with his life. Instead of that, he decides, nope, I know what's going on, and I'm going to go tell my mother that I found an anti-white song, and I'm going to bring her attention to it. So much of that is happening now. We've showed this from the Jesuits when you were in religious school, ladies and gentlemen. You definitely want to make sure that even if you are have your children in a religious institution, and these children are in a religious institution, that these religious institutions, this is just 2 books that she said, I wonder, as it is incumbent upon me as a mother to look at what they are teaching my children at this very expensive Catholic school, it's incumbent upon me to see if it is anti-white. She gets these 2 books that her children are supposed to go through, and this, what you're looking at, are the pages torn from 2 small booklets. Every page was anti-white that she tore out and that you see there in the trash, overflowing onto the floor. We've seen this kind of thing before, ladies and gentlemen. That is how anti-white the world has become. What would have happened to her children if she would not have taken the steps? What's happening to your children? We had the lovely lady from earlier who wrote in the heart-wrenching testimonial that because she was merely considering voting for the T-rump that her daughter, her anti-white daughter, has decided to not speak with her anymore. And I forget the exact phrase. What was the phrase that she used? It was really quite dreadful. Where is it? I don't know if I have it out anymore for me to find. But she was going to... it sounded like it's almost like some sort of an official phrase, didn't it? Like, this is what you do. Unperson someone, almost like that. This is what you do. You absolutely stop speaking, stop associating with her mother. And this is somebody, by the way, this lady, the anti-white daughter, being cared for by her mother and her mother's father, so her grandfather, for what was it, 32 years of her life or something like this, taking care of her so she doesn't have to work. I'm sure she's living rent-free. And then this is how she responds to her mother. You're even going to consider voting for Donald Trump, who is not white positive. Donald Trump is merely going to get in the way. He merely gets in the way of anti-whites and what they want to do with inflicting harm on Western kind and Western civilization. And that's all you have to do to be called all of the anti-white slurs in the book. To have them attack you, to have them socially lynch you, to have them drag you before an anti-white tribunal, and when you're not fired or expelled, to inflict permanent stains on your record so that it follows you throughout the rest of your career and even the rest of your industry that you work in, everything that you have trained for. This is what the anti-whites do. And I say this is what we should do in response. If they get us fired, we get them fired. If they want to bring, we had Mark here, and of course we had the case where I think a lot of people were a bit surprised by my response when that tea company went after Laura. And then what I did was I did my best with what little I can do to focus people's attention on the white people who are the CEOs and the executives, rather, of that tea company, and point out, look how white they are. Shouldn't some of them be fired right away because they're white? That is the kind of thing we have to do because we are not the pushovers. We are not the pushovers that the conservatives have been, that the nationalists, the old school nationalists, old school patriots have been. We are not those pushovers. Where we can inflict harm in return, we will legally. And I would be delighted if we end up with news that that company, that tea company, who did everything it could to villainy signal to the rest of the UK and the world how anti-white they are by bringing the full force of this company down on one little white woman because she dared to say that she was happy that they weren't spreading the same sort of anti-white doctrine and commercials and the like that other companies were doing. They did everything they could to come down to crush her. I would be delighted if some of these white executives had lost their job by the efforts that we made to bring attention to the fact that they were all white. All white. Time to go. Time to go. Time to learn how to code. You're getting out of the tea business. You're getting out of the tea business. And you're going to learn to code. You're going to learn to maybe swing a hammer or an axe because you're not going to make that 6-figure salary or 7-figure salary anymore. And then bring the power of a company down on some little white woman out in the hinterland just trying to save her people, for God's sakes. We have the lovely Vivian coming in with a financial gift. I think she's shocked. She's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Jason? $2. Thank you so very much, Vivian, for those $2 financial gift to White Wellbeing here as we approach the 10th hour of streaming for White Wellbeing. $2, and she has instead of words, she puts this beautiful, must know that I love autumn. She puts 2 autumn leaves as the verbiage. Thank you so much, sister. That is beautiful. In fact, I was out driving, and I must say, if you live in this part of the United States, you see that the leaves are all changing, and it couldn't be more beautiful when that's happening. I would suggest when it comes to your children to tell them that everything is going to sleep. And this is the show that they put on for all of us before they go to sleep, instead of telling them that everything is dying. It's such a wretched thing to say, that it will die. And I know that there are these stories that everything dies and then it comes back. It's the death and the rebirth. But come on. It's much more lovely to say that our environment, that we are in sync and we are in harmony with it. And it is seeking to provide us with this glorious display as it goes to bed, as it hibernates. And then we, in turn, care for that environment. We nurture, we plant more trees. We reject all of these efforts that all of these hyper individualists and whatever else you want to call them to just pave everything where it doesn't need. We're not the anti-whites who say, well, we're going to destroy everybody's jobs, like the rigor mortis said. But we can have work, and we can have industry, and we can have it in harmony. There's going to be a new way when we recapture our destiny of building cities. Everything is going to change, and it is going to be beautiful. As far as that, I think I covered everything that was in the. Yes, I must have everything that was in the show's title. But we did have the second debate, and I don't know, as we just have literally 10 minutes, and I guess I'll talk up to 1 minute till, because that's probably when YouTube will shut it down. So we want to shut it down right before they do, beat them to the trigger. But there was, of course, we had the second presidential debate, and I watched that. It was interesting, and the corpse came out, and he gave a great show for. I mean, what do you expect of a corpse? You know, I mean, you drag him out of the graveyard, and you prop them up against the lectern. And since he's already got rigor mortis, all you got to do is lean him. And he did a good job. Rigor mortis. Look, Irish Ice is still here. Rune Skeitzing is here, and he says, "Crown King Köhne." Well, thank you so very much for that. Crown everybody who's been here for 10 hours of streaming. I don't know what you all might have thought about the stream, or about the debate on the other day. Trump, of course, the T-Rex, was on his game. They had this deal where they were going to be muting the microphones for 2 minutes. Neither one of them tried to speak, as far as I could tell, unless I just missed it. The biggest point about the entire debate, which I found was oddly missing in some places, but others did catch it in a big way, but odd that it was missing in some places, was rigor mortis saying that he was going to end the oil and gas industry in the United States. I think he first said by 2025, which was a bit ambitious for destroyers of civilization, even for them. But then I think he moved it back to 2035. You know, I'm not right. You'll have to check with Snopes on whether or not this is right. But he said they were going to end this oil and gas industry, I believe, check with Snopes, check with CNN, by 2035. And then I yelled. I was like, oh my God. You know, as soon as he said that, if it couldn't get any worse for rigor mortis and ugly, it just got a lot worse. Of course, later today, Monday, on the 26th, they will be confirming Barrett, which is going to take all the wind out of the sails of could have motivated a lot of anti-whites, a lot of Democrat voters just in general. There's still white people out there. Go away, Nat. Still white people out there who think that the Democrat Party is for the working person, and therefore they vote for it foolishly. But they, nonetheless, the wind is out of their sails. There's no reason to rush off to vote, because this guy, Donald Trump, has already filled this slot. It's not going to be filled any longer by one of their anti-whites, or somebody they think, a Democrat, that would be more appropriate to. I'm just checking that we're running 7 minutes. So that
urge is gone, and now you have this great rigor mortis, Mr. Mortis, and he says that he's going to just take away a few dozen million jobs. Now, it's not just the jobs in the oil and gas, but it's all the support jobs, it's all the suppliers, it's all the people that they provide, it's all the people who transport, it's all the people who the hotel industry that supports, the culinary that supports. It goes on, and then it would have a ripple effect out from those companies, those industries collapsing, those people losing their jobs, because why? They wouldn't have money to spend on the things that they used to spend money on. Of course, there would be entertainment and all of this. It would destroy the economy of the United States. But of course, check with Snopes. I know there's somebody morbidly obese who disagrees, and you should probably listen to them instead of me, and share a Twinkie with them, if that's what they're calling it these days. But even all the way to the end, folks, even all the way to the end of 10 hours, no worry, we're still going strong. 6 minutes more. And but when he said that, I yelled, and then the camera jumped over to Trump, and of course Trump immediately got it. This guy, occasionally he's really sharp, and he was like, "Whoa, that's a big statement you're making over there, big guy." And Riga was like, "Mr. Mortis, to you." He said, "You are that is damn right. It is a big statement I'm making, that I'm going to just wipe out the American economy by 2035. But don't worry about it, because we're going to replace it with all of these boondoggles, and we're just going to piss money out of the treasury, and your currency will be worth nothing, but it'll be wonderful because everybody will be anti-white." So that was huge. That was really huge that he would say that. And we have the great Promethean Epoch financially gifting $3, $3 more. Thank you so much. And writing one more financial gift in the name of the anti-white Sargon of Akkad. Yes, he's an abstractionist, and as a consequence, always comes down in an anti-white position. Thank you very much for that, Promethean Epoch. And we also have Alt Rock Lover financially gifting $3. You deserve another tip, my friend. Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate that deeply. If I were out on the street corner, homeless, playing the banjo, I know you all would be my favorite friends. The magic banjo. Oh, that was something else I was going to talk about. I was going to mention, Jody K is here. Great to see you, dear sister. And I want to give everybody here a round of applause and a big salute who've been with this 10-hour stream from the start. We didn't mean to do this. We weren't trying to set any records for going free streams or anything like that. It just happened because we are on fire tonight in a good way. And so a big salute to every one of you who has been here. Even this Nat was here for 10 hours. We're going to have to give him a name since he's been here the entire time, applauding, I'm sure. The Orange writes, we're ready for 11 hours. I got other things to do before I have to eat breakfast. And I haven't even eaten dinner. What am I talking about? I've got to eat dinner, and then I've got to eat breakfast, and then I got to go to work. But before going to work, I've got other things to do for White Wellbeing. And then I got to pretend like I'm not tired. Look, Althea has been here the whole time. She said, Mr. Mortis. That's right, Mr. Mortis to you. Thank you, dear sister, for being here. Jody K says, sending love and strength from across the seas. Well, thank you, my dear sister. Jody was over and just entered 4-minute mark. She was T minus, just under 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. She started a stream. I was on the road. In fact, I was on the way. What was I doing? I started your stream, and she was singing this lovely song, and she was trying to work people's names that were in the live chat. It was beautiful. We're looking forward to more of that, dear sister. And so thank you. Raymond says, only 10 hours? We could do 11. We could. Maybe one of these days we'll do a 24-hour stream. It might have to be, we'll see what YouTube demands of us. Maybe like we stop one, start another, stop, and start another. Jody K says, you are a white well-being machine, my dear lady. If I only had $1 for every time a lady has told me that. Jonas, rheumatologist. Yes, that's what he was trying to say earlier. And I had no clue what that was. I didn't recognize it, even from the medical dictionaries that I had looked at over the years. But I do recognize rheumatologist.
They do correct joint damage, primarily due to rheumatoid factors circulating through the blood. Wait a second. How does No White Guilt know about that sort of thing? Hansa says if you're surfing in Hawaii, they'll call you the big as this the big are you trying to say like kahuna, like they said on Political Cesspool? Kakuna? Maybe the big Köhne? Maybe so. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be absolutely closing the doors on all things that we're doing right now, but we'll be back. You'll see us on Wednesday over there with the great Mark Collett. Says, Raymond said thought the debate was boring. Read my entropy gift before you go, says Promethean Epoch. We got to it, brother. I don't think we missed any others. Looks like Cash App is blank. Nancy Drew says Biden went to Pennsylvania rally and said, hello, Dallas. Oh, call him Mr. Mortis, Nancy. Come on. He's Riga Mortis. We got to get it right. Deer says, hello, Dallas. Orange says it's a marathon stream. It is indeed. Draven says, it is not dying. It is sleeping. Hint, hint. It is sleeping. Hint, hint. Well, I could catch it. Everything is going to sleep and renewing, No White Guilt. And that's what I tell children. Beautiful. That's wonderful. You should tell them that. Well done. And Dave the Impaler says, her name escapes me at the moment, but have you heard from a roboticist girl that was on your show? She has disappeared, my friend. Perhaps she will return. But we are now under 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. It is glorious, as always, to serve white well-being with all of you, to set records like we have set today. And looks like we're blank over here. I just want to say that I expect every single one of you to do magical things for yourself, your family, your children, so that we all can go free and make this world a much better place. The future is ours. I love you all. Let's go free.